All right, hello and welcome. Welcome to beautiful sunshiny Florida. We are here at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Park for the Florida Winter Tour, the 25th year, the second leg of the Florida Winter Tour going on here. Got a great turnout of drivers. Going to get them started here in just a little bit. Want to again quickly here, give some shout outs to our sponsors, Vortex, of course, Levanto Kart Tires, OMP, Eni Oil, and Sunoco Racing Fuels. Thank you for what you do for the sport. Our sponsors obviously so important. I'm here along with Alexander Searle, working with the folks at Kart Chaser this weekend. Looking forward to that. It's always a great time to be hanging out with these guys. They do such a tremendous job for our sport. See Xander out on the track right now as our first group is out there actually under qualification here. Qualifying just getting underway for our VLR Juniors.
Yeah, this is looking to be a pretty exciting class. I mean, looking at how practice 2 went, Emma Scarborough actually went P1 there.
How about that?
53.3. That's a good lap. I mean, look who she's ahead of, right? Ernesto Rivera. I mean, he's your SCUSA Winter Series champion from last weekend. You know, he's not a bad driver to be ahead of.
No, and he's had a really good year so far.
Yeah, and Stephen Miller as well. I'm actually surprised to see him so far off the pace. As we see one kart off, that's the 893. That's John Antonino. John Antonino. Yeah, you can see he's dejected. I mean, it's not what we want to see in qualifying, right? Because now,
not, right.
Obviously with the way ROK sets up their qualifying, right? I mean, where you qualify here is how you start your 3 heats.
Right.
Right. So now he's going to be starting in P29 for every single heat race. It's going to be a rough weekend for him, but I mean, he's a quick driver, so I mean, I expect to see him move up through the field. But
we've certainly seen some kids make some incredible runs up the pack.
Yeah, but obviously qualifying makes things a bit easier on you.
It sure does. It sure does, and I couldn't help but notice how quickly Emma kind of dropped all the way down. Don't see her name up there right now, and we see that person, though, you were talking about. There's Ernesto Rivera.
I expect times to drop, though. They're doing 54 flat right now, 53.3 this morning, so they got new tires on for qualifying. I expect them to, as we see Ernesto go, 53.6, and I think they'll go even quicker as the session goes on. That's a really good lap, though, from Ernesto so far. I mean, he's 7/10 clear of the second-place driver, Leo Scorpione, another top driver. I mean, we're looking at 3 of the top 4 drivers are your top 3 in the championship last week at SCUSA. So, I mean, it's a solid field as we see 2 karts in the wall there. That's the 823, and I couldn't see who else.
Looks like that's coming out of turn number perhaps 5. I think that's coming out of turn number 5 heading towards.
Yeah, I know one of the drivers is William Rasmussen. I don't know who else was involved in that, but again, another thing where this is not what you want to see.
I think that was actually 7 and 8 perhaps in that particular.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
Still trying to get the layout down in my head here.
Yeah, this is where track position is so important, right? I mean, guys are trying to get clean laps in. They're racing a little hard, as we see on screen right now. You know, every time you make a move, right, that your lap's done, you know?
Right.
So after lap 1 or 2, you got to slot in and just put a lap together, as Ernesto Rivera did. I mean, he's absolutely flying right now. I mean, he's 8/10 clear of second place. That's
crazy.
You don't see that every day in qualifying.
No, not at all. And certainly not in qualifying with everybody on, fresh tires and obviously wanting to get out there and put down a really good lap.
And I mean, it's not like this class isn't stacked, you know. I mean, Leonardo Scorpione, Stephen Miller, Carson Weinberg, Della Vecchia's here. Like, you got some good drivers here, and to be 8/10 clear is impressive.
Yeah, one of my favorite characters at Anthony Martella.
Yeah, he's a cool kid.
Yeah, he's a cool kid. He's every time he sees me, he's hello, Ron John.
Everybody says that. Every day when they see you, it's Ron John. I love it. Yeah,
well, it's always been such a great thing to be able to do this, just to be out here amongst the racers and seeing some of the young drivers as they're developing over the last 6 years.
Yeah, it's cool.
It really is cool. Really cool. Well, you're one of those people, right? I saw you back, I don't know how many years ago. It's at least 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was 4 years ago in Ocala. When I met you. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, so that quickly went by 4 years, right?
Yeah, you're making me feel old.
You are far from old. It's nice to see Jordan DeLeo Hadn't seen Jordan in a while, starting to actually show some speed himself.
Yeah, P2 right now.
Yeah, that's a good run for Jordan out of the part of the Goodwoods Kartways group.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, as we can see on screen, there's a group of 8 go-karts together, right? I mean, that can't be quick.
Right.
I mean, I'm watching Ernesto Rivera come by, and he's all alone, right? He's doing his laps by himself. He's doing his thing. As Scorpione goes P2, still 0.6 off, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's impressive. As Martella, one of the guys you said, goes P3.
Yeah, he's been. He's such the character. I wondered where he was in the overall scheme of things amongst his racing peers, and he's right up there with them. He's a good young driver. He's a character, but
that's part of it, right?
That's part of it. Yeah.
You gotta. It's the full package, right?
Nothing wrong with that.
You want a driver to make things fun underneath the tent.
Sure.
You know.
Hey, if
everybody's smiling.
If it'll give you a couple of tenths, that'll be well worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so again, Ernesto Rivera right now sitting on top. The RPG driver, 53.396. The closest is 53.911. So about a half second back. Looks like we're just now seeing the checkers rolling up there. So congratulations to Ernesto Rivera. I don't think that's the person everybody wanted to see sitting on the pole, but
not by that much.
Right.
Not by 0.5. I'm actually really surprised. I mean, in a class like VLR Jr., I expected it to be a pretty close field, and it is. From second on down, it's a really close field, but right now, I mean, 0.5 it's a lot. But obviously,
yeah, I don't know what happened with Emma. I mean,
yeah, Emma Scarborough down in P27. Yeah. It's a curious qualifying session in general. I mean, a lot of guys that I expected to be up front weren't there. A few guys that maybe I didn't expect sneaked into the top 5 there. So I mean, pretty good run though.
Perhaps maybe some were just not really,
giving
it everything they wanted.
I think it goes back to what I was saying. I mean, everywhere I look, there's packs of 4 and 5 that are racing.
Right.
I think some guys didn't even get a clean lap in.
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, this is one of those tracks where I mean, obviously draft's important. You have a long straightaway, right? But you got a lot of tight corners where I mean, if you're behind a guy who maybe is a tenth or two slower than you, it could actually hinder your lap. And I think that's what we saw.
So how important is it once you get out on the track when it's qualifying time? How important is it for you to get out there? I notice a lot of folks a lot of times end up kind of hanging back, trying to get back behind everybody.
I think it boils down to, I mean, knowing how quick you are, right?
Right.
I mean, for a guy like Ernesto, he knows he's quick.
Yeah.
Right, so he went out there up front, did his thing, and I'm just banging the laps out. Well, if you guys maybe if you struggle in practice, you want to find a guy to go up behind, maybe get a tow. But if you get behind a guy who maybe isn't as quick as you, begin racing, and all of a sudden your qualifying session is ruined, right? And that's kind of the whole. That's the name of the game of qualifying here. You don't want to end up on the back of a truck here, as we see a few go-karts, because that just ruins your whole weekend, really. You spend the whole weekend on the back foot, right?
Yeah, that's not a lot of fun. Certainly under qualifying conditions, you just want to get out there and put in a good lap.
That's the one thing you tell your drivers, right? Don't get involved in anything.
Right.
Try
and avoid it as best you can.
Yeah.
Again, congratulations to Ernesto Rivera. The RPG driver takes the pole with a 53.396. Escarponi Leonardo will end up in the second position. Anthony Martella in third. The 811. Jordan DeLeo ends up in fourth. In the 890, it's David Yarbera. The 806. Shun Sekiguchi in the 858 ends up in the sixth spot. Speaking of Stephen Miller, there's Stephen in the seventh position. Turner Brown, good run for Turner in the 868. Victor DeAlenkar in the ninth position. And Ty Fisher ends up rounding out your top 10. Again, that's our qualifying for our junior VLR. Be senior VLR up next. Not obviously the biggest group of karts getting ready to go out here to qualify. Again, our first time ever here at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Facility. We certainly got them packed in, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I barely got my car in here to park. I'll be honest, I had to sneak my way in. And
no kidding, it's
between two trees, you know. But obviously, it's a new facility, amazing racetrack, right? And they're going to keep working on it, you know. Make some pit space for everybody. I'm excited to see how this facility builds over the course of the next few years. I think it's going to be one of the best tracks in the country.
I think so too, and I know it's capable of running many layouts here. And completely different from the layout that they had run a couple of weeks ago when they had their first event here. They ran the entire course. This time we actually cut it down just a little bit only 15 corners this time, about 3/4 of a mile.
It's a good track.
So good track. I know they were really working hard to try to help the track to be a little bit better for our shifter guys, right? Give them a little more room to race.
That should be a good race. I mean, obviously.
It's going to be interesting to see as I was watching the numbers.
Yeah, now that we're going, clockwise, I mean, it's turn 1 and the shifter boys are going to be, it's going to be exciting, right? It's a fast corner.
Yeah, it's fast. It's a pretty good run for them down to that corner from where we are.
Yeah, I mean, whole shot's going to matter, but I think with such a long run, I mean, guys in P2 and P3 can make a run at P1 and make things really interesting. As I think the VLR guys are getting ready to go out here for qualifying for VLR Sr. It's a bigger field than we saw at St. Pete, though, so that's always good to see.
Yep.
As we see Wes Duchak. Wes, he's been quick all weekend. I mean,
I was going to say, he was definitely obviously quick the last time.
Yeah, he has the advantage of he ran the Rotax race, so he has maybe a few more laps here than others, right?
Oh,
but it went the other way.
Yeah.
So he still had to learn a new layout. But he got the feel for the racetrack. He was quick at St. Pete. So I expect him to be one of the front, 2 or 3 guys for sure.
As I looked around the track, wondering what spots have you found to be the passing positions?
Oh, man, I mean,
obviously it looks like you can make a good run down into turn 1, get to the inside there.
Yeah, but it's such a fast corner. I feel like the best spots are the last few corners. It's the switchbacks, right? I mean, you got 2 tight hairpins. You can kind of do a switchback and make a pretty easy over-under move. Obviously, turn 1, you get a run, but I feel like in a fast corner, it's almost beneficial to just push the guy. I've talked to people around the paddock, and I've heard there's only about 3 passing spots, and I think 2 of them are the last 2 corners.
Interesting.
I think the track is pretty narrow.
Okay.
And it's built up a lot of rubber, right? So it's pretty grippy, but I think if you get offline, it may not be great. And obviously, with not a lot of runoff, right, you don't want to make a move and then end up in the barriers, right?
Yeah,
so
that's one of the things I would say about this is it definitely is very close when it comes to the runoff area.
Yeah,
they're very, very close. So you really gotta be on top of your game here.
Yeah, like we saw in the VLR Jr Qualifying.
Right.
A few guys were in the wall because they were trying to be too aggressive in qualifying, and it backfired on them. So
for some reason I'm not seeing any times. Okay, here we go. We just got our first time starting to show up. Of course, Wes is out there in front by himself, running on his own. That's going to help him a lot. Look at that. Even the first lap was like 1 second faster than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, in practice this morning, he went 8/10 quicker than anybody else.
Did he?
Yeah, he's on it. But I expect guys like Elio Meza to make a run. I mean, I don't think Elio actually did practice 2. Obviously, he's coming off
didn't take long.
As he goes P2, he's coming off a victory at St. Pete last round here for ROK, so he's looking to.
He's solid.
Yeah,
he really is. And of course, he and Wes had a heck of a race. Wes had managed to get around him there at the end, but when it came to the final end of the race, you just couldn't catch him.
No, yeah, St. Pete. It's one of those.
Started getting a little stronger, a little faster.
Yeah, he just had consistent pace. I think Wes's kart fell off at St. Pete. They've been working on it. Clearly it's working, right? I mean, he's putting together some really good laps.
I see the botting young man, Joseph, the
Joseph Botting,
part of the Piquet Sports Group here, made his way up into the 2nd position right now, a 54.726.
That's cool to see.
Yeah, and Wes Duchek right now sitting on a 54.322. About 4/10 better than Joseph right now. Again, they're just getting underway. Only a couple of laps in here for qualifying.
Yeah, see, these guys got the right idea. I'm looking around, and everybody's spread out. They're just trying to do their own thing. I mean, the draft's important, but it's one of those racetracks where I feel like the benefit you get from the drafts, you lose it in the infield.
Okay.
And I think everybody's realizing that, and they're finding it better off to just do their own thing, do their own laps, and qualify well.
Seeing Haley kind of out there on his own in the back.
Yeah, Wes is out front. I saw this. The second they gave these guys the go-ahead, Wes was out there.
He was gone.
He was gone. He just wanted to do his thing. He wanted to get his laps out, and it's working so far.
I think that's the best way to do it. I don't know. You get out there on a fresh track, so to speak, but it's also kind of a little bit warm from the last group that's been out there.
That's how I qualify.
Yeah.
I mean, I either was the first one out or I was the last one out by myself. I never like being with the group. I think it leaves too much unknown, too much risk.
Right.
And obviously with the way ROK has their qualifying, right, where you qualify, it's where you start all 3 of your heats. And you don't want to have a bad qualifying because in all 3 of your heats you're having to work your way through. And it's just, the second you qualify mid-pack, it's just asking to be, you know, and get involved in an incident, right? And then it's, your weekend's kind of done at that point.
I do like it when we do the progressive deal, like when we're out in Las Vegas, where you can progress wherever you're from as you finish, where you start to pick up, and that's helped a lot of folks to go from really, really bad days to not so bad days.
I agree. I do enjoy the progressive stuff.
I believe we actually saw that with Connor Zillich, where Connor was in St. Pete, got off to a bad start right in the very beginning. Remember, he didn't even finish the first warm-up. And so he was doing the same thing, chasing his way up the ladder to eventually be able to get in a little bit better starting position.
Yeah.
For him, sometimes it doesn't matter where he starts.
No,
I watched him in the Miatas do 23 car passes in St. Pete on the road course.
Yeah, exactly.
That was nuts.
He's a robot. He's impressive to watch for sure. I'm excited to see ROK Sr get out here in a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. It was nice seeing some of the names of the youngsters that I've been blessed to see here race through the years, now starting to make their way into cars. Not an open wheel, but sports cars.
Sports cars that's what I'm doing.
Really cool.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
I see a lot of kids starting to transition to the sports cars.
I think it's because that transition looks like so much fun.
Oh, it's unbelievable racing.
Those Miatas just look like a blast.
Oh, it's unbelievable racing.
And it's so close. It's so close.
Yeah. You're not going to get much better racing than that.
No.
The only thing close is go-karting.
Right. I was going to say, we talk a lot about karting and how close it is. But a couple of those finishes for Connor were unbelievable.
Yeah, going back on track. I mean, Wes Duchek still on pole, but only by a 10th over none other than Elio Meza. I mean, those are the same 2 guys from St. Pete. But, I mean, impressive stuff here from Joseph Botting. 3/10 off, P3.
Yeah.
In a pretty tough class. I mean, VLR Sr, these are some good guys. And it's a good showing, obviously, for the Piquet boys, right?
Yes, no doubt.
So,
Iron Rock, too.
Yeah.
Elio and looks like Braden Domingue.
Yeah, checker flag's going to be out here.
Yep.
So Wes Duchek on pole here for VLR Sr. Only by a 10th, though.
The RPG driver, again, showing he's got some speed, but he also has a young man that has shown he's got tremendous speed as well.
Yeah.
And that's the 927 of Helio Meza. Not bad at all.
Yeah, looking down, though, I mean,
looks like we only had one kart that actually didn't go out and warm up there. That was the Travis Varney kart of the 920. Looks no score or time, that is, for him. But for the rest of them, Weston Duchek on the pole, the 935. The 927 of Helio Meza will be on the outside with Joseph Botting and Gratian Ridzen in the 3rd and 4th position. Braden Domingue in 5th. Miles Hewitt will roll off 6th. Brahim Albahi in the 7th position. Sarah Vico in the 921 will be in the 8th. Giovanni Cardoni in the 9th position, and Aiden Shimbashi in the 10th. So got a few Canadians in there racing with us. Great to have them down here in beautiful sunshiny Florida. This is what it's all about. Hard to believe that it's actually the 25th year for the Florida Winter Tour this year.
Wow. Yeah. 25 years.
You weren't around when it began.
I was -6 years old.
There you go.
So
yeah, you weren't even thought of it.
Nope. I was not a thing.
So it's it's great to be here for the 25th event. I know that I believe SCUSA had celebrated their 25th event at in Las Vegas this year. What a huge event the Las Vegas was this year. It was just so much fun.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to be so different this year because of how Formula One has pretty much taken over Las Vegas for the entire month of November.
It's gonna be hectic for sure.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hopefully head west. Sorry.
Yeah.
go to that race.
Yeah, you need to come out there.
I've never been to Supernats.
No?
I've been to ROK the Rio before.
Okay. Yes.
That's always a great race. We're gonna hit the break though.
Okay.
When we come back, I believe it is going to be ROK Mini is going to be the next class coming up here.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, hello and welcome back. Alex, the minis are now out there on the track. Took a quick break here. Allow the minis to kind of get a couple of laps under their belt as they are qualifying here.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, it didn't take very long. I see Kai Johnson up there at the on the top right now with a 57.439 for his first lap out.
That's quick, too, because, I mean, in practice, too, they were doing 57.5 as their best lap. So 57.4 on their first lap is it's really quick. But I'm excited for this because, obviously, in practice, too, we got a pretty good indicator of how it's going to be. I mean, we were, 5/10 within the top 11.
Right.
So, I mean, it's going to be a really, really close field. As we see, Pistonia Nito.
This group, without a doubt, they are very, very tight.
Yeah, look at that. Top 3, 600th of a second. I mean, this is going to be an unbelievable race. I'm excited for this for sure.
And you got Antonio Pistonia Nito.
Now,
no racing blood in his life, right?
Yeah, right.
He's got it running through his veins.
Yeah, he was born to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Born to do this, and he goes up there and puts a purple lap down at 57.367.
See, this is one of those things like we were talking about. You know, where do you want to be for qualifying, right? With guys super close, right? Like Max Christie, Kai Johnson, Pistonia Nito. You can see they found each other on the racetrack because they know their times are so similar. The draft is actually going to benefit them because they're running so close in the infield to where if they can just get a 10th or 2 in the straightaway, it's going to make that difference, right? And that's why you see these guys in a pack. As Pistonia Nito is actually going to pull out of the way, he realized he probably got a little warning from his mechanic saying, hey, they're towing off of you, so you need to be the one to benefit off of them.
Interesting.
It's games.
Yeah,
games are being played during qualifying.
I was going to say you do see a lot of hands being waved and everything down along the fence line as the mechanics are trying to somewhat communicate with their drivers.
Yeah, because it's tough, right? Because when you lift to get back in line, you lose the lap.
Right.
Right. So that lap's done. So now you got to slot back in line, like Pistonia Nito did, and regroup for this next lap. It's tough because everybody wants to be behind him right now. I mean, obviously he's the P1 man. But Max Christie, Kai Johnson, they're no slouches, right? 600th and 100th off the pace.
Right. You got to go all the way down to Tyrone Kemper Jr. to see where somebody had actually posted their best lap.
Yeah, because everybody
else is.
Everybody's 2 and 3 seconds off right now. They're all trying to find their drafting partner.
Yeah, you can see that several of them actually probably just backed off
one
a bit.
go-kart's out there on the exit of 1. Can't get a number there to see who that is.
That's a tough spot to go off.
Yeah.
That's a fast spot right
I know.
there.
It's not what you want to see. I mean, I wonder if that just maybe 2 guys going side by side and only 1 guy came out of it. So that's not what you want to see, of course, right? Because
not at all.
Hopefully he got a lap in at least. That was good enough, right? I couldn't see exactly who that was. I bet this must be frustrating though for Piquet Race Park, right? He lifted to get behind everybody, and they all lifted to get behind him, right? So I mean, his game didn't work.
It didn't really work.
No. But that being said, it might actually work in his favor because this lap is done again for everybody else because they're all trying to find, a drafting partner, and while doing that, obviously their lap's going to be it's over.
But we're going 15 deep before you get to anybody that's a second behind the leader.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a really, really close race. And look at the first 4. They're just right there. Hey, good run for Declan Deonaran, the REM driver, Canadian, the 124, 57.667. Right now has him slotted in that 4th spot.
Yeah, these guys you see on screen, they're racing really hard.
Yeah,
here.
Max Christie up there, the Motaz Sport Paralyn driver.
I mean, it's cool to see, right? But this is qualifying, so I'm sure they're going to get back in, and their coaches are going to say, it's exactly what I said not to do.
Right.
Right. You want to get clean laps in qualifying. You don't want to be racing.
And it's interesting you mentioned that because I always wondered about that. As somebody that's not a driver, I always wondered about that first lap out on the track after you get out there, whether or not you wanted to be by yourself or with somebody else. And now I'm starting to understand a lot of folks like to be out there by themselves.
Yeah, but
you don't want to race during qualifying. That's not what qualifying's for.
It's tough, right? Like I was saying earlier, by yourself is faster if you're confident in your pace, right? For guys that maybe are a few tenths off, you'll see them go behind somebody because they need the extra bit of tow, right? But for guys that are super close, like we saw in Mini there, games were being played, and I think it actually cost them.
Yeah.
Right?
And
the checker flag is...
you talk about a list. Look at just the top 10 here of our minis.
Yeah, I mean...
And we'll run them down here for our top 10. Antonio Pizzonianito, the Brazilian driver, the Orsolon driver, the 173 on the pole, 57.367. Good run for him. Max Christie, the 139 on the outside pole. Max with a 57.383. Kai Johnson up next, the 167 in the 3rd spot. Declan Deonaran in the 4th in the 124. Julian Rivera in the 134 with roll-off in 5th. Jackson Morley in the 6th position, the 192. Antoine Lemieux in the 7th spot, the 133. Rocco Simoni rolls off in the 109 in the 8th spot. David Zhao ends up in 9th, qualified 9th. And just as I say that, the screen clicks away from me, and that's it. So at least we got 9 of the top 10.
I mean, I can sum it up for you. Close.
Yeah. The rest of them were close.
Yeah.
Very much so. But interesting, we've got a few different names in here that hadn't seen in a while.
Master Shifter getting ready to go out.
There were some fun times.
Yeah, before we get ready to watch Master Shifter here, we're going to go to a commercial break here for Kart Chaser. We'll see you in 2 minutes' time.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
We're back here at the Piquet Race Park, rounds 2 for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. ROK Master Shifter is getting ready to go out here. Another improvement in entries, I'd say, for this class. I mean, we got, looks like maybe, what is that, maybe 12, 13 go-karts here for Master Shifter. It's not a bad entry.
That's about double.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I was going to say, it sounds like double than we got from St. Pete.
Yeah.
I wonder if part of that is obviously, you know, maybe a few of these
track
guys,
conditions.
a few of these guys didn't want to
get beat up.
You know, they're, you know, the master guys didn't want to.
Talking with a couple of the drivers after that weekend, you know, that was the one thing they were all saying. You know, I love the track. I don't care if it's bumpy, but doggone, my ribs hurt.
Yeah.
And some of them
Shifter.
don't wear the protectors.
I
don't know how they
recently found out a few karting guys don't wear it.
Up the pain.
No, I find the rib vest kind of comfy, to be honest with you.
Right.
Because the seats are pretty stiff.
Oh, the seats are
so if you
crazy
get
stiff.
you get a rib vest with some padding, and it's makes it a bit comfier actually to me. And obviously, you don't want to end up with some rib pain because it's like probably one of the most important muscles, one of the most important bones you got for go karting. Right? I mean, that's
you don't want
constantly shifting your weight.
You don't want any issues going on with your chest at all. Just
no,
especially your ribs.
Absolutely not.
You know, sitting in those seats the way you guys are wedged in there.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand that the way the seat kind of wraps around you guys a little bit there in that particular area. And plus you've got those screws that come out of the side right there.
Seat sizing so important. It's finding a seat that fits you.
Right.
Because you get a seat too tight, and then that's how you hurt your ribs.
Right.
Seat too loose, that's also how you hurt your ribs. Right? So you got to find that seat that has a little bit of wiggle room, you know, just enough to where the seat can flex.
Right.
And, you know, where you don't, you know, constantly dig your ribs in. Back on track, though, Master Shifter's out there. It's cool to watch these guys go on this racetrack. I mean, we saw a cool view of the, I think it was the DR kart going around the track. I mean, he's booking it through turn 1 here. As we got a good view of the 580 Jose Montalto.
D-Boss had actually won over in St. Pete. He was so excited. I know he's from Peru. I'd always tease him because it's D-Boss. He's the boss.
He's the boss.
He's the boss.
At Scusa, he was for sure. I mean, he was flying around.
Yeah, like I said, he had a good run over in St. Pete. Was so excited. I was excited to be able to be part of that, giving him the trophy there for that victory over in St. Pete. So Scott Presti right now, Presti Racing driver, the 508, sitting in that second spot. Alex Mueller in third. Renee Martinelli Diaz in fourth. Matt Machiko in the fifth spot with Freddie Rimrev in the seventh spot now. Matt Machiko now drops down to sixth as D-Boss went back up and Jose Montalto went up into that second spot. Again, qualifying here for the second leg of the Florida Winter Tour. We'll finish off the Florida Winter Tour in Orlando at the Orlando Karting Center.
There's a familiar name, Pizzonia. The other Antonio Pizzonia goes P1, right? No racing experience there.
None at all.
No. 52.1. I expect time to get a little bit quicker. They're doing 51.9s this morning in practice. Obviously, you know, track conditions are changing, right? Weather's changing. Maybe these guys might want to save their tires a little bit, right? You're seeing Pizzonia there just cruising around.
Yeah, I was going to say, look like he's just kind of pulling over trying to find
either he's trying to find a gap
spot,
or cool his tires down a little bit. I'm curious, yeah. It's a tough track to get out of the way from, I tell you. Such a tight track. He's trying to just get out of the way. As the boss goes P1 again. 52 flat. Good lap for the International Motorsports driver.
That'll drop Antonio back into that second spot.
Yeah, Pizzonio was just trying to find a gap and just see if he can put a good lap in here. I suspect this to be his last, flyer attempt. You want to save your tires a little bit. See how bumpy it is, right, in the entry, especially in the shifter. I mean, it's just so much flex. They're carrying so much speed into the corner. It's cool to watch.
Coming down in at a 5 and running down here, this short little chute down here to turn number 6.
Yeah.
6 is obviously pretty bumpy right there.
These guys have to drive these go-karts.
Looks like they actually run about mid turn there, as opposed to getting in a little bit tighter.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I can't tell. I don't think it has any bank to it. It's just, I think
just
it might be to avoid the bumps a little bit on the exit.
Because I don't see really anybody really staying to the inside, close to the inside.
Yeah,
near the curbing there. Tend to all kind of stay right out there in the middle.
Oh, how about that? Pizzonia, 2,000ths off a pole there. Yeah, he's. I think that was it for him. I think he's going to try to. He might pull in here and just save his tires. Good effort though. Obviously, be 2,000ths off. We're looking for a good master shifter race here. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I think we're going to find one here. We've got a good group right here. Some really good drivers. Of course, we refer to them as masters. That just means they're over the age of 32.
In their prime.
In their prime, absolutely. There's some of them that are beyond 32. But
like 33.
Yeah. Some of us are getting to be 33 twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I actually approached the senior gentlemen and asked them about their still love and passion for karting, and that's exactly what it is. The only reason why they're down here is their love for it. They don't get the same rush.
I tell everybody,
adrenaline rush that you get when you're racing.
I tell everybody, when I'm in my mid-30s, 40s, I want to do master shifter. That's my goal.
Yeah.
Right? That's my goal. It looks so fun, right? I mean, obviously, I hope to be doing some racing cars at that age, but
right.
Master shifter is where it's at. I mean, you're not going to get better racing than this, right? You're not going to get more adrenaline rush, should I say, than this at the age of 40.
It's something too, Alex. It seems to me that I'm starting to see a lot more of the high-end drivers. When I say high-end, guys that are already at the top of their group, still out racing go-karts all the time.
Oh man, I mean,
I believe it was. Austin Dillon.
Yeah. I mean, you see it all the time. NASCAR guys, F1 guys. We see
William
two guys
Byron.
off, Pizzonia.
Oh, no kidding.
And one other driver. I can't see who that is.
The 569 or the 99?
Yeah, it's one of the Burrell
boys. Is that
boys.
Goche or is that?
Really curious to see what happened
That's
there.
69, so 569. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Antonio's not talking to him. I can tell you that.
You see his bumpers pushed in a little bit.
Oh man.
It's just not what you want to see happen in qualifying. I'm curious if it's one of those things where maybe one of them is going slow and it just caught somebody off guard, right? It's an awkward part of the racetrack, It's a bit of a chicane style back there, so you catch somebody at the wrong speed, right? That's what tends to happen. So Pizzonia doesn't get a chance to improve his lap there. So goes P2 though, as the checkered flag waves for the boss.
The boss.
Daniel DeBoss goes P1 for the International Motorsports crew. Good lap for him at a 52.051.
That's big.
It's a good lap.
That's a great lap, and really showing some real strength for Daniel DeBoss, the International Motorsports driver. Boy, they got a heck of a setup themselves.
Yeah.
The International Motorsports guys. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. ends up in that second spot, the Orsalon Racing driver in the 503. Jose Montalto, the DRT driver, will start off in third spot. Scotty Presti up next, the 508 in fourth. Alex Mueller fifth. Corey Matthews in that sixth spot. Freddie Riddenrev in the seventh. And just like that, it goes away again. Well, we're going to have some fun in this next group as well.
These are some decent drivers.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
I'd like to say these are the guys that are getting to the age where they know everything.
Yeah. Or think they know everything.
Exactly. But, boy, we've got some...
not a bad crew.
Got some real names in here.
A few world champions.
Yes.
Marian Kremers, Mateus Morgado.
Right.
Obviously, young kids, right? I mean, we got Jorge Ortiz.
Oh, yeah. Jorge's.
He's P2 this morning, right?
Yeah,
he's looking solid. He was really quick at St. Pete. Really quick this morning.
Connor down there a ways.
Yeah, I expect Connor to be up there for sure. But I mean, I'm just excited for this one. I mean, this morning, you gotta look down to 17th place. That's 5/10 separates the top 17 this morning. So, looking to be a good one here.
Man, look at the flags too, all over the place.
A lot of different nationalities. It's cool to see. Really cool to see here.
Got a lot of them.
Yeah, as they pick up, I think one of the last Master Shifter carts off the racetrack. We're gonna go to commercial break here. When we come back, though, ROK Sr Qualifying. Stay tuned. And we're back here live from the Piquet Race Park, Round 2, ROK Cup USA. Coming up, ROK Sr Qualifying. I mean, how cool is this going to be?
We've got some big names in this group, and some guys who obviously are very familiar with one another, been racing against one another for quite a long time. But what a field. Lots of different drivers from all over the world, whether from Europe or Central and South America. Some good stuff, and of course our friends from up north, up in Canada, got a good showing of Canadian drivers here as well.
Yeah.
Again,
a lot of Canadians.
Qualifying underway.
Yeah,
now again, with such a big group of drivers out here, how do you do this when it comes to qualifying?
The toe isn't that important in this class, right? This is one of those things where track position is key. You're seeing a lot of guys, these first lap or two, you're going to see them battle a little bit, right? Because your quickest lap is going to come in lap 3 and 4, right? So the first lap, ideally your first lap, you want to get into a rhythm. Lap 2, the latest, you got to find any bit of track position you can and just go, right? You see Morgado and Jorge Ortiz, they're out front. They're doing their own thing, and I expect these guys to go in top 3, top 5, just because of track position alone. They're not racing. They're keeping it clean, and I think that's gonna be the winning formula.
Yeah. Again, just getting underway here for qualifying for our senior rockers. The Florida Winter Tour for the 25th year comes to PK Entertainment in Race Park for the very first time, and for the very first time in the history of PK Entertainment in Race Park. That ROK is here, and we're so happy to be here. I know it's been quite a week leading up to the event, getting everybody kind of tucked in and put in places. But we just can't thank enough all of our great sponsors and stuff, Vortex Engines, OMP, Levanto Kart Tires. Yeah. We've got Eni Oil, We got Sunoco Race Fuels. Of course, got Rocks Up USA. That always helps, too.
It's a strong first lap there for Diego Ramos. I mean,
boy,
52 flat. It's only half a tenth off what they did this morning. So PSL right now 1-2.
There you go.
That's what they want to see.
A couple of your Brazilians right there to the top.
Yeah, Morgado's going to go to the top of that, followed by Ramos and then Blake Nash.
Yeah, and there's somebody that had some really good runs. In St. Pete, but just did not finish well.
That's what it comes down to, right? We spoke to him in happy hour. I mean, he's found the speed, right? He's found the speed on a one-lap basis.
Right.
Now it's up to him to dial in the racecraft a little bit, right? Find that aggression that needs to be. That's really that's what you need in a classic ROK Senior.
Yep.
Right, but he's found the speed. We saw it at St. Pete.
He definitely
We're seeing it here.
Yep. Now again, how do you maintain that, right?
That's what he's
got to get out there.
He said he's been working on it, right? And I expect a few wins out of him this year for sure. I mean, just out of the speed we've seen from him, as Ramos improves just a little bit. But I mean, we're 800th separates your top three.
Right.
It's what you expect though in a ROK Senior class, right?
And you know, when you come off the track and you look where you are and you realize, well, hold on a second here. I may be in the 15th, 16th position. But did you see the 15 guys ahead of me?
Yeah, I know that's what I would be saying if I was. I'd be.
It's just a matter of in this case, a lot of these guys have been racing longer than some of the ones that are further back that I found. Right.
Not even that, but like what they've accomplished. Right.
Right.
There's some guys. There's 2 world champions in this field.
Right.
I mean, you can't get much better than being a world champion.
Exactly.
So.
And I think
cool.
Diego Ramos would love to be a world champion himself.
Yeah,
and he's a strong young driver as well.
Yeah, speaking of world champion, right, Mateus Morgado, 51.6. That's a strong lap here.
Yeah, that was our 22 Florida Winter Tour champion, Mateus. He just was dominant. I don't know what it was, but boy, he was
pace.
Yes,
he's got pace. He can put a lap together, but he can maintain that over the course of a race, and that's what does it in a class like this, right?
Yeah. So once again, a couple of Brazilian drivers who picked Blake Nash back down into the 3rd spot, the 364, the Nash Motorsports driver. You know, all the way out from California over here to the beautiful state of Florida.
Impressive. Elio Meza, P7. I believe this is his first ROK Senior race, right? He's a VLR Senior guy, but to show up with a ROK package, right? ROK Senior. To go P7 ahead of guys like Cameron Weinberg,
right?
Karol Pasowicz, Nolan Bauer, Marian Kremers.
Someone I know familiar with Cameron Weinberg.
So I mean, it's a good run there for the Iron Rock boys. Aaron Benoit. Haven't seen him in a go-kart in a minute, but to go P8, strong running there.
So again, actually some good laps being turned all the way about, this is lap number 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, look at Santiago Fernandez, P4. Good run there for the AJF Racing boys. That's good stuff,
too.
And then, of course, you know, Connor Zilic.
Yep.
He knows a thing or two about driving.
Yes, he does.
P5 there for the REM guys. 4.5 tenths off, though. Surprised to see that. But
again, because of somebody that I've been following and talking about for the last couple of years, really cool to see him sitting on the pole in his Mazda.
Yeah.
In Daytona just recently, and you know, he finished in the first race. I think it was like 15 thousandths of a second.
It was unbelievable.
It was nuts. But in the second race, that second race, he just got booted out of the way.
Yeah, I know. He actually had an issue. I talked to him after.
Oh, is that what it was?
He had I think it was a differential issue. Unfortunate.
Yeah, because that they were having some fun. That was some fun racing. Now, of course, they go from the big layout of Daytona now back down to, I believe, the street course of St. Pete.
Different mindset, right?
Yes.
And that's it relates to go-karts. I mean,
yes.
We're going from, you know, the parking lot of St. Pete to a racetrack here at Piquet Race Park. So different mindset for these guys as well, right? So it's karting translates to car racing completely, for sure. As we see Connor on screen here getting held up a little bit. It's not going to do any good for his lap. As I believe the checker flag is being waved here. It is
we'll
for Mateus Morgado.
We'll have to wait for a couple guys to get back around to see if anybody can get by him. But right now, based on what
Here comes
we're looking
Ortiz. Not going to do it. Ortiz goes P6. 6. Good run, though, for him, obviously.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff there for the rookie. Yeah, checker flag for the rest of the field here. So Morgado, 51.593. He just got faster every single lap. It's super impressive, and it's not what we want to see as a competitor, right? It's, you know, these guys are, some of their laps are getting slower and slower. He was getting quicker and quicker, so they're gonna have to, some of these guys have to find some pace, right? I mean, obviously, teammates right on the front row there, PSL karting guys.
And you got Santiago Fernandez right there.
Impressive run for him.
Great run there for him in the 4th spot. Connor Zilic in the 5th. That's a good starting spot for Connor, 5th position.
Blake
for the
Nash.
REM driver.
Blake Nash P3.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Blake in the P3. A great run there for Blake. And again, you had mentioned Jorge Ortiz. Helio Meza ends up in that 7th spot. Aaron Benoit, the UA's driver. Great to see Aaron here in the 8th spot. Jose Hernandez, the Mexican driver, Orsalon Racing, ends up at 9th, and Cameron Weinberg. The Soro Raceworks.
A few surprises here.
Yeah.
Marion Kremer is a P12, Louis Westover P14. I mean, those are 2 strong drivers. Carol Patrick's actually P13. Those are 3 guys who
Normally are a little bit higher.
Obviously, Kremer's, I mean, he's mainly a shifter guy now, right?
Yeah.
But he tries to come back to some ROK Sr race every once in a while. And to see him P12 is surprising, but I expect him to be fighting for a top 5 later this weekend for sure.
And we've wrapped up qualifying for this group. As Reyes Morgado, Brazilian driver, part of PSL Karting, will be your pole sitter, 51.593.
Yeah, that being said, before we head out for ROK Master Qualifying, we're going to head over to a break here live from Kart Chaser.
Set me free.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
We're
All
back
right, welcome
here.
back. We are here. Alexander, I can't help but notice as we have sat here over the last, I'd say, hour, that we've actually been sitting up here, how the weather has changed a bit to cloudy skies. A little bit of a breeze, not much of a breeze, but definitely a little change. Going to obviously have some effect with the track itself.
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, could cool the track down a little bit, right? It might add a little bit more grip. Maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit quicker time. We saw ROK Sr go 4/10 faster than they went in practice, right? I mean, I think that was the first time I saw all qualifying where guys actually went quicker in qualifying than practice. And it was by quite some margin, too. So I think the track's cooling down a little bit.
Yeah.
possibly why you're seeing, you know, lap times just keep getting faster. Hopefully the rain can stay away, right? I mean, I know a few days ago it was forecast rain all weekend. Now the rain's pushed back. I mean, obviously, I'm not out on track, so as a announcer, as a fan,
right,
I kind of want it to rain. It'll make things pretty fun, I think. I don't know if these guys would.
It has in the past made for some incredible races.
Yeah, I mean,
and then in some instances, it's completely just ruined the race of some guys. But
it's part of the game.
One time somebody left rain tires on,
yeah,
and everybody else was on slicks. And by about the third to last lap, it started pouring.
Yep.
And those guys went from way up in the front to the guy in the back that was being passed to going around and winning. And I have to tell you, the other racers were so excited for that one racer that he had made the right call and ended up making that win. It was Michael Rivera that had that was that particular instance where that happened. But to see all the other racers come over and congratulate him, because they knew it was such a great move.
Cool. Yeah, I mean,
he had to tiptoe around, right? His tires were just getting eaten up when it was dry.
Yeah, because I mean, we're competitors, but it's a family, right?
Yeah.
It's a family.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So we're always happy to see other guys win, and especially when you make the right call, because it's super difficult.
Right.
Back out on track though, William Isais, P1 so far. We got a good class here. I mean, Renato Yater David, he's back, right, for the Orsalon team.
Great to
he's
have him
P2.
back.
Alex Mueller, I think, running double duty. I saw him in ROK Master Shifter as well, so it's tough to do double duty, right? You go from shifter to this. I mean, it's brutal on the body, for sure.
Yeah, I know talking to the racers, there's a few bumps out there, but for the most part, I'm getting a lot of great feedback on the track. They love the layout. I know our group worked really, really hard on trying to make sure that they could put together a nice layout for everyone. I guess kind of based off of what we had in St. Pete, it would be so great to come here and, you know, have a really good, smooth track. Hey, it's not always that way. You're going to find that some of the tracks around the country have some big bumps, and it's all part of it. Adds to it.
As we see one car, I think he's just lifting to let other guys by. It's all about track position, right? We're getting a good shot here of Mike Rollison, who's coming off a pretty dominant victory down there at Homestead. We see him go
That's right.
P2.
Yes, Mike did win over in Homestead. Just
dominated for sure. So I don't think it'll be the same thing this time though.
He's got a couple other guys up there.
Got some strong names. As you see, the International Motorsports William Isais still P1 3/10 over Mike Rollison. That's
crazy.
Pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. But to go back to what you were saying, right? I mean, some tracks have, you know, that bump or two, right? The way you got to look at it, right, is you see one go-kart, the 630. That's one of the Orsalon guys.
Yeah.
See Pablo Ceballos.
Ceballos, yeah.
His qualifying session's going to be done there. He's fortunate enough, though, right? It's not a very big class, you know, only 15 guys, so the worst he can start is 15th. It's not too bad. Better than, you know, like P30 in junior.
Right.
So,
which always makes for interesting depending on who that particular driver is.
Yeah.
Right? Because we've seen some of the young kids.
It's always fun. I was talking to Rob Howden, I think, actually, last weekend. It's like, you don't want to see it, but it's always fun to see one of the top guys have to start from the back and see what they can do, right?
See what they
you don't root for it, but if it happens, it's always fun to see what they can do.
I think when Kai did that in Miami a couple of months ago,
he made like 37 spots.
I think that really opened people's eyes to understand. Do you know how difficult it is to pass a few karts? Go out there and pass 37 of them.
And it's not like they're slouches.
These are not slouches. No. And I always think that, you know, knowing Kai a little bit, it's his mentality.
Yeah.
That's his mentality.
Oh, yeah. He's got it.
He definitely has that, I don't know, he's got a certain look in those eyes.
It's just that it factor, you know?
So William Isais, the International Motorsports, another International Motorsports driver on the pole.
Strong showing for them
along
so far.
with Mr. DeBose. Renato Yater-David will end up in that second spot, the Ursuline driver. Mike Rollison is up in third. Alex Mueller will in the 621 be in fourth. Andre Nicastro fifth. Takahiro Nakamori, the Japan driver with Super Tune, all the way over here racing with us in the 616. He'll start off in sixth. I'm sure I completely destroyed his name, and for that I'm sorry, but nonetheless, up next is Martin Stone in the 606. Mario Barrios Ferrero in the 699 start off in 8th. Daniel Robertson in 9th. And David LaPlante will route out our top 10. Again, that's qualifying complete now for our Masters.
Yeah, should be a pretty good race. I think top 4, top 5 will be pretty close.
Looks like we're about 7 karts there within a second of one another.
That being said, though, Micro's coming up next. But before that, we see them on the grid right now. Before ROK Micro gets out on track as the ROK Masters come into the pits to go to the scale line. We're going to go to break here.
Okay.
Before the ROK Micro boys get out there for qualifying. Stay tuned.
Set me free.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, welcome back here live from Kart Chaser at the Piquet Race Park, getting ready for some ROK Micro qualifying here. Big class.
Big class of micros. Great to see that. That's good for our future, right?
Yeah.
It's good to see a big group of
talented drivers for sure.
The youngsters out here. These are kids who've never driven cars, but yet can get out here and race one another and put some racing moves.
Yeah, hey, you say they
absolutely amazing.
You say they haven't driven cars, but I mean, a lot of the times, I would trust these guys behind the wheel of a car before half people that I see on the road. I tell you.
You gave it half. I'd have given about 90% of them.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
But yeah, these kids are going to be great drivers.
I mean, what are they? 7, 8, 9 years old?
Right.
They can't even tie their shoes.
That's right.
And yeah, they can wheel a go-kart.
A lot of times when I tell people that, because a lot of folks when we're talking about the races, they want to know, well, how old are they? And I said, well, some of our kids will start off at 6, and they go from there up 32 plus, and they're like, you've got kids racing go-karts at 6 years old?
No, yeah. Whenever people ask me, it's like go-karts. I'm like, well, when do you start? I go, oh, well, 6. Some are 4.
Right. How fast do they go? I said, go 40, probably 50, 60.
Yeah.
These kids are going that fast. I said, yeah.
And they race funny. It's funny to think that though. It's like you don't realize it, right?
Right.
As ROK Micro's getting ready to go on the racetrack here, but you don't realize how fast they go. But it's like on the highway, you're going 60, 70 miles an hour. Can you imagine looking down? There's a mini flying by.
A little 7-year-old going by you. Yeah, that's.
Oh, we got two guys ramped on before they even got on the racetrack. That's not what you want to see.
No, not at all. That
Look how tiny they are.
when I went back, go back in time, looking back to 2013, Alexander, we had the world final in New Orleans.
Yeah.
It was my first time really being exposed to the world of karting. Had no idea. That was just the most incredible thing I'd ever seen in my life. But they did a demonstration race of the micros and the minis, and they brought all the kids from Canada and all the kids from the United States, and they put them out there and let them put on a demo race. Those kids blew away the rest of the races. They were 15 deep bump drafting going down the backstretch and stuff.
Unbelievable, yeah.
It was just unbelievable. One of those kids happened to have been Nicholas Latifi at the time. Of course, Nick is no longer in Formula One, but to see him go from a little micro or mini driver all the way up to Formula One was pretty neat to watch.
For sure.
And we've got some young talent coming up right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mateus Romalo for the U-Race guys, Antonio Pizzonia, double duty this weekend. Running for the Orsalon crew, Maxwell Macha.
Had a big weekend.
Strong showing last week for the SLA guys. Yeah, got a lot of guys here. Bonatoman for the Orsalon guys as well. I mean, strong list, and it's stacked too. I mean, it's a deep field. I think we got, what are we doing, like maybe 25, 30 go-karts here in ROK Micro. It's a lot of go-karts.
Hoping to maybe start getting some times up here on the timing loop.
Yeah, this should be the first lap coming around here.
Oh, okay, so they just been coming back around the first time.
This is one of those classes, I mean, there's not a lot of horsepower, right? So the draft's important. But then you see Pizzoni Nito, he feels like he's faster than the guy in front of him. He's going to get around him and see if he can put a lap together. I expect him to be one of the guys to be in this class. I mean, obviously running mini, running micro as well. I mean,
that's somebody I was kind of keeping an eye on. Gavin Decay. Hadn't talked a whole lot about Gavin.
Yeah, Zanella. They can set up some go-karts.
Yes, they can.
And he's a good driver too, Gavin.
I see Hudson Jack Curlin, the Canadian driver right now sitting in the
A lot of Canadians
spot.
in this class.
Yes.
Wow.
A couple of, looks like a Mexican driver in there. I believe we've got also a couple of Brazilians. Quite a bit of Canadians.
I was going to say, it's a lot of Maple Leafs I see.
Yes, there are. It's great to see. You know, it's got to be exciting coming all the way down from up there down here.
I got to make it to Canada. I've never been. Always been meaning to. I need to go to Canada.
It's scenically, it's amazing. Vancouver's one of the most beautiful cities you've ever seen.
Really? Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta see.
It's a huge city, but it's just so pretty.
Wow, what a lap there.
Yeah.
Maxwell Macha. 58.284. 4/10 clear.
Wow.
That's a strong lap.
58.284 for Maxwell Macha.
They were doing
4/10 faster.
They were doing 58.5s in practice, so that's a lap.
That's a good pickup right there.
While that's going on, though, I'm going to send it down to Emery Lida. He's got one of your drivers down there for an interview. Emery?
Thanks, Alex. Here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, picking up where you left off at St. Pete, ended up on pole. Walk me through your lap.
Yeah, for sure. It was a great way to start the weekend. Happy for the team. We wanted to. Really important for us. I had a great lap in quali. Really happy. And yeah, we see from now on what we can do in the heats.
And obviously, PK Sport, a new track to a lot of people. Talk me through some of your takeaways from the first couple of days of practice and now getting into qualifying.
Well, for sure the layout of the track is nice. It's a bit bumpy, which hurts a bit the ribs of the drivers. It's okay. I mean, we need to drive, nothing to do about it. But yeah, I like the place, and yeah.
All right, Mateus Morgado, he'll start on pole position for all the heats in ROK Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Mateus, he makes a good point. I mean, I didn't get to, I never got to make my point that I was going to say, but he kind of stole it from me. I was going to, you know, the track may be bumpy, right? But it's one of those things where everyone, it's the same racetrack for everybody.
Absolutely.
Right? So, I mean, it's your job out there to go out there and drive, you know. Yeah, maybe your ribs are going to complain, but it's not like there's any way to really avoid the bumps, right? So you just got to.
And it's not like you're out there for an hour.
No,
right?
And I mean, yeah, it's bumpy, but I mean, come on, it's no.
Your session times are 8 or 9 minutes or something like that.
It may be bumpy, but it's
right.
if they race St. Pete,
Yeah.
you can race this.
You can race this, yes.
That being said, I think, and we got one of the
off.
Lando Norris go-karts off. Can't tell what corner that is, but that's going to be his qualifying session done.
Is that the number 1? Or is that Leo De Silva? I can't tell if that's a 1.8 or just a 1.
Couldn't tell, but that being said, sending it on down to Emery Lida, who's got another interview. Emery?
Yeah, I just talked to Mateus Morgado. Now I'm talking with his teammate, Diego Ramos, who will make up the other half of the front row for your ROK Sr category. Diego, you got off to a really good start in qualifying. We're purple on your opening lap. Talk to me about how your session went.
The qualify was good. I'm really happy. We did P1 and P2 in the class. Really happy of the team. But let's keep it working for the heats.
Yeah, and you're starting on the outside for the 3 heat races. Obviously, at certain tracks, that might be a disadvantage. What do you expect the starts to be like here as you get into the heats?
I think the heats will be good. For sure, with me and Morgado, not gonna fight. We're gonna help each other and then go forward. For we can get good points for the championship.
All right, well, Diego Ramos, he'll start on the outside front row for all 3 heats here in ROK Sr. We'll see what he can do. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Yeah, I mean, teammates in the front row there, ROK Sr, right? He says they're not going to fight. They're going to work together. Hopefully that comes to fruition, right? I mean,
that was interesting. He was at least admitting it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna
it's
work
smart.
together.
It's smart, right? In a class that stacked, having your teammate next to you, it's comforting, right? You know he's not going to push you off.
Right.
You can go side by side with him in the turn 1, and if you can work together and pull away in ROK Sr, do it.
And once again, another tremendous lineup here for our micros. Here's the way they qualified. Speaking of Mateus.
Another Mateus. Yeah.
Mateus on Ramallo, the U-Race driver, a 58.078. We'll put him on the pole. He'll be your pole sitter, and outside pole will go to Maxwell Macha, the SLA driver. The number 33 ended up with a 58.284. And then up next in the 73, Antonio Pizzonia Nito, Juan Diego Garcia Davila, Josh Bergman in the 5th position, Colton Scheinenberg in the 6th, Massimo LaRosso in the 7th, Hudson Jack Erlin in 8th, Gavin Decay in 9th, and Yao Paulo Bonneman. I'm sure I destroyed poor Yao's name, but anyway, he will start off in the 10th position.
Yeah, good run there for Yao Paulo. That being said, though, we're going to go to break here. When we come back, ROK Jr Qualifying coming up after the break.
Set me free.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Loxahatchee, Florida for the second of 3 rounds of the 2023 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Appreciate Alexander Searle up here in the booth to kick off our stream. Alongside myself, Xander Clemens, is Ron John Ebersole, the voice of ROK Cup USA. And we've watched a good amount of classes come through with qualifying, talking with Pro ROK Senior Mateus Morgado, obviously picking up right where you left off from St. Petersburg. And remember, with the Florida Winter Tour, it's that 33% boost at every single round. So, again, another 33% here this weekend, 33% even more points the championship weekend. So, while that round 1 solid result is obviously put him in a really good spot for the title hunt, he's still got to perform here at Piquet, and he's got to absolutely perform when we get over to Orlando. And the same goes here in the Junior ROK class that has picked up a handful of entries here, as we've got a bigger crowd than what we did at the opening round of the season.
Yeah, really great to see, too. I was hoping that was going to be the case, that a lot of folks would want to show up. A new facility, obviously, in a great location down here in Florida. Obviously got a pretty good name behind the facility as well.
No doubt about that.
And, yeah, the passion, you can kind of feel it when you walk in here. Of course, when you walk in here, you better be ready because it is packed.
It is a packed house. It really does feel like we moved an entire city into this racetrack.
No
Kudos to Carlos Iaconelli, William Beats, Nelson, and the entire Piquet Race Park team alongside Robbie Poupart. Robbie from ROK Cup USA was still parking trailers and RVs all the way into the night on Wednesday after the first day of unofficial testing. So, yeah, I mean, they have had to play Tetris to a whole other level here this weekend, and just a massive, massive kudos to them to fit in over 200 drivers, because that's no easy task. You can see here out of this shot from turn number 3, when we come back around to the backside of the racetrack, there's a lot of campers, including our own KC RV somehow sledged into there, and then so many cars. You got cars parked on the road down the street as well. So, but hey, made it all work. They've got a golf cart shuttle system in place, and that's what you got to do with a growing sport, and to make it work at a racetrack anywhere in the country. You know, one of the biggest difficulties for any race series at this point, is the whole sport's grown tremendously, is just the fact of you know, where do you throw everybody? What facilities could hold a national major event? And we've got, you know, again, a schedule this year between the Stars Championship Series at 4, the U.S. Pro Kart Series at 5, ROK between Winter Tour and ROK Vegas at 4, Superkarts USA at 6. I mean, that is a 20-weekend major schedule.
Yeah.
So we can't race at the same track for all 20 races. We got to go somewhere else. We got to switch things up and go somewhere else to race to change it up and keep things interesting. But again, there's only so many facilities that have everything you need near a major airport, near a major city, plenty of hotels around to have everyone that's not camping out here. And then, of course, at the property, you know, 10-plus acres of parking for both the paddock and for car parking. I mean, you just need a lot of room to fit everybody in. So no easy task to do it at any racetrack. Definitely a learning experience for these guys here at Piquet Race Park, which, again, this place, Ron John, is only 3 weeks into operation.
Right.
And they're kicking things off with 2 major events. Had that Rotax regional event with about 100 drivers 2 weeks ago that was live on Kart Chaser with the regional winter trophy. And then you got a pro national here with the ROK Florida Winter Tour that doubles the total entries, doubles the size of the pits, double the size of the parking, the RV campground. There were maybe 4 or 5 RVs at that event. There's RVs all the way around here. I mean, it's such a big step up. So, heck of a stress test
I
for
tell
a business.
you, I was talking to Robbie about it. He said it was truly a crazy game of Tetris, just trying to fit everybody in and try to accommodate as many people as you possibly can. I'm so glad to see the turnout. That's great for the facility. It's great for ROK, and it's always just great for karting as well.
And it's great for us to watch here. Let's take a look at where things stand. We've been watching Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera flip through on your screen. Here's a look at that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic drivers. He leads a couple. And up the road is Ernesto Rivera in that Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. What a good opening couple rounds to the Winter Championships it has been for Ernesto Rivera. He currently sits on top of the boards in the number 204 RPG Cosmic machine, about 2/10 up on his teammate Teddy Musella. Ducked my head into the Rollison Performance Group team tent earlier this weekend, and even for some of their drivers like Wes Duchak that have been super fast through VLR Sr in practice where they had a gap, he said, you know what, doesn't matter. Everyone's going to keep pushing. For so many drivers, first time to the racetrack was maybe Wednesday or Thursday morning, so you expected them to pick up the pace quickly, and we've seen that. We've seen that through all the practice sessions, Ron John, that the times have accelerated, whereas we go to a place like Orlando, or even a place like St. Pete where the layout was very similar to last year, guys kind of already start off at, let's say, a B-plus level, and then maybe pick up a couple tenths. We're seeing guys pick up half a second, multiple seconds from Wednesday morning here to today, and there's still going to be a progression throughout the weekend. So 2 tenths right now for Ernesto Rivera, make it now 3, but that may not stay, and I guarantee they will keep their foot on the gas to try and find more speed for the youngster. But heck of a lap right there, 52.341 for Ernesto.
And Teddy Musella right there behind him, a 53.685 for Teddy. Teddy right now sitting in that second spot.
Yeah, Teddy Musella there. It's an RPG 1-2. Speed Concepts Racing has Anthony Martella and the number 211 Red Speed, who is looking pretty solid. He was running in the grouping, I think, a little bit further back. There he is right there behind the CDR Kart Republic of Stephen Miller. So he's actually closing up on him. If he doesn't get bottlenecked here this lap, this could be a really good lap for the Red Speed as he comes down into the corner. Oh, he'll have to make a pass there. That's going to hurt the lap time there for Anthony. He was closing in a little bit on Steven, who's starting to slow down, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Miller duck into pit lane in a lap or two, but he'll stay out, go for another. This will be the final lap as we got problems down at turn number 1. One of the Alessandro's Racing OTKs off the racetrack there, getting helped over the barriers. But let's take a look on this final lap here. Anthony Martella leads this grouping with Stephen Miller in tow. I believe it's one of the Trappa drivers right behind him. We have, I think that might be Gennaro Trappa in line on that AM Racing Engines Tony Kart. Then you have Teddy Musella in the third position as Sebastian Garzone has gone up the order. So Sebastian Garzone on the 208 OTK. For Orsolon Racing, moving up. But here's a look. Let's see. As they jump the curbing, this goes towards the back section. We'll skip that final inner loop, of course, not running the entire distance of this racetrack. Still at a 50-plus second lap time in the 52s for the ROK Juniors. But they'll come around to the final corner. Anthony Martella, Stephen Miller, Teddy Musella, all 3 drivers inside the top 4 trying to knock off Ernesto Rivera. Where does the final lap go for that grouping? Not enough. Sorry, not Martella. That might have been Caleb Campbell, but 2 SCR Red Speeds that look identical, and I think that was indeed Campbell. He was 5th. Martella was actually a little bit further back in the pack, but in any case, Sebastian Garzone holds on to second on the Orsolon Racing number 208 out of Colombia. Then it's the first American with Teddy Musella as the Mexican driver. Ernesto Rivera pulled in a lap early, topped the boards, and will sit at the top for all 3 heat races. Of course, that's what makes qualifying so crucial here at the Florida Winter Tour. At Rock Vegas, we see progressive heats.
Right, we were talking about that.
But here, you start where you qualify for Heat 1 today, Heat 2 tomorrow, and Heat 3 tomorrow around midday. So a bad qualifying effort puts you on the back foot majorly, not only just to even get into a good spot on a race position for tomorrow, but more than anything, it puts you on the back foot for points. Right. You know, again, you could have a great round 1. You could have dominated in St. Pete with 3 bad heat race results. That is going to make a big difference. So Ernesto Rivera, Sebastian Garzone, Teddy Musella, Anthony Martella, Caleb Campbell, Joseph Lonnie, Stephen Miller, Leo Escorpioni, Anthony Raducano, and Nathan Dupuis. Your top 10 aboard that Goodwood Kartways X-Spree, the number 269. So that's your top 10. The spread is pretty major, about 6.5 tenths for the field. VLR Master getting set to go green. 2 classes still to be graded here for qualifying, and then it's 8 laps for the minis and the micros in their opening heat race, 11 for all full-size junior, senior, and master and pro shifter divisions, which again, pro ROK Shifter will follow these VLR Masters, and everybody, the buzz around the paddock remains to see who gets the next leg up in the A.J. Myers, Marin Kremers rivalry. Well, it's all coming our way next here, live from Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We'll be right back. So welcome back here to Piquet Race Park as we get set for VLR Master. That's picked up a couple of drivers, and one notable name here, not this weekend around, John, is Laurentiu Mardan. Talked to him back at St. Petersburg, and he said, well, while they're not racing up north, they've been in the process of moving to a brand new headquarters for the Technokart USA operation, getting themselves into a new HQ up north. So that's kind of put a bit of a damper on the amount of times he can slip away from both his day job as well as from managing the operations up north and come down here and play. But he's got his teammate and co-owner Christian Vomier here this weekend, and then, of course, we have a few other drivers that join us that were not with us back at round number 1. So we've got a little bit of a bigger field there, and a total of 8 picking up from the 5 to 6 we had at the first round. Just like a lot of the classes, you know, going to a permanent racetrack here also a little bit later in the year, kind of off the budget of ROK Vegas.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's a big effort, both in commitment, time off work, time off school, and, of course, budget and funding to put together in November, and then you turn around and you start the racing season in January. But also there, here's a look at the skies, ladies and gentlemen. Overcast skies starting to loom in here in South Florida. We won't say the R word yet, but you just never know. We're that close to the coast here, Florida. Obviously, just give it 15 minutes. It could change, but it could come right to us. So we'll keep an eye on that here. It's been a very, very hot and humid day. The water bottles have been flowing all around the paddock. I know for myself here, I feel like I've gone through probably 2 wet T-shirts already.
Yeah, earlier the heat was on. Thankfully, the sun has gone back behind the clouds. Getting a little bit of a breeze, not really that much, but I think this makes for some perfect time for the drivers, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is ideal conditions, right? You'd like it to be even a little bit cooler, but the sun baking the racetrack, once it warms up past a certain point, you kind of lose that benefit of having a hot, warm track. You want a warm racetrack. You don't want a scorching hot racetrack.
Right.
If it gets too hot, you'll either get overstuck or at a certain point the rubber will get greasy, and you just don't see those quick lap times. You know, again, we're used to seeing the lap times be the best on, you know, Sunday morning warm-up because that time we've laid down the most amount of rubber in the weekend, but the rubber's nice and cold, so it's cool and it's grippy, and you know, it gets hot. That grippiness kind of goes away and it becomes more slippery. But here we're even seeing a few drivers take a couple different lines. As you look at one of the Lando Norris karts, I believe that might be Mark Pavon, taking a really late apex through both turn number 3 and the infield teardrop, which I guess would be turn number 6 here on the layout, the way things go.
I was curious as to whether or not this track was a physical type track.
Oh, yeah.
Having to really work hard out there.
It is.
A couple of the guys have actually come in and said, man, my arms are kind of a little sore. I'm like, really? That's not always the case, right?
It's a very physical racetrack here, no doubt about it. And, well, let's hear from one of those drivers that just was able to master it really well. Our Emery Lada is down on the pit lane here with our pole sitter in Junior ROK, Ernesto Rivera. Take it away, Emery.
Thanks, Sander. Here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, not only did you win pole in Junior ROK, but also in VLR Jr as well by massive margins. Talk me through both of your laps.
We got good laps on both classes, and we got good speed.
Got you. And talking about this track, obviously a little bit bumpy, but certainly a lot of fast session. What are your takeaways from it so far?
The track it's fun. It's really bumpy. It hurts my ribs a little bit, but I'm having a good time.
That's great to hear. So Ernesto Rivera, he'll start up front for all 6 of his heat races this weekend. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, he's had a tremendous couple of months. Ernesto's just a very strong driver. Once he's out in front, he is so hard to catch back up to. And then once you get to him, good luck trying to pass him as well. Looked like the 705 there had a little issue going into turn number 1, got up into the barriers, able to kind of continue. Out there is, again, qualifying still going on for our VLR Masters. Christian Vomier out there with a 56.737, his best time so far. Alex Dalbon right now in that second spot. Kim Carapalati in the third. Mark Pavon in the 4th spot. Again, just 8 karts out there. Trying to get that number on that cart that had gone off. Not sure if that was Kionis or Barros. Pavon with a good run right there, the Goodwood Kartway driver. Mark now up in that second spot with a 56.757 to a 57 flat for the again, Christian Vomier down from Chicago, and you said that Laurentu's up there back at home doing some work on the business.
Yeah,
I guess you can't get away all the time, right?
No. I mean, as much as they'd like coming down here, I'm sure he's probably a little bit happier that he came down for St. Pete and not Piquet, even though it's a temp track to a permanent racetrack and a brand new one. The weather was a lot nicer there. We had, highs of low 70 degrees. Didn't have any rain through the weekend. It was just gorgeous weather. It was everything that you could want out of coming down for a Florida winter tour. But, like you said, coming down from Chicago, Illinois, that's a big commitment. You're talking 20-plus hours of driving down here. You got to get down, especially this week. Some of the teams had to get down on Monday, if not Tuesday, just to get packed into this place. Because at a certain point, you show up too late, there's no way you're getting into your spot. So, that's a big move down to get down into Florida. And then on top of that, of course, once you get down here, then you're down here for Wednesday. You got to set up on Tuesday, so you need to really get into town on Monday night at the latest, if not Monday day, to unload, park the truck, unload and set up and build go-karts and do final adjustments as you take them out of the truck on Tuesday. Wednesday, you're on track. Thursday, on track. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then tear down Sunday night and then hit the road on Monday morning. It's a 10-day ordeal, if at the minimum, for any of these teams coming from way out of state, and not even to mention the teams that are coming from the West Coast.
Yeah, the Nash gang and them, I'm sure they've probably figured it out over the years on how to.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've made a big investment. They've got 2 complete trailer and team setups here coast to coast. So they've got the Nash Motorsports West Coast division that stays out there for the Challenge of the Americas here in the winter. And then, the East Coast here, because at a certain point, just on the gas money alone of driving a big trailer across the country, it's worth it to just buy another trailer, buy another truck at that point and keep it stationed east and west. So they've got an East Coast trailer for the East Coast events and then a West Coast trailer for everything out west. But still, you got to get in early. It's not like you can just leave a go-kart in a trailer, pull it out race day morning, and go race. There's a lot of prep that you have to do to it to make sure that it's ready to go at a high level. So lots of work done, and the best one who's done the most work, at least the most homework, is the driver on your screen, the 721 of Alex Dalbon. Right now on top in qualifying. The checkered flag beginning to fly here in just a moment for VLR Master. Alex Dalbon has a 4/10 margin over Mark Pavon. Here comes Pavon across the line. He will not improve enough. Gets the 2.5 tenths away. Here comes Dalbon across the stripe. Does not improve on his final lap. Doesn't need to, though. He is safely atop the boards in qualifying. And then going through the rest of the field as the checkered flag waves. Luis Quinones ends up in 5th. Kim Carapalati in 4th. Ryan Molina 6th. Galo Barros the 3rd in 7th. And Martin Allen in the DR North America number 777 unable to get going. And here's a look over to the starting grid. A.J. Myers, the number 428 Magic Kart, has entered this weekend here just like Martin Kremers, looking for a little more. Kremers, of course, getting double seat time, running in ROK Sr and ROK Shifter. So he probably already has a decent idea where to set his go-kart for tire pressure and chassis setup with his qualifying session not too long ago. That is a big advantage because there has been a lunch break since that final practice session that's almost, again, 3 hours prior.
Yeah, I was going to say that's got to be a big advantage, being able to run in 2 different groups, get out there earlier, get a better idea of how things are going.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for them here. So you can see they're getting ready to go. We'll see how much time we've got before they hit the racetrack, and it'll give us one more moment to step away. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Pro ROK Shifter here as the 1 minute sign's given. 1 minute, and we're back with Pro ROK Shifter Qualifying. a crucial part of the. So the karts have hit the racetrack here. A.J. Myers enters the racetrack first on the circuit after a quick time yesterday. So the Magic Kart USA driver, a perennial championship contender, two-time back-to-back Florida Winter Tour champion, last year's vice champion to Danny Formal on the Leading Edge Motorsports FK, just came up a little bit shy, and this year it is what the kids have been calling a villain arc a little bit for A.J. Myers, a redemption tour for him. Last year came up one spot shy of the Winter Tour, one spot shy of that SCUSA Pro Tour title to Marin Kremers. This year he wants to get himself back those national #1 plates, and he's got to do so by performing in each round of the Winter Tour with a 33% point bonus, and he's decided he's going to be the first one on the racetrack. He wants the most amount of space possible.
You know, speaking of him, and great every once in a while you see a couple of names pop up that you haven't seen in a while. One of them's Colin Daly.
Yeah, Colin Daly from Jamaica, the DRT Racing DR driver. I talked with DRT team, North America team owner Don Gilbo, and he said, you know, it had been back at St. Pete. He was excited that he was finally going to be able to get Colin back stateside for the first time since the pandemic, really. And so Colin Daly returns, and I don't know how much seat time he's been able to put in over the last year or so, but he's on the racetrack, and we'll see where he goes as a driver that has been kind of on the cusp of getting himself a breakthrough ROK Shifter victory here at the Florida Winter Tour. Been a few seasons since he stepped on top of the step in a winter or in a pro shifter event. I think the last time was when he won in a semi-pro shifter a few years ago before the classes were later merged. So Colin Daly, a first race back, getting back into the swing of things with that team that he's had so much success with for so long. Hopefully he can put himself at least onto the box here this weekend, but he's definitely someone to not count out when it comes to contending. And when we talk about the driver that's contending, well, Giorgio Carrara and that International Motorsport Lenzo kart has been impressive throughout a lot of practice. And he's right now the first one on the circuit ahead of A.J. Myers. We saw Myers kind of let him go earlier on in the lap. So here he comes across the line. Carrara, the first lap was the quickest overall. The second lap, a 51.12. It'll be better than Vincenzo Saraceno and better than A.J. Myers. So the factory Lenzo kart driver looks good. Where is Marin Kremers? We'll wait for him. He waited a little bit further to get onto the racetrack. So Carrara coming into the infield section here on the International Motorsport red and white Lenzo kart, a car we have not seen here stateside. Very small factory over in Europe, and they're making a push here with the same factory pilots and Karol Paszewicz as well as Giorgio Carrara flying back and forth across the pond in here, and they said they really enjoyed the experience here running with both drivers through the Winter Championship so far. They're hoping to make, again, a good amount of visits throughout the regular season as well and try to work on that brand. And International Motorsport has been obviously known with the Formula Inter F4 series, the Spec Arrive and Drive series. It's one of the many marketing partners here with us and a big partner of the Florida Winter Tour as well. And they've been a mainstay team in Florida for a long time, but with the Lenzo kart group, they could find themselves to be a little bit of a bigger national presence. However, it's now time for the KZ World Champion Marin Kremers to go to the top of the boards, and he'll get bested by A.J. Myers by 0.6 of a second. It's 12,000 separating them, but Kremers is on another burner. Let's see what he does here for his second full-speed lap in the 4:01. Second does not improve for Marin Kremers. A.J. Myers, quickest overall here in the number 428 by, again, 0.6 of a second so far.
I see Josh Conker, who took full advantage of the incident that happened back in St. Pete. Josh ended up taking that win, right now sitting in that 5th spot. Boy, what a great weekend it ended up being for him, huh?
Yeah, that was awesome here for him, and we'll get to talk about him as we see Marin Kremers taking a cool-down lap. Now he'll cool the tires off, maybe make another run. Let's see if we can't find that Maranello Vermont Kart Company driver. There goes Josh down the front stretch of turn number 1. So Josh Conker currently sits 5th and only a 10.75 back. It is a tightly packed top 5 as he trails the TV kart of Vincenzo Saraceno in 4th. So the Carbolos Racing Engines Vermont Kart Company Maranello USA driver Josh Conker, like you said, the ultimate benefactor of the Marin Kremers and A.J. Myers collision. He had to fight for it, though. Hunter Pickett led some laps. Giorgio Carrara was there. It just the battle for the podium turned into the battle for the win. And even when they were running some of the heat races, Josh was close enough that he was really able to challenge. So that red, yellow, and black Maranello machine of Josh Conker lining up 5th at the moment. He's going to do, I think, either a cool-down lap or a practice start as we see him slow. So he's going to burn that lap away. Let's see if he goes for one more. I'm curious. A.J. Myers did a cool-down lap. Yeah, looks like he's going to go again. So that's what you'll see a few drivers do, is they'll try and cool those tires off for half a lap to a lap and then make a second run at qualifying, because it's not so much tire degradation that's the thing they're worried about here. It's tire heat.
Right.
Overheating the tires, pushing them at 110% for multiple laps ongoing has that fall off. But if you can cool them off for a little bit and then make another run, it's just as good as that first sticker tire run usually. But we haven't seen that so far. Everyone's quick lap was still lap 2. No one's improved. It's Myers on top by 6 thousandths. Marin Kremers is second. Giorgio Carrara third, Vincenzo Saraceno fourth, Josh Conqueror is fifth, and Hunter Piquet, the best of the rest in the midfield right now on that PSL Karting Bureau Art, 3 tenths back from Josh Conquer, half a second off the pole. He sits in fifth ahead of Colin Daly. So let's see Conquer on another push lap here. He'll keep this one strapped down full song across the stripe with 10 seconds to go. No change that time, and I think he'll probably pull to the scales here on early.
I think you're right there, too. He definitely took his time. He's going to try and get another really good lap in. Just didn't quite get it. I believe he ended up with a 51.256 was his best time. He'll end up in that 5th position, but A.J. Myers, along with his buddy Marian Kremers on the front row.
Yeah, Kremers was on a push lap here on this final lap.
Let's see how he does.
I think he aborted it. It wasn't good enough. A.J. Myers is obviously cruising around. Colin Daly's still going for more.
Yep.
He's currently 6th. Where does the DR North America factory driver find himself as he crosses the line? Colin Daly all the way from Jamaica, back stateside for the first time in a long time. 6th. Nothing better. 7th, sorry. Nothing better for him as he trails Hunter Piquet with 6 tenths to find to the pole man. But A.J. Myers, your top qualifier here at Piquet Race Park for the second round of the Florida Winter Tour. He strikes first in Pro ROK Shifter, and with that, the classes are gridded. The heats are set, and they're coming your way next. Live on Kart Chaser, the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on from Piquet Race Park Entertainment Complex here in Loxahatchee, Florida. So it is heat race time here at Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. VLR Jr onto the racetrack for 11 laps. And let's go ahead and take you through the starting lineup, beginning with Rawson Performance Groups and Ernesto Rivera. The Mexican has locked up the pole in both VLR Jr and Junior ROK. To his outside, Leonardo Scorpioni. Anthony Martella and Jordan DeLeo will make up row number 2. David Ibarra and Shun Sakaguchi will make up row 3, all the way from Japan. Stephen Miller to the inside of row 4. The contender from the opening round of the championship has a little bit of work to do from 7th on the grid. To his outside will be Turner Brown. And that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. One more lap of warm-up here before we take the green flag. Let's send it down trackside to Emery Lida. He's got our top qualifier in Pro ROK Shifter, Alexander Searle, down with AJ Myers here. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, and I'm here with AJ Myers, ROK Shifter pole winner. AJ, it was close out there. I mean, 6 thousandths to Mari, and I believe 12 thousandths to Giorgio Carrara. I mean, walk me through your lap and your session as a whole.
I mean, I felt like I was about 10th quick out there. I mean, obviously I was 6 tenths slower than I was the session before. And we didn't change a thing, so new tire means I got to change the whole go-kart. I know we can go faster than that.
Awesome, yeah, one more thing. I mean, obviously first time here. I think first time really a shifter class has been here. What are your expectations for these heats coming up?
Sadly, I expect kind of the same as St. Pete. It's going to be tough to pass, and we're going to play it nice and clean through the heats. And I just hope we do it in the final as well.
Awesome, yeah, AJ Myers, everybody. Pole sitter in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. There you go. AJ Myers. Interesting to hear that. He said we went 6 tenths slower than the session before, so they feel like they got a lot more speed in that thing. I'm sure he's happy. He probably feels like he got away with one, putting it on the pole. You heard him. He felt like he had a 10th place go-kart.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He never has a 10th place go-kart, but yeah, he's put himself in a very good position, though, to start right there. Of course.
Well, look at this here. What a beautiful grid we've got as they round the final corner here around the Greyhound Racing Seats final turn. They'll come onto the front straightaway. It's Ernesto Rivera on the inside. Leonardo Scorpioni on the outside. Here we go, boys and girls. Full power, and VLR Jr is underway down to turn number 1. Is anyone going to get turned sideways in front of the field? As we had, apologies there to the Kart Columbia fans and photographer right in front of our camera, but we've got a couple tangled together at the back. 2 of the Kart Republics, 1 of the AKT Racing Team Energies collected. Another one off here. That is one of the Team U-Race OTKs off the racetrack in turn 3. So more carnage as Rivera gets away with the early lead. Great start for Anthony Martella into second. Where is Leonardo Scorpioni? He's fallen way down the order as David Ibarra loses the 3rd spot there to Stephen Miller. As Scorpioni's all the way back to 5th. So phenomenal start for the RPG Cosmic as they rocket through the kink here and head over to the final few hairpins.
And the last thing you like to have done is allow somebody to get out in front like Ernesto Rivera. He gets out there and just starts to walk away as he comes around, going to come back by the start-finish once again.
Yeah, so he'll take a look over the shoulder. Big lead for him, big lead for Martella. Then it's Stephen Miller as the yellow flags continue to wave at turn number 1. Here comes David Ibarra and that Tesoro Raceworks CRG, that brand new CRG North America team with Leo Scorpioni right behind. Then Oliver Weldon. We saw Weldon in that shot make a pass for the 6th position in the back hairpin. So Oliver Weldon making up a little bit of ground. And then right behind him is that National Motorsports EOS kart of Victor Day Allen car, who's already up 2 spots. Alexander Vanchev is the one being shown up a little bit higher ahead of the Allen car. I think he maybe a little bit higher than where he's supposed to be on the timing, so hopefully that'll fix itself. But we are clean and green so far up front. Stephen Miller right now, this is the fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Ibarra and the Scorpioni here. Oh my goodness! Big contact into the outside retaining wall. That is the U-Race number 817 of Naomi Garcia, who was 10th at the moment, and a full pirouetted 360 as she pounded the pillow coming out of what was turn number 12.
Wasn't expecting that, that's for sure. It's been interesting, too. I've been wondering about whether or not we'd have any incidences over in turn number 1. We've had a couple on the first start here. We'll have to keep an eye on that because that's a pretty fast turn coming through turn number 1.
Look at this, Leo Scorpioni and David Ibarra. Differences in lines through that Piquet teardrop in turn number 6. Interesting to see that there as you saw again a Scorpioni kind of go in low and diamond it as we got problems. That is one of the Rawson Performance Group Cosmics along with the 851 DR. So that is the 879 of Quentin McPherson. And then as well, the 851 of Landon Cardwell in the DRT entry. That was 13th and 14th and 15th coming together. So lots of carnage back as everyone's trying to figure out how to race around this place. Stephen Miller starting to pull away a little bit from the group behind, but Ernesto Rivera is long gone. Look at this midfield fight here. Victor De Alencar has a heavy amount of drivers behind him. There's one of the Race Lab TB Kart entries in tow. Here's Oliver. No, that's not Oliver Weldon. Is that De La Vecchia?
I think that's De La Vecchia.
Might be De La Vecchia or Alexander Vanchev. Trying to see who we've got in that mix there. Turner Brown's there. Victor De Alencar is there. Jordan DeLeo, the leader of the group there, and the good pass by Turner Brown.
I wasn't expecting one right there, but that was a great pass by Turner.
So it was indeed Alexander Vanchev on that Lando Norris kart for Team JC Karting. So as they run in this pack here, you're watching the fight for 6th on back. So 6th in the group there is Jordan DeLeo in that Goodwood Kartways X-Prix. Oh no, big contact here in turn number 13. 3 drivers collected. Turner Brown's involved. The 837 of Ty Fisher's involved. And the Nash Motorsports EOS kart, the 898, more or less there. We're trying to see. That was Peyton Westcott. She was up 5 spots. Hate it for Peyton. The young lady out of the West Coast, California-based driver, gets turned around in turn 13. And that's what we've seen here. A lot of heavy braking zones and some coming off some high-speed sections at Piquet Race Park. Has been bottlenecking the field a little bit, and it makes it easy for the shifter guys to go low and block, but it makes it tough for these single-speed drivers to race. As we see now, Stephen Miller closing in on Leo Scorpioni. You can see here the flash of purple and pink of Ernesto Rivera flashing through the screen. So this is 3rd, 4th, 2nd, and then third, 4th, 5th as the Scorpioni's up to 3rd. Got around Miller this time by, and then way up the road, Anthony Martella, and then another 2 seconds to Ernesto Rivera as we go by the halfway mark. There's the SCR Red Speed of Martella. Here's a Scorpioni, 3rd, Miller, 4th, and David Ibarra in that Tesoro Raceworks CRG is 5th.
Yeah, Stephen, again, is another one of those drivers who's been having a great couple of months so far in the beginning of this year. Right now, struggling just a little bit back there in that 4th position. Stephen Miller, the Chad Dockin Racing driver.
Here's a look.
We got a bunch of guys battling it out throughout the track here.
Yeah, this is further back with Salvador De La Vecchia's group. Carson Weinberg's in that black and orange CRG, 4th in line. At the front of this, I believe that is back to Alexander Vanchev, and then it's Christopher Aitken in the Privateer Tony Kart entry, who is high, then low, and De La Vecchia, everyone's still feeling each other out. I mean, we were running the opposite direction for where some of these kids ran a month ago, but for most, it's the first time here. Lots to learn, lots of unknown, and they're stacking them up tight as Aitken goes low, but De La Vecchia, big diver down the inside, and while he's going to get crossed up, Aitken's on the outside for the next hairpin, crosses him again, and De La Vecchia is going to pay. Here comes Weinberg. Does he get the 2 for 1 coming onto the front stretch? He will. What a move by Carson Weinberg.
Oh, these guys continue to amaze you. Some of the spots they decide they're going to make their passes at, but what a great run there for Cameron Weinberg. Boy,
Carson,
they were really, Carson, I'm sorry. How hard are they racing for those couple of spots right there?
Well, Carson Weinberg, if this is correct, he's up 19 spots right now.
There you go.
Terrible qualifying effort for Carson Weinberg. And even further up the road is buddy John Antonino Jr. up 20 spots to 8th. So there's all this carnage we've seen around the racetrack and lots of passing. That's because these guys are making up spots. And for Carson Weinberg and John Antonino, 11 laps is a decent amount of time here. That's about a 10-minute race or so, but that's still, only 11 laps to get by guys, and with so many places to block and to pass, they can back them up. Here's a look at Antonino. What a run for John Antonino Jr. He's up to 8th and digging towards Victor De Alencar. Big gap out back, so he's got comfort now. Unfortunately, there's a big gap from De Alencar forward, about another 3.5 to 4 seconds till you get to Jordan DeLeo and David Ibarra. But John Antonino Jr. on a tear, my goodness. 20 spots in 7 laps, Ron John, that's phenomenal.
Nuts. That is absolutely crazy. And unfortunately for Johnny, it had an incident earlier on in practice, able to get things back underway and obviously getting a good result so far right here in the first heat race. 7 of the 11 laps are now done.
There's a look through.
Waiting
back
for
to
him to come back around.
Yeah, here's the leader. So let's pick up the leaders here with the final couple laps to go of where everybody stands. This midfield continues to go. Here is Scorpioni and Miller. That is, again, 3rd and 4th up the road from them. Haven't given a lot of airtime to that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed or this RPG Cosmic driver, Ernesto Rivera, on cruise control here, Ron John.
He really is. He looks like he's on cruise control. Just out there having a good time. allowing everybody else to race, and he's just constantly putting in good times, fast times as well. He was 4/10 faster last time by, a 53.2 to a 53.6.
Yeah, great laps here for Ernesto Rivera, continuing to build that gap and tell everybody else that he's going to be the kid to beat here this weekend. He'll get maximum points so far as he comes to the line this time by. It'll be working on to lap number 9, so nine laps working now, 3 laps to go, I believe, if I'm correct on timing. And again, it's Ernesto Rivera up front. Let's look back to second place here. Anthony Martella in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. What a run for Anthony.
Great run.
I mean, he started to really make some headway back at St. Petersburg. He's had a couple, good performances throughout the last year or so, but Mike and Alex Speed and that Speed Concepts Racing team with the Speed Lab engines for Mario Lafredo, they've got him rolling here right now. He's got a big gap out back, just as he does out front, so more speed to find to get to Ernesto Rivera, who is a very established driver already here, Super Nationals winner. Race winner in all the winter championships so far here this year for Anthony Martella. Second place in Heat 1 and pulling away from everyone behind him, being second best. That's a pretty solid start here to the weekend.
Big time. And, not only is he a good young driver, he's a funny little kid, too. He's got quite a little sense of humor.
So, sorry, I was a lap off there. I wasn't sure if we were on complete or the lap we're working as we got, look at this, Carson Weinberg. Little bumper there as he was able to get around Alexander Vanchev, I believe. And so Carson Weinberg, 20 spots gained now to 9th. And, big block down the front stretch. Look at is that Shun Sakaguchi? It is, and that's Super Tuned Tony Kart out of Japan. And now Vanchev trying back on Weinberg. Weinberg shutting the door, playing full defense here as we're on the final lap, half a lap to go. These guys are ways back from the leaders. Let's go back up through the top 5, top 10. And Rivera still leads over Martella. Problems for one of the Zanella Racing Tony Karts down at turn number 1. Wow. That's beyond the leaders, though. Through the final corner, Ernesto Rivera will come on to the front straightaway. He snags the win here in Heat number 1. And then there is Anthony Martella back in second. And where does third come? Here comes Leo Escorpione in third. Stephen Miller will finish in fourth. Fifth will go to David Ibarra on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Sixth there. Here's that battle further back here. Look at Vanchev, De La Vecchia, Sakaguchi, all into the final turn. It's going to be a drag race in the line back for them as Weinberg gets it. And who gets it over Sakaguchi? He holds off De La Vecchia. Problems for Chris Aitken there. He got driven over. As you can see, his nose cone got knocked off to the side. And I think that's Ty Fisher, who we saw him get tagged up early.
Yep.
Drives back forward. Only loses, drives back, started 10th, fell to last, drove forward. Peyton Westcott rebounds as well. But John Antonino Jr. and Carson Weinberg on those Tesoro Raceworks CRGs make it 3 of them in the top 10, and they both pick up 20 spots apiece.
That's crazy. That's working. That is absolutely working when you're out there amongst these great young drivers. To be able to get around 20 of them, that's crazy. That's what it's all about. Get out there and just keep working on your craft, trying to get better and better.
Yeah, here's
racing the best.
Here's on the other side there, not the best start from William Rasmussen in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. He's out there on the outside of the racetrack in turn number 14. So let's recap you the top 10 and try to unpack what we can out of that one. 5.2 seconds, the margin of victory for Ernesto Rivera. Just talked to him after that Junior ROK Pole Award here in qualifying, and he keeps up that qualifying pole award honor in VLR Jr with a heat race win. So he's perfect so far. 3 official time sessions, and the winner in all 3 here as he sweeps the junior classes to this point. The Mexico driver has 1 more session left to go, and that'll be that Junior ROK opening heat race later on today. Anthony Martella against second, 5.3 seconds back. Leo Escorpione third, made up a couple spots after falling all the way down to 5th on the start. So that's another thing that's an unknown, Ron John, was how the outside lane's going to do. Is the outside lane going to lose a lot of spots, because those first 3 corners are all right-handers for the inside groove, and Escorpione, he was pretty even, it looked like, to Rivera off dropping the hammer to go green. Fades back to 5th. Drives up to 3rd. Stephen Miller picks up 3 spots from 7th on the grid in that CDR Kart Republic to 4th. David Ibarra stays neutral there in 5th on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Then Jordan DeLeo on the Goodwood Kartways X-Prix is 6th. Victor De Alencar 7th. We talked about Antonino and Weinberg. They had 8th and 9th with 20 spots gained apiece. And Alexander Vanchev, a lot of lessons going to school and a lot of battling in that one for the JC karting driver, but he gets a top 10 out of it in 10th.
He's got to be excited with that.
Yeah, that's a good run for Alexander Vanchev. Again, lots of cleanup to be done here from Piquet Race Park, so we'll go quiet on the air for a moment. But one heat race down, a lot more to go. VLR Sr, I believe, should be next up here, and it'll be coming your way in a moment. So welcome back here, VLR Sr. onto the racetrack. Wes Duchek and the Rawls Performance Group Cosmic tries to pick up where the RPGs did just a session ago, with Ernesto Rivera getting the top spot in qualifying and winning heat number 1. His teammate up one age group, Wes Duchek, trying to do the same in VLR Sr. He'll be joined to the outside by VLR Jr Florida Winter Tour champion and last month's round 1 winner, Elio Meza, the senior rookie in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, running double duty this weekend for the first time. His Pro ROK Sr debut, so both in 100cc and in 125 for Elio. Joey Botting will start to the inside of row 2 alongside Grayson Redson, then Braden Domey and Miles Hewitt, row 3. Raheem Alibi will start to the inside of row 4 alongside Sarah Vico, then Giovanni Cardoni. Aiden Shibashi on the Pro Karting Canada number 972. Then it'll be Sebastian Matthews in that Prime Power Team Bureau Art. Alexander Dalbon and Travis Varney, a scratch here for this one. He was set to make it out, but had a rib injury at the Challenge of the Americas after the opening round of the season, and ultimately decided to sideline himself, put himself on the injured reserve, and try to hopefully come back for Orlando. So no Travis Varney this week, but still a decent field for VLR Sr.
Absolutely. These two guys out on the front absolutely went at it back in St. Pete, so it's going to be interesting to see how things shake up this weekend. It was Elio's the first leg. Let's see how he shakes up in his second leg. Again, Wes on the pole with Elio Meza on the outside. They're just now coming through turns number, I believe that's 13 and 14. different layout here, 15 turns. I know you guys used pretty much the entire track for that
Yeah, it was
Rotax
over,
event.
I think, 22 corners when you count everything for the Rotax event, but 15 turns here for this one. More than enough for good racing.
No doubt.
Let's see how it does for VLR Sr. Duchak. Meza on the pole and on the power early. Meza had his hand in the air saying, what are we doing going this early? He's going to get me put 3 wide and around in front of the field. We'll take a couple out there in turn number 1. I believe that was Grayson Redzen trying to thread the needle through the middle, and he gets turned, and it's a great start for Joey Botting. Elio Meza survives the start. It looked like he was going to get turned in front as well. He gets into third. Braden Domey is fourth, and it's at the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Miles Hewitt in fifth, but Wes Duchak on home turf lives just about 20 minutes down the road from here. Him and his father Kevin having a great time being able to sleep in their own beds and call this racetrack home. The longtime PK Sports team driver switched to the RPG camp at the end of 2021. And Mike Rollison and the entire team over there have really upped his game, and he leads here early on so far, Ron John.
Yeah, he's upped his game for sure. He's been awfully fast, and as we say that, speaking of people up in their game, there comes Haley O'Mazer around now into that second position. Will he be able to hang on? Looks like
Botting got him back.
Botting got him back, sure did, right there at the start-finish, able to get back around him.
Yeah, good crossover there from Joey Botting. Let's go side by side here. We're done with VLR Junior's opening heat race and send it down to pit lane, boys.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Anthony Martella. Anthony, it was a pretty good race for you. You finished second and really kind of got yourself clear of the rest of the field, but 5 seconds before Ernesto. Just walk me through that one.
Yeah, it was a very hard race. I think he had a little bit better go-kart than us, so we have to see with the team, and hopefully we can get better for Heat 2.
Yeah, and talking about this racetrack, obviously a lot of people said it's very bumpy, a lot of physicality in it. It was your first time really racing a full 11-lap race. Talk me through how you're feeling after that one.
Oh, it's definitely very physical, so we have to stay hydrated, just do whatever we can to conserve our energy, because this track just beats us up.
Yeah, Anthony Martello, Speed Concepts Racing, finishes second place in his first heat. We'll see what he can do going forward. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here. Things starting to unload back for fourth and fifth. Joey Botting, oh, man, getting into Miles Hewitt there into turn number 3. Really locked up the brakes and got a little bit too hot. He kind of got muscled a little bit further back and out of that top 3. So the Giller driver on the PK Sport North America operation getting a bit physical over in the third corner there to work his way by Miles Hewitt.
Yeah, that was quite. These two, it makes you wonder. They've been going at it now for a couple of laps here. Let's see if maybe they'll kind of settle down a little bit.
Yeah, that was a bit extra, I think, back for third. I mean, Elio Meza kind of got around Joey Botting, and then it just got a little bit gnarly from there. So here we go as Botting closes in on Braden Domey to try and make up some ground. He'll have a big run on him coming down the front stretch. Might be able to make something happen here. Turn 3, can he do it for the second lap in a row? Doesn't get the best run in turn 1. He's close, maybe. Oh, just not close enough there to get by. So not enough to get there for Joey Botting, and we'll go side by side as we go back down to pit lane, boys.
Here with Leo Sporioni. Leo, you got off to not such a good start. You got yourself back up into third position by the end of the race, but man, the pace just not quite there compared to Estor Rivera. Where do you feel like you're lacking?
Right now we're lacking a bit on the engine. We're going to try to fix that for tomorrow, and we're going to try to keep up with the next one. Right now he's just killing everyone, and we just can't let him get away.
Yeah, and looking at the race in general, again, you worked yourself back by Stephen Miller to get yourself into third position about the midway point, but overall just not quite where you were looking for. But what do you think of this racetrack in terms of how it races so far? Obviously you had to make up a little bit of spots over the course of that heat race.
I mean, the track, the layout is really fun, but the bumps are just really physical, and you have to be mentally tough. Every lap, do the same thing, and try not to get the bumps the better is. And just try to be consistent.
Yeah, one last question. Just like I asked Anthony, how's your body feeling after that one?
I'm not that sore right now, but after we have GP, I don't know. I'll probably be a bit sore.
Gotcha. Leonardo Sporioni finished up third position in the VLR Jr Heat. We'll see what he can do going forward. He got a lot of pace to pick up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here. We'll see if we can maybe switch that camera as well around to give you guys a little better view while we go side by side for the commercials. In the meantime, while we continue to work on that, Miles Hewitt is going to work on Braden Domey across the front straightaway here this time. So Miles Hewitt closing the gap on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG to the New Orleans, Louisiana native of Braden Domey there in fourth.
Yeah, talked to his dad. It was good to see him again. Of course, he's over here racing while back home is absolutely in Mardi Gras madness, so I'm sure he's pretty happy to be over here.
Good move there by Miles Hewitt down the inside. Nice and easy to the Piquet teardrop. He's almost going to get crossed up coming out, though. Trying to stay tough on the inside. He does. This time he'll keep it pinned tight, so good move by Miles Hewitt. He'll pick that spot away. And as they go through towards the back hairpins here, this time by, we'll put 6 laps completed as Domey looks low. Hewitt stays tough on the outside. And up front, we got a battle looming for the lead. Elio Meza is closing in on Wes Duchak with 5 laps to go. He's been quicker the last few laps, picked up another 10th.5 last time by.
Yeah, he's been purple just about every single time he's gone back by the start-finish line these last several laps. Only about 3/10 the last time by. So yeah, he's obviously made up a lot of ground on Wes Duchak. Elio now in the same picture with him.
Yeah,
right there on his back
right
bumper.
there. Wow, he is going to have a good shot at him, I think, here in the hairpins this time if he wants it. He'll close up through that section there coming out into turn 13, 14, 15. These final hairpins here. Stays in line through 13 over to turn 14. He's going to not force the issue. Credit to him. This is a great lesson for Elio Meza. He's been trying to close the gap to Wes Duchak, who unloaded by the end of the day yesterday with a 6/10 margin over the field. So
yeah, that was interesting.
Elio's closed that. He's faster than him now, but he still probably could be lacking a little bit in a few areas to be quicker. As we saw there, not a great exit onto the front stretch. Duchak a little bit better through turns 1, 2, and 3 also, but Meza was closing in on him right here in this infield section. So differences in gearing. Again, that's the other thing. Just as much as the drivers are learning how to adjust to this racetrack, all the mechanics and team owners are as well, because it's so new. Trying to guess what the right ratio and balance is of how much low speed do you need, how much high speed do you need, what does a go-kart need. Even A.J. Myers said he picked up a lot adjusting throughout the day on Thursday as well. So lots of learning being done so far this weekend.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about a new track. You've got to get out there and you've just got to try and learn the track. Just keep working on it. Don't worry about all the other little things that may bother you somewhat, like how many times we're going to hear that it's bumpy.
Yeah, it's the same for everybody, right? Everyone's got to respect the bumps. Everyone's got to figure their way out. We got problems on the racetrack here. Is that the Prime Power Team? No, that is going to be the 972 Pro Karting Canada Charles Leclerc kart of Aiden Shimbashi. So he'll drop to the rear, unfortunately. He was running in 7th. So Aiden Shimbashi will suffer a DNF here in this one, along with Grayson Reds and Alexander Dalbon. 2 of the 3 involved in Turn 1's incident also out. So not a great deal there for Aiden Shimbashi, as he'll get a DNF in heat number 1. At least he gets to start where he qualified, though, for heats 2 and 3, so that's a little consolation for him.
And taking a look at our leaders as they come back around, West that last time was the purple lap, fastest with a 53.8 to a 54.1, so he stretched it out just a little bit over Helio. Laps winded down, working lap number 9 now of 11.
Yeah, so that means 2 laps to go. Sorry, 9 complete.
Yeah, they are.
And then working 10. So 2 to go here this time. Lap and a half, really. Duchak did not get a good exit there out of turn number 5. So closing in through 6 in that PK teardrop. Here comes Elio Meza to the bumper over to 7. If he can hit this next sector right and get a good run to that fast right-hand kink at turn number 12, he could have a shot at him. You look how close he is. Up onto the bumper, through 12. Here he comes, looking for the lead. Contact as they go side by side. Duchak staying tough. Meza cut him a big break there here in the heat races. He could have left it on the inside and turned them and wrecked them both. Kudos to Elio Meza on that Iron Rock Tony kart. But Wes Duchak, he's not giving up this lead easy.
Right, that's for sure. And boy, I'm like you. I thought perhaps he was going to go ahead and stick it in there, but he knows better.
He knows.
He's smart enough to know that it doesn't help him in his, in the final outcome.
No, this is an aggregate. He does not need to beat him in heat 1. If he beats him in heats 2 and 3, he'll have more points there to put him on the pole for the main event on Sunday morning. And even then, he's had the shot to run at him here with half the distance that will run that main event. So even if he starts 2nd or 3rd, he's still safe. But he'd like to get there. Only a few more corners. He needs a perfect run in these final hairpins. I don't know if he's going to get it. Through 12, turn 13 final time. Duchak will lead by more than enough into the final hairpin. And coming out, Rawls and Performance Group is going to go 2 for 2 in the opening heat races. Wes Duchak wins heat number 2, or heat number 1, sorry, for VLR Sr. Elio Meza second, and look at the gap all the way back. Joey Botting will hang on to third there in the PK Sport North America. Gillard fourth to Miles Hewitt, and rounding the top 5 will be Braden Domey. So VLR Sr. wrapped and done as the rest of the field begins to come across the start-finish line straight. Matthews, Cardone, Vico, Alabai round off the rest of the field, and that does it for our second class here so far this morning. 2 down, plenty more to go. Live from Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida, you're watching Car Chasers coverage of round 2 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We'll be right back. Karts onto the racetrack now here for your mini division. 8 laps, again, a shorter distance for this one. And Antonio Pizzonanito getting the most seat time as he's double duty in mini and micro rock, and he's going to lead us onto the green flag here as he qualified on point. Alongside him, Max Christia in that Motaz Sport Paralyn here, Ron John.
Yeah, and right behind him will be Kai Johnson in the 162nd, 7 that is, along with Declan Deonarin. Deonarin rolls off in the 124.
Julian Rivera was one of the few kids here a few weeks ago, along with Kai Johnson, that got some seat time on this racetrack going the opposite direction with a little different configuration. He rolls off in 5th on the AKT Racing Team number 134. Then it'll be Jackson Morley, the Canadian for Prime Power Team Beer-Alert, to the outside of row 3.
Yeah, and Antoine Lemieux, also a Canadian, part of the Premier Karting. He'll roll off in the 133. Rocco Simone, another one of those Canadian drivers, although it has an American flag over there. He's part of the Mazda Sport. And Rocco rolls off in the 109.
Moving back behind Rocco Simone, we find David Zhao in that Goodwood Kartways entry, our winner from round number 1, and the chaos with himself and Max Christie in that final corner. So the Goodwood Kartways FK driver roll off there alongside Royce Vega in the Team Bennick number 106. Then it'll be Luis Nunez, the Orsalon Racing Paralyn, Cole Medeiros on the Pro Karting Canada 107, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the Energy Kart, the privateer this weekend, who is outside Alexander Procuna in the Team FLC Paralyn. Fionn Shi in the Super Tune Tony Kart will then roll off to the inside of Hudson Jack Irwin in the Erlin, the privateer Canadian, coming all the way down by themselves in the 104. Then Luke Fedowitz, Santiago Namnum, Alex Miller, Geronimo Corral, Jordan Pulchlopik, and shotgun on the field with some work to do will be Martin Jaramillo in the 189 for Team U-Race. So a healthy grid of minis coming out of the final corner, and even healthier grid of micros here this weekend. Yeah. Lots of good kids in this one, and there is a great shot at that bright white, green, and black Paralyn for Orsalon Racing, Antonio Pizzonionito. He'll lead them onto the front straightaway. Max Christie as Motaz Sport Paralyn to the outside. It's a 1-2 for the Paralyn manufacturer, and Max Christie did not get going on the outside. He'll lose 3 spots here down as they go to turn number 1, and lots of shuffling in the first corner, but for the first time, we have had no incidents there in the first corner here. It took us 3 heats to get there, but we've got it as they go to turn 3. Still clean for the field. Where's your leaders at? We'll pick them up. It's Pizzonionito, Kai Johnson, Christia with a great move there to the inside of turn 5. He'll retake the 3rd spot away.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Kai to get up there. Now into that 2nd spot, as you said. Christie had gotten back around now in that 3rd spot. Was that Max that had gotten around into 3rd?
Yeah, Max got around Julian Rivera for the 3rd spot, so good pass there for Max Christie to get by the Energy Kart driver, and for the first time, they'll head over to the back hairpins. All the field still loosely tied as we go to turn 13, and Antonio Pizzonionito tries to set sail while the PSA race team, Bennick of Kai Johnson, exits about 4 car lengths back. We'll put 1 lap down, 7 laps to go here in this 8-lap heat race. Antonio Pizzonionito, your leader, down to turn number 1.
Man, he is absolutely just killing it. Although I say that, and he takes a quick look over his shoulder, wondering whether or not anybody's right there on his back shoulder, and that's not the case. Actually, Kai's back about 4 or 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, you can see the difference in lines, too, right there. Max Christie went low in almost a defensive way to go through turn 3, and he gained time. He closed into Kai, man, and pulled away from Julian. So the bumps also, that it kind of throws a wrench into the drivers, not only to survive them, but how to avoid them. It shifts the racing line a little bit, where normally maybe you go a little bit wider, but if you have to cross over the bumps, it upsets the go-karters. We got problems for the Racing Edge Motorsports number 124. That is going to be Declan Deonarin, who was running inside the top 10 and 9th. That has hit the wall. So Declan Deonarin is out and trying to get off the circuit as the leaders will round the final turn. Here they come. Antonio Pizzonionito, Kai Johnson with help from Max Christia will close up big time to him. 1 car length out now as they go to turn number 3. Big time gain for Kai Johnson and Max Christia.
Those two together definitely going to be able to make up a little bit of that space as they head up towards Antonio. Kai's right there on his back bumper.
Yeah, Kai man's right there here. He'll have a shot at him in turn 6. Here he comes, looking low. Got him. Kai Johnson and the PK Teardrop gets the job done in turn number 6.
I was curious as to whether or not we were going to see that right here in this particular
really
area.
Good catch there.
And another thing, too, one of the things I've noticed we keep talking about how they're going a little wide, a little lower. On this particular turn here at turn number 6, they've been more in the middle of the turn as opposed to going down and catching
Oh, no. Sorry, problems there for the U-Race Paralyn. That is going to be the 183 machine of Luke Fedowitz. Down in 18th, goes around over in turn 7. But, yeah, like you're saying there, that Piquet teardrop, you're seeing guys, because it's such a long apex, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to bog the car down trying to go slow to stay on the bottom, so you kind of enter a little low, hit the apex at the beginning, wash up in the middle, then go back low on the end. And right there, you can see Pizzognianito's wider line opens the door for a pass, and Max Christia takes advantage. So
didn't
everyone's
take Max
still
long, did it?
No, it did not. And everyone's still going to school. Look at this, a 5-car group up front goes all the way back to that is that the Luis Nunez, and then Orsolin Racing Paralyn in 5th. He's on Julian Rivera's bumper. Pizzognianito defending, and look at Max Christia. He caught Kai Johnson sleeping there, new leader in turn 7.
I don't know what happened there, but I think you're right. He was asleep.
Yeah, I don't know how. He just got a big run again,
Just
navigating
went right by
the PK teardrop, got around him, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. on that energy is closing in 6th. So we could have a 6-car party up front before this one's over, and we're halfway in as we got 2 more off. Another one of the Charles Leclerc cars. It's a 107 of Cole Medeiros to the Pro Karting Canada entry, and one more as up front, changing the lead again. Kai Johnson back to it. Pizzognianito gets through it. Oh, man, did Max Christie hang on. He's going to lose a couple more as he got onto the dirty side of the racetrack. Falls all the way back to 4th.
Wow.
Ooh, good save, too. I mean, you saw him there, Ron John. His left rear tire just about left the rumble strip and took him off the racetrack.
Yeah, he's very fortunate to be able to hang on to that.
So now he'll go follow on Julian Rivera, and you're seeing that little bit of a wiggle from Max Christia. We've talked to so many drivers on all the different tire compounds this year. MG, of course, this weekend, Levanto, that it really sometimes can take a long time to clean them back off. Half a lap, a full lap, multiple laps, depending how much dirt, crud, and marbles you get onto them. And so Christie has just got to survive this next lap, not lose too much time, and then he can kind of mount a counterattack once again here. But he's running low on laps because this time by, it'll be 3 laps to go, and you can see him, 6 cars all in frame. Kai Johnson's Bennick all the way to Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s Energy across the line, 3 to go.
Yeah, Tyrone's having a really, really good run. The 141 right now in that 6th spot.
Yeah, great run for Tyrone Kemper Jr. So
Dad said he was coming for the hardware again, so.
Well, he's made up the most spots so far out of anyone in the top 10. 7 spots gained for Tyrone Jr., 6 spots gained for Luis Nunez up into 5th. And Julian Rivera is feeling the heat from Max Christia. He is blocking low into that PK teardrop. Christia opens up a little bit, staying close to him there in the 4th spot. Again, 3rd for Rivera. Up the road there to 1st and 2nd for Kai Johnson and Antonio Pizzognianito. But Johnson setting a good pace here. He's kind of spread that pack out. Whenever you see a pack spread out like this, that typically means the fastest driver is the one leading the way. When they're bumper to bumper, the fastest driver is not the leader. It's someone in the middle.
Probably not the leader, right.
But seeing the gaps be a half car length, that shows you Kai Johnson is elevating everyone's pace. And we're seeing again as we see Tyrone Kemper Jr. fall off with a mistake. Here comes Pizzognianito, though. He sees how quick Kai is. He wants to get by and put him behind him, and he does. Pizzognianito back to the lead. That'll bring Julian Rivera into it. Now they're going to stack up as Johnson goes back on the inside in 3. Rivera will follow. Christia cannot follow. He has to stay back there, but good pass in turn 3 for Johnson to retain the lead. And now Antonio Pizzognianito goes on the back foot. Here comes Christia. He looks low. Little love tap into the corner there to say, hey, you want to block me? I don't appreciate it. I'm going to let you know.
Good run so far for Julian Rivera. He's really been working hard. Try to make his way up there to the back bumper, the 2 up ahead of him. But you're right, it's always that case. One person gets by, and if you don't shut that door, here comes the rest of the guys.
Well, here comes Rivera. Talk about him working hard. He's going to lead his first lap if he can hang on as Christia takes advantage of Pizzognianito in the final turn. And thanks to that pass in the lead, they're right here. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. 5 drivers together here up front as it's a big run for Christia forward. He keeps Pizzognianito at bay. And Kai Johnson, what can he do? Rivera's been pretty good at defending so far. He'll go decently low into 3. They all follow. No change through turn number 3. Behind them, David Zhao got around Tyrone Kemper Jr. for 6th. He's closing in on that Goodwood Kartways FK. Look at Johnson. Crossover. Got the run. Christie's going to push him forward into the PK teardrop. And Rivera goes back to 3rd. Kai Johnson to the lead.
Wow.
Great racing over to turn 7. Lap traffic up ahead. Great job by the lap traffic there. I believe that's Jordan Pulch-Lopik pulling out of the way. Appreciation, Jordan, for letting the leaders go at it because they've got half a lap to go. They're all over each other. Johnson just needs to low line it to finish this one off. Christie goes to follow. Rivera's going to try and cross over. Messes that up a little bit. Now into the final turn. Christie has got to stay low. Everybody does it as well. They're side by side for third, side by side for fifth. Zhao gets fifth, but Kai Johnson across the line gets the heat race win.
Wow.
Nice work for Kai, man. So Kai Johnson the winner. Max Christie a second. Rivera third. Pizzonganito fourth. And how about David Zhao? Never give up on that Goodwood Kartways FK. He drives back forward in the final 2 laps to pick up 2 spots, go from 7th to 5th. Gets around Luis Nunez in the dorsal and racing Parolin, then Tyrone Kemper Jr. 7th. Jackson Morley 8th. Antoine Lemieux in 9th. And Fion Shi rounds off your top 10 for Mini Rockers. Kai Man ends up on top with a good final lap. Makes the right move when he needs to, gets a great crossover, and we're seeing better and better racing by the session. Stick with us. 3 races down, a lot more to go this afternoon as Kart Chasers coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on. ROK Shifter Master up next. Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. Let's go down trackside here with the Mini Rockers have just wrapped up. Probably our best race so far was our most recent one. Emery and Alex, take it away.
It's here with the VLR ROK Sr winner in Wes Juchak. Wes, it was a pretty difficult race for you. You had to fight off Elio at the end. Just walk me through how you did it.
Yeah, I mean, he caught up to me like halfway through the race, and it was just about keeping it clean and consistent and, you know, not making any mistakes. So he would stay there.
Yeah, and this has been a track that obviously you probably have more experience on than just about anyone else in the field. Talk me through how that you felt like that helped you over the course of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I did road tax a couple weeks back here. So, I mean, it definitely prepared me for the track, but it's quite a bit different because, you know, it's reversed and it's a completely different layout. So, you know, with all the bumps and everything that are here, it changes the track quite a bit.
Yeah, and talking about those bumps, obviously a lot of physical wear. What's your mindset going through the rest of the weekend in terms of just trying to stay consistent throughout?
Just survive.
That's a good strategy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Hold on, Emery. Do you got us still down there? Can you hear me if we go down to you for just a second?
I got you.
All right, let me ask Wes one quick question over here. Wes, that last 2 laps to go over in turn 13 got a little bit hairy between yourself and Elio Meza. What was your thought when you saw that bright silver and black machine look down the inside?
I didn't really see him as much as hear him. I heard him coming. I was like, oh, man, is he coming? And then I heard a little tire squeal of him sliding a little bit, and I was like, oh, crap. And then I looked back, and he's right there. I was like, okay, just keep going.
Well, heck of a run there for Wes Duchak. Congrats, Wes, here, Heat 1 winner. So we move on from our VLR ROK Sr Heat race winner from Heat number 1. And again, Mini ROK just wrapped. Master ROK Shifter getting set to go. We'll also be able to chat in pre-race with some of our pro senior ROK drivers. They make their way over to the grid while the Master ROKs get onto the circuit to go once their race gets going here. 11 laps set for them, and the engines have come to life, so we'll be going green here in just a few moments. So here we go as we get set for Master Shifter here, making their outlap around Ron John. Let's take it to the starting lineup. Daniel Debos. Talked to him for a moment before qualifying here earlier today. I was like, hey, man, how you feeling? He's like, well, I feel like this is all Antonio Pizzogna's weekend, but how about it for the International Motorsport driver? He nips him in qualifying, hot off his round 1 win, and he picks right up where he left off in terms of momentum. He'll start on the pole alongside the Ursuline Racing pilot.
Yeah, to say the least, Daniel Debus was a pretty happy camper, that's for sure. And what a run. Great run for him there to end up on the pole along with Antonio. It'll be Jose Montalto in the 580 and Scotty Presti in the 508 will roll out right there behind him. Alex Mueller and Corey Matthews. It'll be Freddie Remrev, Renee Martinelli, Matt Machinko. Is that correct?
Yeah, Matt Machiko there right behind then. Luis Gautier on the PSL Karting Bureau Art. Hugh Templeman in the Magic Kart. I don't believe had crossed the initial timing loop, but I could see him right there in the bright dark and white machine there. He's got the bright blue suit, so there's Hugh Templeman in the 500. Then behind we have Martin Janssen in the PSL Karting Bureau Art. His teammate Francesco Visalo, then Michel Legrand and Frank Runco will line up at the end of the field. So where does Daniel Debos opt to start? He wants the inside. That's, of course, was the option for all the Pro ROK Shifter drivers. They can pick the inside lane, but the dirty side of the racetrack, or the outside cleaner side of the racetrack. But again, you're on the outside lane. So he's going to opt for the inside, the traditional starting spot. And it's one of the coolest things you ever get to see in kart racing. A full shifter grid here, going to the lights for a standing start. ROK Shifter Master will be the first one. The Pro ROK Shifters will be the next one to do it later this afternoon. We go to the lights. Daniel Debos, Antonio Pizzogna Jr., ROK Shifter Master. Rev them up, boys and girls, and here we go. Drop the hammer. Great hole shot for Pizzogna. He'll get the early lead to turn 1, and a great start around the outside for Scott Presti as well. He nearly gets to 2nd. He'll have to survive to 4th, and we got problems further back. Oh, that might have been Frank Runco or Michel Legrand. I'm not sure, but issues further back down the order as this is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Big lead for Pizzogna. Then it is Daniel Debos. Then the DRT entry of Jose Montalto. And then Scott Presti on that Ralph Schumacher kart who could not seem to catch a break in St. Pete.
At all.
Here he is looking for 3rd. Much better start for the RS kart.
Yeah, no kidding. What a great start for him. I wonder if Antonio decided to go ahead and check out just after the first lap there.
Yeah, nice and easy. Make it easy for us to figure out who's the leader and who's going to win this one. Antonio Pizzogna Jr. is long gone as they go side by side further back there. We've got lots of shuffling. One of the TV karts getting ruffled up a little bit on the outside lane. That might have been Renee Martinelli. Oh, one got spun on the front straightaway in front of the field. That is the 501. That is Martinelli.
Yeah,
that
Rene.
was Martinelli there. Rene Martinelli gets spun backwards. That car comes to a stop again. These are direct drive go-karts, so they've got the engine will not keep running unless they have the clutch in when it stops rolling, and he obviously kind of let it stall out as soon as he rolled backwards. So now Rene Martinelli is, unfortunately, it looks like he's going to pull it to the inside. He's done. Lap 1. Barely made it across the loop for the TB kart driver.
Wow.
Really weird incident there to see where he got spun. We were obviously looking head on, so don't know if he got tagged, don't know if he dropped a tire coming onto the front stretch. I mean, it's not that fast of a final corner where they're hanging the rear tire off the exit. You know, I mean, that was just a weird deal. But Daniel Debos there in second, and here's Antonio Pizzonia Jr. down at turn number 1. 2 laps completed. 9 laps to go. Big time lead. It's nearly 2 seconds here in ROK Shifter Master as they head on through. Let's go side by side as we wrapped up that mini ROK Heat race. What a great battle it was. Oh, we'll go down in just a moment here. Sorry. It is Daniel Debo still in second. Third on the racetrack, we find the RS kart of Scott Presti, who's applying some pressure. Presti looks a little bit quicker than Daniel Debo, so maybe it was qualifying, maybe it was whatever, but here we are. We are lined up, so let's go down. Trackside, the mini rockers finally to the scale line. Alexander Searle, Emery Lytle, let's send it down to you boys.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Blake Nash, starting third here in ROK Sr. Blake, you've shown a lot of pace all year long so far. Just tends to maybe just fall back a little bit in the races. I mean, what is your game plan for this race? What mindset changes have you made throughout the year to this point?
Yeah, I think for sure, like you said, we've had a lot of pace. We showed in practice and qualifying. We just aren't very aggressive in the race. I think that's what causes us to fall back. So, yeah, just working on the racecraft and making the right decisions, and hopefully we can show that this weekend.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, you've shown a really good pace all weekend. I mean, tell me, how good has this Nash Motorsports go-kart been so far for you?
It's been on rails. I think it had a little bit more pace in it in qualifying. I kind of made a mistake on some of my fast laps. I think the PSL guys maybe have a little bit lower gear than us, which tends to suit well for qualifying. But I think our gear will be good to race with. It seems like I catch them a little bit through the infield. So.
Awesome. Yeah, Blake Nash, everybody, starting P3 here in ROK Sr for the first heat. Look for him to make some moves and go for the win here. Back to you, boys.
Well, a pole award back in St. Petersburg and a third-place qualifying effort. Not bad for Blake Nash to move forward, and I'm sure Alex and Emery will grab us a bunch more of the Pro ROK Seniors coming through. But, you know, that class, of course, top of the echelon in the pyramid alongside the ROK Shifters in the pyramid. You've got to be on your game. Speed just buys you a ticket to the dance. It does not guarantee anything. You've got to be able to fight early on and be ready here. Let's go side by side again here and send it on down to the next one as we stay green and continue to look for battles around the racetrack. Here's a look of Alex Mueller working on Corey Matthews. That's for fifth, while Antonio Pizzonia Jr. continues to show the way. More ROK Seniors join us down on the grid. Alex?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Marin Kremers. Marin, I mean, you had a good qualifying in ROK Shifter, but ROK Senior, you know, your teammates won too. I think you're P12. I mean, just what are you lacking right now in the ROK Senior class?
I'm not too sure. I was close to them in warm-up, and then we bolted on the race tires for qualifying, and I had a completely different go-kart, which is unfortunate. We know what to change though, so hopefully these changes work out for me. But yeah, happy my teammates showed how good the go-kart can be, being 1 and 2. So it's up to me now to get up there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, one more question. Obviously, we've seen a few of the heat races, you know, in turn 1, a bit of an incident. You're starting outside of row 6. I mean, what's your game plan for the start?
I haven't had a chance to look at any of the races yet because I'm my own mechanic for the senior class. So I'm busy out there, and then yeah, I don't really have a game plan. I'm just going to go into it, hopefully make some moves early on because I think it will be a hard place to overtake. So yeah, hopefully I'll go through the chaos in turn 1 and turn 2 really well, and then we'll see from there.
Awesome. Yeah, Marin Kremers, guys, starting P12 here in ROK Senior. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex. Here again, Marin Kremers. Like he said, he's not only double duty Ron John, he's his own mechanic. In ROK Senior, we got problems over in turn 13. Two drivers together. That is Hugh Templeman in the Magic Kart and the 538 PSO karting Beryl Art collected with him, Francesco Vassallo. And they both have come to a halt here in turn 13, and they'll try and refire by themselves. They again, it's almost like a bobsled start here, Ron John, where they got to push the cart and then hop right in.
Yeah, and it doesn't always start, that's for sure. Hugh's going to give it a shot. It looks like the other driver was able to get away.
Let's see, Hugh Templeman, one of the elder statesmen in the Master ROK Shifter class. I think he's going to give it up at that point here. Probably beat already. This track is so physical, so tiring. You see how slow he's getting out of the go-kart.
Right.
That's not from any injury. That's just, again, how much these guys are wore out, and already he's a lap down, so he'll just pull off to the side as we go 7 laps complete. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. noticing that nose cone starting to flap here. The hardware on the top starting to lose a little bit of friction and pressure. So hopefully the bottom clamp stays on, because again, you can run with it broken, you can't run with it off.
Right.
So as long as it stays connected, but definitely the bumps here starting to work some of those nuts and bolts loose on that Orsilon Racing BRL for Antonio Pizzonia Jr.
Man, I tell you, he got such a tremendous jump on the start over Debos.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal.
He just checked out on him.
So Debos 3.5 seconds back from your race leader. He's got a 2-second margin of his own. It's all pretty spaced out. So again, there goes Pizzonia Jr. coming out of the final turn. Let's find Daniel Debos just a little bit further back from him. So here we go with the race leader across the line of the Orsilon Racing BRL. You go back, there's Debos. He'll get over to turn number 1 in that International Motorsport entry. Then you go back to Scott Presti and the DRT entry of Jose Montalto. So Montalto lost that 3rd spot early on. Presti got around him, and Presti's kind of held station there in 3rd. Just a couple car lengths up the road, doing what he has to keep him away, but also not really making much headway on Daniel Debos. Daniel Debos, at the moment, has been best of the rest here. He's 3/10 off of Pizzonia, 6/10 up on Scott Presti. Pretty heavy spread.
Yeah. He's been very, very, very fast. And again, it couldn't have been more excited for him to end up taking the win back in St. Pete.
Yeah, what a weekend it was for Daniel Debos there.
He was so excited after that win.
Let's see if we can find him once again here as we go across the line. There we go, 2 to go. There's your leader. Debos trails behind him here. But yeah, Daniel Debos, nearly a year off, right? It had been so long since we saw the International Motorsport OTK driver return. It wasn't even running normally with International Motorsport. That was a new home for him for the weekend. He had been a longtime driver for JC Karting, as we see this pass coming. Alex Mueller going by easily there for the 5th spot, so he'll take that away from Corey Matthews. But back to Daniel Debos in 2nd. You know, return to the seat, trying to get back into fitness. He was on track last weekend in Homestead as well to continue working on getting himself to that high level again to get wheel one of these 6-speed gearbox machines. Takes such a toll on your body, and especially for so many drivers here like Daniel Debos and most in the ROK Shifter Master class to go back to work on the next day.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's a big ask. Normally, even the kids, they can kind of maybe, especially if they're off school or they're homeschool, lay in bed on Monday morning, and you're talking half the years and wear and tear on the body that these 32 and over drivers have to deal with. So impressive that he was able to do that. Run last week, get refreshed, run here this week. He's running 2nd to an ex-Formula 1 driver in Antonio Pizzonia, who has put a whomping on them so far as he's already into the final lap. You can see Debos cruising a little bit here. He's got a big margin he can give up on. Last time he gave up over a second, starting to slow back down, and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. doing the same thing as we'll go up the road to find the Orsilon Racing BRL driver. Antonio Pizzonia on this final circuit is long gone, and he's cruising as well, taking it nice and slow on the PSL or Orsilon Racing BRL. 3 hairpins to go. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Nice run all the way through out of the final turn. He'll bring him out of 14 through the dog leg at turn 15, and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. wins Heat 1 at ROK Shifter Master.
Yeah, Daniel may have spoken that right into fruition when it's going to be Antonio's weekend.
Yeah, right.
Obviously with him.
Just
kind of like a home track, huh?
Yeah, a little bit like that for Pizzonia. And I mean, the guy's in shape, right? He still is training, I think, a lot more, and being able to be in the seat a lot more than some of the other drivers, coaching his son Antonio Pizzonia Nito, and all that physical fitness that factors in tremendously. So for ROK Shifter Master, we're all wrapped and done here. We'll let them clear the racetrack, and ROK Pro Senior to go our way here. Mateus Morgado and Diego Ramos. Wow. For the first time this season, we've seen a team lock out the front row. It's PSL Karting BRL Arts coming your way to lead your field of the green or Pro ROK Senior when we're back. It's time to bring the action here. ROK Sr onto the racetrack. Mateus Morgado trying to build on that championship points margin that he led off with in St. Petersburg. The PSL Karting Bureau Lard and reigning 2020 world champion will line up to the inside of his good buddy here in Diego Ramos. Blake Nash, we talked to him here before this one got underway, said he just needs to turn up the aggression level. The speed's been there, the car's been good, said he felt that Nash Motorsports EOS kart was on rails. He'll line up third against Santiago Fernandez, who will, for the second week in a row, qualify inside the top 5 in a Pro 125 senior class on one of the smaller operations, that AJF Racing Cosmic. That is a small 1 to 2 car team out of southern Florida, and a very impressive run for Santiago Fernandez to put it up there inside the top 5. So awesome stuff for Santi here in this 11-lap pre-final. Connor Zilisch in his second weekend back with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic team, third weekend as a whole with the outfit, second weekend of the year, and he's been busy. Late models, the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series at Daytona not long ago.
That was so much fun.
And in every race he's done this year, it seems, he's just come up one spot shy.
Yes.
Second at the MX-5 Cup race, second in St. Petersburg.
Yep.
Rolls off fifth here for this one. A little work to do to get up to even second, but he's looking for a little more on that REM Cosmic and Allison Racing Engines power plant. Then Jorge Ortiz in the Speed Concepts Racing, Red Speed, and Speed Lab Engines will line up to the outside of row 3. How about Elio Meza in his ROK Pro Senior debut, qualifying 7th, alongside another driver making a return here to the Florida Winter Tour, Aaron Benoit on the U-Race Tony Kart. Haven't seen him on the national scene since March of 2022, nearly a year removed, dating back to the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Orlando Kart Center. We know that he'll be back there for a home racetrack event, but as he starts to warm back up here this week, he lines up on the outside in 8th. Then you got the Orslin Racing 327 further back, and the rest of the Pro ROK Senior field will come into the tram lines. It's an all-Red Army front row. Morgado, is he going to be nice to Ramos? Is he going to get on the power early? Ramos keeping his eye on him. And here we go. Great start for the top 2. Ramos will keep it even. He should have room to get down, and he does. And he's going to get a crossover. Hello, Diego Ramos. What a move on Mateus Morgado. Wow. Diego Ramos to the lead.
You know he'd been thinking about that all day.
Oh, man, what a move. And Elio Meza, meanwhile, swallowed up by the midfield. He's going to lose a couple spots. Kremers did as well, and they both lose some time as Ortiz got around Zilisch and Blake Nash there in 3rd. Fernandez falls back to the 6th spot here on the opening circuit, but what a start here for Pro ROK Senior. Blake Nash all over Mateus Morgado, and like you said, Diego Ramos, you could not have done that better.
No doubt. It's almost like I said, it's like he had been planning that all along. If I could just do this, I should be okay, but what a great move. Thankfully, he didn't end up getting spun around right there and end up, sideways in front of everybody. But
well, he's got company coming to
the
doorstep.
Company now, yeah.
Here comes Morgado, his teammate back to the bumper. These two, they've been told to work together because in Homestead in January, they were probably on the cusp of a win and started to battle for the lead and allowed more drivers to get involved. And it's still the opening heat race, but nonetheless, bragging rights are always on the line. And so as Ramos leads them through turn 5, it's Ramos over Morgado. Blake Nash and Jorge Ortiz is closing in. The rookie standout who really put his name on the map in St. Petersburg. He's also having a solid run here in Loxahatchee as he tries to make a championship bid.
Not bad. Right now sitting in that 4th position. A good run for Jorge.
Look at Morgado looking low for the lead. Mateus Morgado gets through, and Blake Nash is going to get his way through too. There's turning up the aggression for the California kid. As we got one in the wall, that's the 386 Tony Kart of Chloe Drummond in the Verde Speed Resources, sorry, the Team VSR entry. So 2 laps completed now, 9 laps to go. Morgado the leader, Nash 2nd, Ramos back to 3rd, Ortiz in 4th, and Connor Zilisch right there in 5th as Santiago Fernandez has lost a little bit of touch to the top 5. They're all single file headed into the PK teardrop. And we'll see what, again, differences in lines. You can see right there, Zilisch hugged the bottom.
Yes, he did.
Ran over the bumps, whereas Ortiz went a little bit wider, got a better exit. Zilisch gained on him in the center of the corner, then lost coming out. So they're all still learning where they can find more speed. This is the first time everyone's lined up and marching at full song on equal tires and everything around each other. So there's a lot to be learned from this one. Look at the battle forming back for 6th here. Fernandez under heavy fire. Here comes Aaron Benoit. Crossover move, nicely done. He's going to get by, and he's got more company waiting on him as well as the leaders go through turn number 1. Santiago Fernandez loses that 6th spot. It goes to Benoit on the U-Race Tony Kart. Meza is there. One more, I believe that's one of the Prime Power team entries inside the top 10. Good start for him is, a little more. As Santiago Fernandez is just trying to hang on for dear life. They're all over him here going down into the teardrop.
I tell you what, whatever he has, they want it badly because they are absolutely all over his back end as he heads towards turn number 6.
Yeah, they're
through
trying.
7 and 8.
Here we go. Look at Elio Meza. They're going to all bottleneck up over the curb, and Cameron Weinberg's in that fight. Justin White is there. Kremers is there. He'll try the outside. And now Fernandez gets shuffled to the wayside again here with Moore on top of him. So they're all going to stay in line. Kremers went wide, opened the door. Jacob Kolar, the rookie, took advantage. But big lead there out of the group for Aaron Benoit, and that's how they're going to separate as Meza gets through, following some of the veteran senior drivers here this weekend. But 4 complete here this time for Pro ROK Sr. here in heat number 1. And out front again, it is still going to be Mateus Morgado who leads to the PK teardrop. We'll pick the leaders back up while this midfield fight rages on because it started to stretch out for the lead. Morgado over Blake Nash, who's worked his way around Diego Ramos for the 2nd spot. So Blake Nash moving up the order. Good stuff for Blake. And he'll start to try and march towards, again, Mateus Morgado. We followed him by on Ramos for that pass a couple moments ago in turn 13, and Mateus Morgado has pulled the parachutes off and just started to set sail. Big time lead for the 362, probably about 7 car lengths headed through turn 1. Ortiz is also faded backwards as Connor Zillich runs with him there for 4th and 5th. Trying to identify who is the unknown driver I didn't pick up on just a moment ago. They're running inside the top 10, and I believe that's going to be potentially, might have been maybe Nolan Bauer in the Prime Power Team 388 car running up the road from Elio Meza. I believe that's Nolan Bauer, indeed, the Canadian. So Nolan Bauer inside the top 10. Meza right there on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. They're trailing Aaron Benoit, who got through into the 6th position, so that is 7th and 8th. Here's a look further back up. Problems on the racetrack here. Fernandez and Cameron Weinberg get together at turn number 14. Wow. Santiago Fernandez was trying to hang on. I think is that Fernandez? It's a 327.
393.
No, that's not Fernandez. That's the
327.
That's the 327. I'm mistaken. That's Jose Hernandez. Okay. Jose Hernandez in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart collected with Cameron Weinberg. They were in that midfield battle that was kind of raging on for a while behind Elio Meza and Nolan Bauer. Again, you're watching 7th and 8th on your screen. Justin White runs in 9th. 10th is Santiago Fernandez. Let's go back and find Fernandez. He's just a little further back from this group. It's a heated battle. There's Justin White in 9th. Here's Fernandez in 10th. So they'll come through. Fernandez has got factory Lenzo Kart driver Karol Paszewicz on him. Then Jacob Kolar, then Warren Kremers. And then I believe it might be Camilo Trappa as here comes Paszewicz on the inside. Kolar going to go. Kremers going to follow as well. He'll get down low. And Fernandez holds on. Look at that move from Warren Kremers as Kolar moves Paszewicz up the racetrack. Kremers gets 2 in 2 corners, nearly gets 3. He's working on Kolar down the front stretch. And he'll get by. Can he hold it low? He does. There is experience kind of playing out how to outrace his way forward for Warren Kremers.
Wow. Kolar, though, was giving him everything he wanted.
Yeah, he's
able to sneak up and get around him. I believe I saw Connor make a move as well. I believe he's moved up into the 4th position now.
Indeed, good catch there. Let's go find him. They're headed over to the final few hairpins. Connor Zillich has gone around Jorge Ortiz in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. So Zillich up into the spot closer to the top 3. He gets by for 4th, but he is losing time majorly here to the race leader, Mateus Morgado. Morgado is long gone on that AM Engines PSO karting Beryl Art. Big time gap here in Pro ROK Sr. Then there's Benoit. Then you find Nolan Bauer, Meza, Justin White, and then Jacob Kolar has gone back around Maureen Kremers. But Connor Zillich looking for a little more here this week as Blake Nash is starting to slip backwards. Diego Ramos is shortening the gap, shortening that distance to that Nash Motorsports EOS kart. We could see a fight for 2nd in the final few laps. We've got 3 to go right now, and Blake Nash has company. Here comes Diego Ramos, your second place qualifier. Hasn't been able to do much since he got passed for the lead and went way wide and right there, turn 13. Now he's got one final surge to get himself forward and at least even out on points and still give him a shot at the pole for the main. Because Mateus Morgado, he's not getting reeled in.
No, he's not at all. I thought perhaps earlier that Blake did have a little bit more speed and was able to perhaps get up there to the back of Morgado, but I don't know, maybe he just felt like he was coming and he said, I'm out of here.
Yeah, just not enough really for
Not
Blake
enough.
Nash. So he's just got to kind of keep the gap where it is here. He gets any bit tighter. Diego Ramos, a lot of experience for Diego, 21 years old, been running Pro ROK Senior and the 125 senior classes stateside for 6 seasons now. He's a veteran in the division. He's run Brazilian stock cars with help from Shell and Pennzoil, and relocated here to the States a couple of years ago to live in Orlando, Florida. The Brazilian-American tried to close the gap here, losing a little bit now, but after finding a home with PSL Karting on a tryout weekend at Wisconsin for the U.S. Pro Kart Series in last summer. He started this year, of course, with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic Group, and then found a home with PSL, and then gets joined by probably his best friend here at the racetrack, Mateus Morgado, fellow Brazilian-American. And at a match here, a good 1-2 punch for those guys in the 125 senior classes, and then getting Warrior Kremers here and there. But a final lap, though, I don't think he's got enough, Ron John.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, so Diego Ramos just not going to get there.
No.
It's all been about his teammate, Mateus Morgado, in the 362 as he heads for the final few corners. This is the battle further back, but out of the final couple turns, Mateus Morgado will work his way to the final hairpin. And here comes Mateus Morgado out of turn 14, out of turn 15, coming onto the front straightaway. Mateus Morgado will win heat number 1 in Pro ROK Senior.
You know, that kind of reminds me of the way he won the whole thing last year. Or, you know, he just kind of got away from everybody and just got out there in front, and he was absolutely gone. So a great run there.
Yeah, I mean, that was like that's true. That was a very reminiscent of 2022 Florida Winter Tour champion run.
Yes.
For Mateus Morgado. Those kinds of results, again, that's what builds you championship. Consistent dominance, consistent wins, and he stays on top. Morgado, your Heat 1 winner over Blake Nash. Diego Ramos ends in 3rd. Connor Zilish 4th. Jorge Ortiz rounds out the top 5. We'll take a commercial break while they work their way through the scale line. When we come back, we will head on to the next final 5 classes on the day, as well as post-race interviews here from ROK Senior. Stick with us, Kart Chaser's coverage of the Florida Winter Tour. We'll be right back.
Set me free.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, welcome back. We are here at PK Entertainment Race Park, right here in the beautiful state of Florida. It is the second leg of the Florida Winter Tour. 25 years they've been running this tour, so you know it's got a lot of great history. And got some kids, and folks will be making history when we wrap things up in Orlando next month. This being our middle leg, so to speak. It's so important that you get out here and try and gain as many points as you possibly can.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously this is a class. The last race out at St. Pete, we saw a lot of interesting battles going on. Andre Nicastro really dominated throughout the weekend, but this weekend he's kind of starting a little bit back on the back foot, starting out at the edge of the top 5. A lot of really good drivers kind of making up this field. You've got guys like Mike Rawlison, obviously the headman of RPG, coming in for a race. You've got
he had a good weekend last weekend as well.
For sure, yeah, definitely. In the KA Masters over at Scusa had a really good run there. Renato Jader David there, William Isaias, all of them have run up at the front in Masters competition the last year, through the last couple of years.
Renato is an international champion as well. I don't know how many awards I've given him, but I feel like I've given him a ton. Seems like every time I'd meet him was on the top step, because he was normally out there right in front, and he is somebody you have to keep an eye on. He's one of those guys that if he gets out in front, he's gone.
Yeah, and that's really one of the biggest benefits you see from some of these master drivers. It's just their comfortability leading up at the front of the race. I mean, Jared David has more success than a lot of people can even dream of in a kart. So he knows what he's doing. William Isaias, aboard the International Motorsports Machine, he's been really good. Obviously, Mike Rawlison, we talked last week, really successful karting career in his own right. Now, again, obviously, this is one of the few times of the year he gets to get behind the wheel. We've seen him up at the front of the master racing. A lot of good drivers here. And guys, like, when they get out front, they can lead laps, they can be consistent, and they can control a race. So again, set on the formation office. 11 laps here in total, like most of the heats outside of micro and mini.
Right.
A lot of running here. It's about a 10-minute race, so we get set to go. Green flags up in the air, and we see now the inside lane gets a good start there into the lead. William Isaias, Mike Rawlison follows him through for a second. Now Rawlison into turn 2. We got one in the barrier. That's like going to the Orson cars. Maybe Pablo Cevallos back in the back half of the top 10 there. He's out, but in the meantime, Mike Rawlison got the lead in turn 2. He now leads ahead of Isaias, ahead of Renato Javid, as they now head towards
what a great jump for Mike, huh?
Yeah, Rawlison there, a really good start.
He really got a great start.
From 3rd to 2nd in turn 1, then from 2nd to 1st in the 2nd quarter. He now leads. We'll see what he can do, stretching out the lead as they now come through back S this year. A lot of quick corners here at the PK Sports Complex. A lot of very quick flowing track, to be honest. I think that's going to promote a lot of entertaining racing. As we see Jader down to the inside, into the back hairpin. Good run there as we got one turn around. That looks to be the, not sure exactly what the number is.
That was hard to tell the number.
Yeah, but Mike Rawlison in the meantime will lead lap number 1 here of heat number 1 here for the ROK Master category. So a good start to day for Rawlison. It's a lot like what we saw up at Homestead and Scusa. Very fast in qualifying, but once we get to the heat races, he was able to kind of separate himself there.
I didn't realize that was Andre Nicastro that made it up into that 2nd position, so he picked up 3 spots.
Yeah, and I was like, we've got an interview with Alex Cyril down with one of the top finishers here in the ROK Senior category. Take it away, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Denver. I'm here at Connor's Village. Connor, P4 and Heat 1 for ROK Senior. I mean, tell me, do you have anything for the PSL guys right now?
As of right now, we've got some work to do, but we're moving in the right direction and getting closer. Obviously, there's been some tire issues and people complaining about tires, so that threw a curveball into it. We were really quick yesterday, and this morning we just didn't have the same speed that we had yesterday. So we're just going to work to try and get that back, make a few changes, and hopefully find some more speed that we've been lacking today.
Yeah, I mean, one more question. Obviously, just walk me through the heat race. I mean, you started P5, found your way in P4 towards the end. I mean, how did the race go for you as a whole?
Yeah, this track's really difficult to pass on. It's tight and corners are really close to each other, so there's not exactly a great passing zone. So I kind of just got stuck behind Jorge there for a little bit. He was better in different parts of the track than me, which made it difficult. So I ended up getting by him. He made a mistake, and I was able to get it to his inside down in the hairpin, the last sector, and got up to 4th. But after that, I kind of just saved for the rest of the race, knowing that I wasn't going to be able to catch the guys in front of me.
Awesome. Yeah, Connor Zilish, everybody. P4 and Heat 1 for ROK Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Again, so Connor Zilish, we saw the end of the heat race. He looked like he was quicker than Ortiz. Certainly had a lot of pace aboard that REM machine. And speaking of having a lot of pace aboard the REM machine, Andre Castro, like you mentioned, that second lap was able to get himself up into second position. He's currently running a pace a little bit slower than what Mike Rolliston's going, but sure, a lot of pace aboard that REM car like we saw in St. Pete. But in the meantime, let's send it out to Alex. He's got another one of your senior drivers who is also really quick down in St. Pete. Alex?
Thanks, Emery. I'm here with Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, P5 there in Heat 1. Walk me through your race.
Oh, it was pretty good. I was hoping for top 3, but yeah, we started P6. Connor didn't have the greatest start, and he left the inside a bit open in the first corner, so I went down there, tried to follow Diego and Nash, but my car couldn't really turn through some of the corners, so I just had to put my best race and try my best.
Yeah, I mean, you said your kart couldn't turn throughout that heat race. I mean, what do you think you can improve to make your kart better for this weekend?
Maybe give it a little bit more front, because it's pushing a lot through some corners and can't really turn that good. So let's see what happens.
Awesome, yeah. Jorge Ortiz, everybody. P5 there and Heat 1 for ROK Sr. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, as that was going on, couldn't help but notice that. Who was that out there? That was Renato Yater David.
Around, and now we've got another one around as well. That's the 604 Daniel Robertson, the Speed Concepts machine. He looks like he looped it around. But yeah, Jader David as well as Andre Castro getting together there in that back hairpin. So again, that is turn 12. Not ideal for either of those two. Those guys were running in second and third, and that's given Mike Rollison a 1.5 second advantage up at the front of the field. So again, like we saw last week, like we've seen a lot from Mike over the years, when he gets out front, he can just run consistent. Yep. These other guys behind him obviously have their all pace, but as we've seen, a lot of inconsistency there, a lot of crashing, and now he can set sail at the front of the field. William Isaias has retaken the second position. Again, started on pole in this one. Martin Stone, another one of the REM drivers, he's in third position. Again, so these guys you see now on the street coming through, they've got a lot of pace in their cars. Rawlson's not really running a pace that's much quicker than the rest of the field, but just because of the incidents and the consistency that he's been able to find, he's got himself a gap at the front that's going to be hard to overcome.
Looking down the list here, some of the other drivers working their way up the list. At Scott Carapolati, the 602 is now up 7 positions. Good run there for Scott. Martin Stone right there in that third position, up 4 spots now. Takahiro Nakamori, the Japanese driver, now in that 4th position, up a couple of spots. Meanwhile, laps are winding down. We're working it down to 11 laps here. 11 laps here for the first heat race of our Masters drivers. Been a completely different day from what we started off as. It was hot. It was muggy. All of a sudden, the clouds came. Got a little breeze. No more sun. I think this is the kind of weather that drivers love. Right?
Yeah, and I think it still is pretty muggy out there. Yeah. You can feel the humidity. At one point we thought it might rain, but certainly, I mean, it's a challenge when you have to go from one kind of condition to another. Right. And obviously we've talked with a lot of the drivers about the physical conditions and the physical issues come along with the amount of bumps on this track, but certainly, I mean, with how humid it is, certainly in the beginning of the day with how hot it was, that is a lot as a driver. Now we see a battle for 4th position. That is Takahiro Nakamori going back by Andre Nicastro. You can see in the background as well. Again, these guys are racing pretty hard because while it might not set the grid for the rest of the heat races, it is still points being tallied up to start for where you will end up in your pre-final. So this is a big deal to these guys to get as many points as possible. Yeah, obviously Nakamori aboard the Super 2 machine, he's not really one that's going to be battling, but the two behind him, both the REM machines of Martin Stone as well as Andre Castro, they're guys that actually have team affiliation together. So we'll see if they work together or not. Stone there leading the group. I mistook him. He's in 4th position now, and the Castro's in 5th. So those two, we'll have to see if they can work together. But obviously Nakamori had been getting chased down by Nicastro over the last few laps. He saw it. He was like, it's time to go. Right. Gets himself on the 3rd. We'll see if that works out for him.
Got a really nice layout here. This track is going to be a really great facility as it kind of grows in, if you will. People learn more about it. Different layouts will make for some very interesting racing. I know they had a completely different layout a couple of weeks ago when they first had the Rotax group here. But looking at this seems like this has been a good layout for the drivers. Of course, I've heard a lot about the bumps and such, but you know, physicality is definitely a part of this sport, especially when it comes to getting these karts to get into the right positions as you go through these corners.
Yeah, no, definitely.
A lot of work.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think there's going to be a lot of development that comes along with this facility. We've already seen a lot of improvements since the last time we were here a couple of weeks ago at Rotax. And there's also a lot of track development you'll see kind of refining what makes the layout better, whether it be the forward layout or the reverse layout, figuring out kind of some passing opportunities there. I think there's a lot to be done there. But in the meantime, while we've been talking about kind of the battle for 3rd through 5th, Mike Rawlson and William Isaias are now back together. Isaias has run down a 2.5 lead. As we get down to 2 laps to go, he's going to be right on Rawlson's bumper.
Yeah, it was 3/10 that last time by. Still remains right at, well, actually it's .267. Okay, so he did pick up a few ticks there, but not very much. But he is, as you had mentioned, he's right there to the back end of the lead driver. That's William Isaias.
Yeah, already seeing, I mean, Isaias there made a mistake coming out into the dog leg. I think that was turn 5 would be the correct number on that, but certainly Isaias had been chasing him down relentlessly. He's back on within a kart length or so. He's been quicker. He obviously won the pole position, so it's not like this is some major surprise, but he's right on Rawlson's bumper as they come now towards the back half of the track into the second last hairpin. Makes a move. Oh, they make contact at the center of the corner. Rawlson really pinched him down. He's got the inside line now coming to the last hairpin. Rawlson keeps the position heading down to the white flag, going to go defensive into the last corner. And we see now William Isaias trying as they hit the checker flag. And Mike Rawlson survives over William Isaias. So that was a close battle. Rawlson did not give him a lot of room down at the second to last hairpin. I got to say, if that was a main event, might have gone a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think so.
Isaias chose to back out, chose to maybe save the chassis a little bit there.
That was a smart move on his part. You know, you don't run the whole entire Florida Winter Tour by, you know, one lap or one incident, or in this case, one corner. Right?
For sure. And Rawlson
smart enough to back off and actually ended up in that second position. So good run for the International Motorsports driver, William Isaias. But what a run for the RPG driver of Mike Rawlson. I know he had a great weekend last weekend, so picking up again this weekend, he's off to a great start.
Yeah, Mike Rawlson, again, a really good performance. William Isaias ran him down, but could not make the move, could not make it stick. And he was able to come away with second, but not quite what he wanted after winning the pole.
Right.
Takahiro Nakamori finishes in 3rd position. A pretty solid run for him, avoided the pressure of Andre De Castro. Martin Stone kind of fills that gap in 4th, De Castro in 5th. Running on the rest of the top 10, you've got Alex Mueller in 6th position, David White 7th, Daniel Robertson spun around, got back going, ended up in 8th, Scott Carefaletti in 9th, and Cillian Colombi in 10th position aboard the Premier Kart machine. Looking down the rest of the grid, obviously a couple guys that got into accidents. You got David Laponte in the last lap, looks like he had an incident there, as well as Renier David. We saw that contact with the Castro, so it's going to be interesting to see what happened between the two of those guys, but certainly a lot of good racing going on here in the Master ROK category. We're going to take a break here, but when we come back, we've got the next category on the track. It's going to be an exciting race here, so stick with us here on Kart Chaser. back here for the ROK Micro category. Again, this has been one of the more exciting categories over the course of the season so far. In St. Pete, we saw some really good battling among the top 5. This time, a lot of good faces up at the front of the field. Mateus Ramalho won pole position among them aboard the U-Race category. We saw quite a bit of pace for him down in St. Petersburg, but this time looks like he took the next step. Again, a lot of fast Orsolon guys. We saw Antonio Pizzonia Neto in the mini ROK category run all the way up at the front, so that's indicative of talent he has. You got guys like Josh Bergman starting in 5th aboard the PK Sports Machine. Home track effort for him. Jean-Paul Vandeman's going to have a little bit of work to do aboard the 27 machine for Orsolon. But really, I mean, this has been a stacked microfield so far this season. We'll have to see what they can do here in this heat race.
Yeah, they're going to go 8 laps here. Heat race number 1 for our micros. Mateus Ramalho on the pole, the U-Race driver, along with Maxwell Macha. Maxwell had a great weekend last weekend, so he's coming off of a good result.
Antonio Pizzonia Neto again running both classes. He starts in 3rd position. Juan Diego Garcia Davia in 4th. Josh Bergman in 5th. Colton Scheinberg, another one who had a really nice weekend last weekend.
Had a good weekend.
He starts 6th. Massimo Russo in 7th position. Hudson Jack Eurlin in 8th. And then the 5th row, you got Gavin Decay in 9th. And Jean-Paulo Bandeman, probably as far back as we've seen him on raw pace this year. He starts all the way back in 10th. We'll see what he can do. Another couple guys that are notable, obviously Nico Orbezo had a ton of pace down at St. V. He starts right outside that top 10. Other guys on the list, obviously, Dominic Musculin has shown some pace. I mean, there's a lot of guys here, but at the front, it's Ramalho and Macha, 2 of the guys that have been in the top 5 throughout the micro season so far in 2023. They'll get you started here in the micro ROK category.
Got to go almost 30 deep here for our micros. Boy, did he ever get a huge jump.
Yeah, that's good.
Mateus was absolutely on point right there. He said, I am going to start and be out in front by the time I get through turn number 1, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and Antonio Pizzonia was able to get himself up into 2nd position, so good start there. As we got 2 in the background going into each other, 3 wide coming down into turn 5. I think that might have been Josh Bergman back there getting kind of mixed up in the LN part, but certainly not a great start for him. As we say, a lot of mix up through. There's that tight sweeper there. A lot of different lines being taken this weekend, and just chaos through the middle of the field.
It's truly a chaotic corner, actually. Yeah, not a whole lot has really gone on there, but as far as being able to take different lines through that particular turn.
Yeah, certainly. As you see more mixing up going down the field, I think that was Orbezo making a move for about 9th position there. Good start for him. He's already picked up 3 places. We now come down to the lap 1. Again, Matt, that is the number 16, Mateus Ramalho, leading from Antonio Pizzonia. Josh Bergman's in 3rd. I mixed up the numbers there. He is ahead of Colin Steinberg in 4th. We see battling up at the front of the field. Pizzonia trying, could not make a move into turn number 2. He's right on the bumper of Ramalho, though. And you see now coming up towards the turn 6 sweeper we were mentioning. We'll see what kind of lines these guys take. If Pizzonia makes a move here, he's going to go for it down the inside into the sweeper. Pinches the cart a little bit, but gets the job done. Move Antonio Pizzonia back to the front here in Micro ROK.
A good move right there by Antonio. Perfect pass there coming through turn number 6. Able to maintain that lead.
And there's Bergman right there on the seat as well. That battle kind of allowed him to get back up towards the front too. You see now down the rest of the grid, your 2nd place starter is nowhere to be found. Maxwell Macha all the way down in 7th position.
He's lost 5 spots.
Outside of Diego Ramos, no one's really been able to make the outside work on the start, but certainly a great start for Antonio Pizzonia. He leads lap number 2. He's now ahead of the 2nd and 3rd place again. Ramalho and Josh Bergman.
By the way, you happen to see that start
from Ramos?
From Ramos?
It was insane. He had to.
Nuts.
That had to have been premeditated.
I'm telling you, he was thinking about that all morning.
I'm going to tell you something, though. If I was Diego, I probably would have waited a little bit to do that, because now
he knows.
Now Morgado knows. We see Bergman to the lead, or in the 2nd, through the turn 6 sweeper. A good start for him. He's moved all the way up to 2nd from 5th on the grid. Again, so Josh Bergman, he's shown a lot of pace this year aboard the U-Race machine. Looks like he's got the pace to challenge Pizzonia up at the front of the field. Pizzonia running a consistent race up at the front. Again, started 3rd, got himself up. We now see battle for the 5th position. That is Gavin Decay. getting himself up into the top 5, I believe.
Purple for Gavin.
Excuse me, that might be Max Machak. I think that's Maxwell Macha leading himself up to 5th, so he's got another couple spots there. Nice start to his race. Yeah, Macha
now up to
fell back to 7th, got 2 spots in one move. Scheinberg down to 7th, so Colton Scheinberg, again, he's been in the top 10 throughout the year, but he's struggled a little bit for pace here at the start of this heat race. In the meantime, Pozonia continues to lead. Josh Bergman looking for an avenue by. He's going to go for it into the turn 6 sweeper. Josh Bergman, move him to the race lead. We'll see what Pozonia can do. Not quite able to cross him over. So Josh Bergman, for I believe the first time all season, gets the lead. But now Pozonia back down the inside. Antonio Pozonia did not want to stay in second. He moves himself up to the lead, and he's now brought a 4-cart train with him. And all the way down to Max Macha, not that far behind.
That was very interesting.
That little bit of squabbling there is now Ramallo back down for second. Mateus Ramallo, your bull sitter, gets himself back into second position now. That gives a bit of a gap for Antonio Pozonia. So Pozonia with the lead, and then 2nd through 5th as we got one around in the back of the part of the track. That's Scheinberg. Colin Scheinberg aboard the Energy Kart. Not a good start to this weekend. He'll have to finish way back here in the heat race. Not ideal for him. He was inside the top 10. Now gonna have a lot of work to do.
Looks like he's all the way down to 7th. Well, excuse me. Make it, yeah. It was like 17. It might be a little bit more than that now.
You can see now Josh Bergman has got himself back by Mateus Ramallo for that 2nd spot while we were looking at Scheinberg.
So make it to 32.
That's a big difference. 17th, huge. You're like, oh, not too far. I mean, Nico Orbezo, for example, has already moved up from 12th to 6th in only 4 laps, but
Lucas Ferrero, good run for him so far, up into 14th, up 8 spots.
Yeah, so far so good for him as you see a big line of go-karts. And meanwhile, though, down the inside for that 4th position, that is going to be Juan Diego Garache Davia getting the spot. So a good start for him. As I always see the big gaggle of go-karts all the way from about 6th down to probably 15th. They're all battling as you see the front 5 continuing to fight for the top 5 position. Pozonia's been kind of settled up at the lead, only lost it for about 1 or 2 corners. He's been consistent here in the micro category. But yeah, that group of go-karts from about 6th on back is just really filled. I mean, you got to go all the way back, really, all the way down to 16th. Nicholas Laroso is the last one in that group, so that's 10 karts. We see a move for the 4th position there. That would be Max Macha getting himself back up in there. So good move for him, but I mean, again, that big group of go-karts back there continuing to fight.
On the grass.
But Pozonia up at the front of the field continues to lead. He's been just controlling this race. A lot of pace there, but there you see that group of go-karts I was alluding to. A lot of fast karts back there. Guys like JP Vandeman, who got a poor qualifying, he's had to do some work. Another guy back there that has been notable this season. We got 2 around. One of them is Dominic Morsko, and I think the other one is going to be maybe Zane Burgess in the 58 machine, so not good for those 2 guys. It looks like they got crossed up back in the turn 12 complex. So now you see more chaos down the front straightaway. A lot of battling going on in that second group. Meanwhile, though, the first group, Pozonia continues to lead. 2 more laps remaining here in this one. And he's just been unchallenged. Josh Bergman briefly got up there, made a move in the sweeper, but he was able to cross him back over. And now into the turn 6 corner, you see him move for the 2nd position. That would be Juan Diego Garache Davia up there into 2nd aboard the Orson machine. Bergman going to fight him back. Cannot make it sick underneath into turn 7. So again, move Garache Davia into 2nd spot of Orson 1-2. As now they come through into the turn 12 corner, into turn 13. Pozonia continues to lead from Garache Davia. You've got Bergman overdrives the corner there. That's going to put him under fire. Maxwell Macha right there as well as in 4th position. And right behind them, you've got Mateus Ramallo, your pole sitter, onto the last lap. He's got to do a lot of work. But Pozonia goes defensive into turn 1. Garache Davia tried, could not make a stick.
How many defensive moves can you make
there?
That
was questionable, but that's actually opened the door for Garache Davia to get passed by Josh Bergman now in 2nd. And that gave Pozonia a little bit of space. We'll see what the officials say about that blocking maneuver. But man, that was...
I thought you were allowed to make one move.
That was a little bit sketchy. We'll see what they have to say on that one. It's now a little bit of contact there between Garache Davia as well as Macha. That's going to put Macha under fire from his fellow front rowman in Mateus Ramallo in the 5th position to move Ramallo up to 4th. So this last lap, a lot of defensive driving going on. It's actually opened the door for more overtakings out into the final couple corners here.
Looks like we're going to have a change for the 2nd place.
Garache Davia into 2nd over Josh Bergman. one car in the barrier on the outside of that corner, but that won't matter for your leaders. Antonio Pizzonia has had a really good run. He'll take the checkered flag. Bam! And behind him, Juan Diego Grache de Villa in second, Josh Bergman in third, Romalo in fourth, Maxwell Malcha in fifth, Nico Urbezo, a strong run from 12th to 6th. Jan Paul Boundeman as well in 7th, so those two made up a lot of ground after poor qualifying efforts. Hudson Jack Earlin in 8th, Santiago Diaz de la Vega in 9th, and Asher Fallon rounds out your top 10 here at Micro Rock. A chaotic race. Antonio Pizzonia, we'll see what they have to say about the defensive move, but certainly outside of that, controlled the race up at the front, gets himself into the race win, and really held off a group of 4 carts behind him that were just as fast. And
I guess that he and his father have probably been here at this track working hard, trying to make sure he knows the lines, exactly where to go, where to put the cart. But again, it's just flat. We fortunately enough to see it from a head-on view too. We saw him make the one move, but then he made another one. So
yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting discussion there. I mean, you've got Pizzonia, obviously micro, young kid. A lot that has to go into it, but at the same time, you just can't be making those multiple moves. I saw it as maybe a step overboard. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a warning. Maybe just like a, hey, don't do that again. Right. But regardless, you don't want to see guys making those multiple moves. So Antonio Pizzonia, regardless, impressive race.
Oh, very impressive.
Got to first on the start, got challenged by Josh Bergman briefly, but held on to him. Held on against Juan Diego Rache de Villa. That's the defensive driving we were talking about. Mateus Romalo and Maxwell Macha, your front row, round out your top 5. They had a lot of pace, but at the same time, gotta expect that they would be a little bit disappointed to finish in 4th and 5th. But still, I mean, that top 5 were all there together and also the pace run up at the front.
Really a good race for our micros. That'll wrap up 3rd day for racing today. We'll see them again tomorrow. For a couple of carts to get off the track here, and we'll go junior racing up next. We'll say 11 laps here.
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break here before we get into Junior Rock, but this is going to be an exciting one here as Ernesto Rivera will start on the pole alongside Sebastian Garzon. We already saw the horse line guys up on the micro. See what Garzon can do, and if anyone can challenge Ernesto Rivera. Coming up next, live on Fridays. Back here for the ROK Junior category. This has been a category so far this weekend dominated by Ernesto Rivera, and he will start on pole position alongside Orson Racing, Sebastian Garzon. Second row made up of Teddy Massell and Anthony Martella. Third row, Caleb Campbell and Joseph Vani. Fourth row, a couple guys that we would expect to be a little bit further up, it's Stephen Miller and Leonardo Escorpioni. And then the fifth row, Anthony Radicchiano and Nathan Dupias starting in the 10th position. Those guys will round out your top 10. Sarah Bradley a little bit further back aboard the Motorsport Carolyn team. Pierce Wade, Emma Scarborough, all those guys will round out your top 15. Major Mascaros, Chase Bugliasca, and Enzo Vidmontien rounds out row number 8. So as we get into this junior ROK category, Ernesto Rivera, 310s on the field in qualifying.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how he gets, if he gets out there on the start here. You know it. It's pretty much been the same way. He'll get out there and walk away.
Yeah, I talked to a couple guys after the VLR Junior category when he walked out the 5-second win, and kind of just wondered what is it that's allowing Ernesto to get that sort of pace, and they all seemed a little bit dumbfounded. It's been the same way since practice, really all weekend. And I mean, Ernesto in this class all season he's been really good. I mean, you saw him say he controlled the race there very well. Yes, we've seen on the Scusa side of things, he won both races last weekend in the X30 Junior platform. So Ernesto's already really comfortable with this engine package, and he seemingly has put down a number of super fast stops on this track. It's not just the singular fast stop, he's been really consistent. We'll see if anyone can challenge him here. I mean, Garzona, a little bit of a surprise to get onto the front row. Marcella has been fast, Martella has been fast. It's going to be exciting to watch.
All right, as they're getting ready to head into their tram lines, as you can see, waiting for them to step on it. I believe they've stepped on it, and we are under a green flag. Keep an eye on them as they go through turn number 1, heading for turn number 2 and 3.
It looks like Stephen Miller there. Good start already up to the 4th position. So nice start. He started all the way back in 7th. He's gotten by a number of guys, including Anthony Martella. Good start for him as we see battling going on all the way through into turn number 6. Here goes Martella back to the inside of Miller. Going to get the job done. So Miller, after making up 3 spots on the original start, falls down 1 there. But in the meantime, up at the front of the field, Ernesto Rivera continues to lead, and he's got his RPG teammate in Teddy Masella in 2nd position. Back in the 3rd has been the Sebastian Garzon in the Orson Racing machine. Anthony Martella going to try to get by him here coming into the hairpin. Not going to happen, but Garzon really mixing up the rest of the field as we see now. The 2 RPG guys up at the front, then Garzon, then Martella. Martella to the inside into turn 1, late move, gets it done, and there comes Stephen Miller for 3rd as well. So Stephen Miller was able to get by for that 3rd position. That was actually Caleb Campbell he got by. Martella was right behind Campbell. Those two have very similar liveries going on with their Speed Concepts racing machines. But Stephen Miller up to 3rd. Now they make contact though into turn number 6. Martella got onto the back bumper of Campbell there for the 4th position. Scorpioni is right behind them as well in 6th. In the meantime, Garzona has fallen all the way down to the tail half of the top 10. So your outside front row sitter, not a good way to start the race for him. He was in the 3rd spot at the end of lap number 1. Got shuffled way back. He's going to try to make a move there on one of the Burrell Art carts as well. He gets the job done there to get 1 spot back, but certainly not how he wanted to start his race, though.
No, not at all. And, you know, it's a quick 11 laps here, running 53-second laps. So it's not but just, 10, 11 minutes out on the track here for these 11 laps. But you just can't give a guy with the talent of Ernesto Rivera that kind of a lead right off the start. He gets out there and he just walks away. He continues to maintain such great pace.
Yeah, Rivera.
Right, and very consistent with that pace.
We got contact though for 3rd. Miller went a little bit wide in turn number 6, and he completely blew the corner there. Was able to get back under in time to keep the position, and that actually shuffled back Anthony Martella back a few spots. So these guys continue to fight it out. You see a lot of carts there down the inside. That looks like to be Joseph Lonnie into the 6th position. Also saw Sebastian Garzon trying to make a move back, and we got big contact in the back of the field. That's 2:11. Anthony Martella in the 4th position. It looks like one of the Burrell Art carts as well. Might have been Anthony Radiconi as well as Emma Scarborough. All 3 of them getting into it, into the back hairpin. not ideal for any of them. Yeah. And I mean, that's just what happens when you have 3 groups of go-karts all coming together. 2 by 2 by 2 just did not end well for any of them. That spread out this group. It gave Stephen Miller and Caleb Campbell a little bit of breathing room. But
it dropped Anthony Martella down 9 spots.
Yeah, Martella there.
He really got caught in a bad spot there.
It all started really because Stephen Miller kind of missed the corner back in the turn 6 in the turn 6 sweeper. That opened the door for a lot of guys to get underneath Martella's. Now we see his teammate Caleb Campbell to the inside for 3rd position. Gets the job done. Move Campbell up 1 more spot. He's got best of the rest behind the 2 RPG boys up at the front.
Yeah, that was a good move for him right there. Nice pass.
Yeah, it's worth noting Campbell now has about 4 seconds to make up on Ernesto Rivera. That's probably not going to happen. But it is worth watching the times up at the front. Rivera has stayed very consistent up. He's got about a 2nd lead over his teammate Teddy Masello, who stayed in breathing range. So good start to the race for him. But this group from 3rd on back has been the storyline. As now Caleb Campbell moves himself up to 3rd. You've got Sebastian Garzon trying down the inside for 5th. He gets the job done. That was over Joseph Lowney. Scorpione trying to the outside does not make it happen. Nathan Dupius going for 7th. He'll get by a Scorpione. They make it, big contact, almost flipped. Nathan Dupius did not quite do it. He's going to bend an axle. That is his race over aboard the Speed Concepts machine. But Leo Norino, a Scorpione, as well as Nathan Dupius make contact there. Looked like Dupius was going to get away with it, but the last second, big contact, almost flipped the go-kart, bends an axle.
Thank God he didn't. That was close.
Very close indeed. That was almost a big-time crash. Yeah. I mean, that barrier comes right at you there. So
there's not much room, not much runoff here on the track for sure.
That was
but to see him up in the air like that and able to come back down on all 4 was a beautiful sight.
Yeah, definitely. Now Leonardo Scorpione is now going to be under fire from a group of Paralympians there. He's got Sarah Bradley and Enzo Vimontian behind him. But looking back at the front group again, you've got Caleb Campbell in 3rd. Stephen Miller's fallen back a little bit. He's got Sebastian Garzon, your outside front row sitter, in 5th position, trying to give him a little bit of pressure. See now as they come into the 2nd to last hairpin. Miller's done a good job so far, just kind of getting what he can out of the go-kart. He's not had the raw pace he's had really at any of the other winter rounds this season. But just by being able to hang on, you can see him doing a little bit of adjustment to the radiator, pulling off some tape.
I've noticed that a few times that he's come back down the front stretch where he's pulled off a little bit of tape. Looking down the list here, Chase Bucaglia, a good run for Chase, up 6 positions. Enzo Vidmontian up 6 as well, now in the 10th spot. Yao Shimada. Yao is in kart 277, up 9 positions for him. So, again, a lot of guys out there racing going on throughout the entire field. I see Sarah Bradley on the move too. Sarah now up into the 8th position. Stephen Miller hanging on to that 4th spot. Yeah. Caleb Campbell, Teddy Masella, and Ernesto Rivera, who once again went purple the last time by.
Yeah, we saw there Sarah Bradley in 7th, but she's under fire from her teammate Enzo Vimontian, just got himself up into 8th. So these Paralympic karts have struggled a little bit this weekend. We see a Scorpione right in front of them. Haven't quite had the raw pace I feel like they're looking for. I mean, the Motorsport Paralympic entries running 8th, 9th, and 10th. You got Bradley, Vimontian, and Buscaglia all right there together. So you see a battle in that group as well. I believe that might have been Pierce Wade getting up into the 10th spot. He's got a pretty good run going for him so far. There's Anthony Martella, and there is the 217 kart in the barrier. Not sure that's Jose Martinez Villarreal, all the way back in the 24th spot, so not a good sign for him. But in the meantime, while we were talking about that, Anthony Martella got himself into the 11th spot. So for Martella, it started very promising for him, but not how he wanted to end heat number 1. He's going to be well outside the top 5, which is where he really had the pace to be. You see more work going on in that car. You can see while we were talking about all of this, Joseph Lenny got by Stephen Miller for the 4th position. So Miller struggling with that car. He got a really good start to the race. Got himself at the 3rd, but now kind of fading as the course of the race goes on.
And in the meantime, Enzo Vimontian continues to move up. He's now up into the 8th position. Started off 16th, up 8 spots. Good run there for Enzo.
Yeah, Vimontian again, like I was mentioning, the raw pace of the Paralympic, not quite what it needs to be, but he's been able to fight his way up through. He's got Sarah Bradley who was able to get by just a lap ago, so we see more battling going on. There's Wade and Martella fighting it out for that 10th position. So Anthony Martella like I mentioned earlier, did not want to be this far back. Obviously, a lot of situations outside of his control, kind of got caught in the scuffle coming into that last hairpin.
Right.
At least he's still in the race. I mean, Emma-Kate Scarborough can't say the same, but still not how he wanted to see this race go down. There's Vid Von Tien going into turn number 1. Enzo's had a good race so far. You look at the pace he's running, a 53.0. That's still about 4 tenths off of what Ernesto's running at the front. Teddy Masella in second. But he's really matching what these guys from third on back are running. I mean, Sebastian Garzon, Justin Blaney, Stephen Miller, all of them are in the 53-second bracket. So for Enzo Benmontian, this has to be a pretty impressive race for him. We now see the battle from 4th on to 6th. The Scorpionis caught the back of Stephen Miller. Again, Leo Scorpioni, we saw him in that one crash that almost flipped the go-kart.
Right, yeah.
Now he's rebounded from that, broke away from the Parolin group, and now he's got a chance at 5th as we now get the white flag. There's Ernesto Rivera, about a 2.5-second gap back to Teddy Masella in 2nd. There's the battle going on for 5th position now. Stephen Miller and Leonardo Scorpioni. Again, Miller got a good start. Scorpioni, not quite as good of a start, but he's had more raw pace here than we've seen for a lot of this weekend. It's really just going to come down to how they race out this last lap. How aggressive are you willing to be? It's only heat number 1.
Right.
Not worth tearing up a go-kart over, but
just watching Ernesto go through turn number 6 here. You can tell he doesn't quite have the bull by the horns right now because he knows he's got a little bit of a gap and just kind of taking his time, putting his kart exactly where he needs to put it, along with Teddy Musella.
Yeah, but Ernesto's just natural driving style is so smooth, it's hard to tell. They'll walk up through and he'll get another race victory. Ernesto Rivera goes purple in the process. A 52.3. That's half a second clear of the field on this last lap. 3/10 clear what anyone's been able to do on any lap. Ernesto Rivera, what can you say? Dominant performance. He wins over Teddy Masella. Caleb Campbell in the Speed Concepts Racing Kart finishes in 3rd. Sebastian Garzon aboard the Orsalon Machine finishes in 4th. And Joseph Leidy aboard the Powerhouse Racing OTK rounds out your top 5. Ahead of Stephen Miller, Leo Scorpioni, Enzo Benmontian finishes 8th, up 8 spots to the Motorsport Parolin. 9th position is Sarah Bradley, and Anthony Martello rounds out your top 10 for the Junior ROK category. A difficult race for Anthony. That was an exciting pre-final. A lot of incidents, a lot of good racing going on. We'll be back coming up next for your your VLR Master category coming up next here live on Kart Chaser. Smith. So we got an interview getting set to get lined up here. Let's hear from one of your top ROK Senior or ROK Junior category performers in Teddy Masella.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Teddy Masella. Teddy, I mean, qualified P3, worked throughout the P2 there in the first heat. Just walk me through your race.
So the race was just, the game plan was just to push Ernesto in the first few laps, and that worked out beautifully. Me and Ernesto were just gone, and then
All right, thank you, Alex. I'm not really sure what happened there with the microphone, but nonetheless, Teddy had a great run, ended up in the second position. Good run there for Teddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with the audio, but certainly, I mean, Teddy Masella, second place finish.
Yeah.
He's been consistently getting better over the course of the last month or so. A lot of pace aboard that RPG machine. Not quite as much as his teammate. He fell back about 3 seconds, but still has the rest of the field covered. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can find that 10th or 2 over the course of the rest of the weekend. But Masella had the rest of the field covered, had a lot of raw pace aboard that RPG Cosmic. So, I mean, in general, looking at that ROK Junior field, it's Ernesto Rivera who's got the whole field covered.
Yes.
Like, that's been the case all weekend. He had 3/10 from a pace standpoint on the field in that last heat. Masella did a good job staying close with them, but just could not quite make it happen. The rest of the field, you had Leo Scorpioni trying to get up. He had a good race. Stephen Miller had a decent amount of pace, but that's all. These guys are all still well behind what Ernesto Rivera was able to do. But coming up, we've got another interview lined up. We'll see if the mic works this time. We'll send it back down to Alex and Xander back on the grid.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm back here with Teddy Masella. Teddy, we're going to do a little redo here. Fight third, finish P2 in the heat. How'd it go?
so it went very well. So at the start, I started P3, so I just started pushing Ernesto through. He's my teammate until the final 2 laps. And then the race came on. We were able to put a gap right from the start. So it was just not trying to crash, just pushing each other. But then Ernesto got me. And my goal was to finish second and crash.
Awesome. Yeah, one more question. I mean, obviously P2, solid finish there in ROK Jr. Your teammate up the road in P1. I mean, obviously you got to share data, share video. You know, what have you noticed? What are you missing? What are those last few tenths? How are you going to find them? What do you notice that you're missing so far from Ernesto?
So what I'm missing is just like braking and just getting like a throttle earlier. It's just like I just more doing lap that I dial down and just do what he's doing, because like every lap is just he's doing the same things and I'll make one mistakes and then he would.
Yeah, consistency is key, guys. Teddy Masella, P2 in ROK Jr Heat 1. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. And Teddy, I mean, he's had a lot of pace this weekend, but it's all relative. And I think him mentioning that just being faster under braking is one of the big points where Ernesto's quicker. And I really think this is worth noting that a lot of these guys have never raced at this track before.
Right, sure.
And when you go to a new track, to me at least, having done this a few times in terms of trying to adapt to new tracks, I think the biggest thing that is worth trying to figure out, and the last thing that most drivers pick up, is the braking. And so if you're not able to get confidence under braking, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to find those last couple tenths. And it's a credit to Ernesto Rivera that he's so confident on the brakes already with this track that he can be able to get those last few tenths out of the go-kart. But it is something that I think a lot of guys are just going to get with more confidence, with more experience. And the hope is, for someone that's being objective in terms of calling these races and covering these races, that the rest of the field kind of get it a little bit together, make it a close race. I mean, obviously, we all love Ernesto. He's really talented, no doubt about that. But him running away 3 to 5 seconds every race, you know, it can
makes it a little tough.
Yeah, it could be a little bit. It could be a little bit better, you know. So we'll see what happens there. But certainly a great start to the weekend for Ernesto Rivera. But we've got a race on the track here. This VLR Masters getting set to go for their 11-lap first heat. Alex Dalbon will start on pole position with LFB Racing, Tony Kart. Mark Collin in the Goodwood LN Kart in second position. You got Christian Vormier aboard the Techno Kart USA entry in third position. Kim Carapoletti in fourth. Luis Canoas in fifth. Ryan Molina in sixth. And then rounding out your field will be Gallo Barros and Martin Allen aboard the DR Kart. So already only 8 karts strong here in the VLR Masters category. In fact, I think it's only 7, as Martin Allen, I do not believe, has been racing this weekend. It's only 7 in VLR Master. It's interesting because St. Petersburg, we saw Rencio Martin had a lot of raw pace in this category.
Yes, he did.
Not here this time. Christian Vormier taking care of business for the Techno boys.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, this could be interesting to watch. It's a wide open field here. Alex Dalbon, obviously, someone that has a decent bit of pace. He's going to have he's going to be your poster. Christian Vormier, we've seen him have a decent amount of pace aboard the Techno, and obviously they've had the setup great for St. Pete. This is a different track, not temporary. So it'll be interesting what he can do there. Kim Carapoletti, sorry about that, is starting in the 4th position. We'll see what he can do as well. So there's a lot of talented drivers here in VLR Masters. I think it's going to be interesting to see just how spread out the field gets in this one. We haven't really seen them on track racing yet this weekend, but we'll see what Dalbon and Bowen can do from the front row as they get set. Field as tight together as they're going to get in a 7-kart field as they get set to go. We'll see what happens here.
Again, going 11 laps here for our VLR Masters. Second leg of the Florida Winter Tour underway here in beautiful Loxahatchee, Florida at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Park, and we are under green.
That was an aggressive move already by Kim Carapoletti, trying to split the middle of Bowen and Christian Vormier. Vormier gets himself to 2nd through the process. Not quite successful for Carapoletti, who stays in 4th position. But already, Alex Dalbon with a 4-5 kart length lead. Only through turn number 6, Vormier is in 2nd position. And already you can see all 7 of the Masters entries kind of already getting spread out a little bit. So we'll see what happens here. 11 laps, it could turn into a glorified test session, or maybe we'll see some battling specifically for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions. I feel like watching the pace they had in qualifying, that seems to be maybe the group that would be most tightly packed together, but we'll see what happens. And Dalbon already smooth and comfortable through the first lap. Vormier has got a little bit of a gap now back to 3rd position in Mark Pavin in 3rd, so we'll see what he can do. Vormier as they come across complete lap number 1. Dalbon keeps the lead. He's got about 4.5, 5 kart lengths over Vormier in 2nd. Pavin in 3rd position, not able to close that gap so far, and then Kim Carapoletti getting gapped from in front. So Carapoletti's got a lot of work to do if they want to find themselves into the top 3. So right now it looks like Dalbon, Pavin, and Vormier look to be your top 3, and in whichever order they finish is going to be a little bit of a mystery, but certainly Dalbon, so far so good for him so far this race.
Yeah, Christian Vormier taking over for Lauren 2 this time. The Florida Winter Tour. Lauren 2 had such a great opening event in St. Pete. Pretty much dominated the entire weekend. And unfortunately this weekend he wasn't able to make it. It bumped up against some of his business. Got to take care of business first in order to race, right? So
yeah, we'll see what happens. Certainly, though, we're seeing what Vormier can do. He's running down Alex Dalbon. But, again, impressive stuff from the Techno guys. We saw Mardan last race do really well. Right now we're seeing Vormier trying to chase down for the race leads so far through VLR Master. All right, so while we continue to get things underway here in the VLR Master category and see Alex Dalbon up at the front of the field, we're going to send it down to another Alex, Alexander Searle, who is caught up with Giorgio Carrara here for the ROK Shifter category. Alex?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Giorgio, I mean, P3 start here for ROK Shifter. Obviously, we talked a bit before. You said you weren't too concerned about how qualifying went. Obviously, it went good enough for you, only a few hundredth off of pole position there, but you feel like your long race pace is where it shines. Talk to me about what your expectations are for this race.
Yeah, well, I mean, qualifying, we were really close, so we are all 3 like in the same pace. I'm happy with our pace. Yesterday we were running like a lot to gain in pace, and we are really good. We feel really good for the race. So yeah, I mean, I'm feeling comfortable with the chassis. We were working a lot. We are improving every race we do here in America, so we still need to improve a lot, but we are getting there.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about that chassis. I mean, Lenzo Kart's been around for a while in Europe, right? But I mean, on the new chassis, you only have 3 races so far in America. I mean, tell me, how cool has it been to drive for Lenzo Kart, this independent company?
Yeah, you know, it is quite good what we do with International Motorsport and Lenzo Car. We like a mix now, and yeah, it is quite good, I have to say. We are working, as I said, in Lenzo Car in Europe. It's been there for a lot, and then we want to, I mean, improve here in America, be here, win Vegas. This is the plan, so we are working for that.
Yeah, obviously not a bad plan to have there. Try to win Vegas in 2023. Georgia Carrara, guys, P3 start for ROK Shifter. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. So talking about Carrara and Giorgio Carrari, obviously has had a lot of pace this weekend. We saw throughout the practices he was up at the front, as you see battle going on at the front of this race here as Dalbon continues to hang on against Christian Levere. But I really think with Carrara, it's like you mentioned, like a week to week, he's getting better and better. We saw round 1 in St. Petersburg kind of struggled for pace, but at the end of the day, he was fighting up there for a podium position. Comes to Homestead for the last round at Scusa, and he starts out the weekend not able to keep up with AJ Myers, but at the end gets within a second or two. This time he's been all the way up at the front of the field so far here and at Piquet, but we'll see what he can do over the course of the weekend. I mean, Carrara's got a lot of raw pace in that Lindsay Kart, and he's obviously shown it. The International Motorsports guy, we've seen what they've been able to do with Karol Pashwitz.
Oh, they've been on it.
We've seen what they can do with Pashwitz. We saw as well in the Master category, they got a couple guys up there. So it's going to be interesting to watch what they can do this weekend. But really, I mean, Carrera, he's been really a star so far in Shifter. And, I mean, we've seen maybe not quite the pace of AJ and Marian, but the more he continues to run here in America, the more he's getting better. And we'll see what he can do here in this heat race. So we see more perspective battling going on.
Looking forward to the Shifter race. Be the first time for them to really race, right? So it's going to be interesting to see.
First time since the whole AJ versus Marian thing went down. I mean,
that was a cluster, you know what, but always makes for some interesting times. That's the one thing about racing. You just never know when something might happen.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, we talk a lot about the people getting out in front, right? They get out there, they're on their own. It doesn't take but a second for you just to take your mind off of what you're doing, to spin that card or do something like that. I watched a gentleman do that in of all things, the very last lap in an Aston Martin at Le Mans, and he's the gentleman driver, and he spins the car out about 3 or 4 freaking turns before the end of the race. You can't even imagine how he must have felt. So, you know, you just never know when you get out in front. You know, it doesn't take much.
Yeah, definitely something to watch for. I mean, obviously having guys up the front, it's not going to be always pretty. But now we've got another interview. Alex has caught up with your round 1 winner in Josh Conker, who starts inside the top 5 for this one. Take it away, Alex.
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, I'm here with Josh Conker, P5 start here for ROK Shifter. Josh, coming off a strong victory at St. Pete, just walk through how your weekend's been so far.
Yeah, you know, it's been a good weekend so far. It's a very difficult track, you know, through the bumps and just like the general nature of the track. So working through that. Started off a little slow. We've been picking up the pace, which is good. So looking to take the fight to them here.
Awesome, yeah. And I mean, obviously P5 start here. What do you think that you've been missing there to fight those top 3?
Yeah, you know, just a little bit in the chassis. There's a little issue on the tires. So kind of working through the issue in the tires there. And yeah, once we think we figured it out, so we'll see how it goes here.
Awesome, yeah, Josh Conker, guys, P5 star here in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. So Josh Conker, again, sort of struggled over the course of the early parts of the weekend. Had a chance to talk with some of the guys on his team. Obviously, they felt like the track maybe not quite up to par with what they were expecting so far. But, I mean, he's found a bit of pace in qualifying, only about 1 3/4 off of the fastest time that was set by AJ Myers. So Conker's going to be one to watch. We saw this in St. Petersburg, too. Over the course of the weekend, he got a lot faster. And all he's got to find is a 10.5. I mean, same could be said for guys like Marian Krimmer, starts inside the top 3. He's struggled this weekend, all things considered, for raw pace. But come qualifying, he was almost there, only 6 thousandths off of the pole. So, I mean, Conker, we saw in St. Petersburg, he kind of played the spoiler after the incidents between between Marian and AJ. And
he was very happy to play the spoiler as well.
Yeah. And
can't blame him.
And as we say, it looks like we've got another interview lined up on the grid as Alex has caught up with another one of your top members here. Never mind. they're all getting ready. There's only a couple laps left. You can't be. They got to get going here. But in the meantime, Alex Dalban is leading the race here in the VLR Master category. He's held off Christian Vermeer this entire race. Vermeer, that last lap, though, picked up 2 more tenths off of Dalban. He's only got 2 laps to do it. It looked like he was going to be able to make a contest for the win against Dalban, but Dalban found a little bit of extra pace. Vermeer kind of struggled a little bit for that pace, and now here they are. They're only about 4 car lengths apart.
All 3 of them, yeah.
Anything could happen here in the last 2 laps, but certainly Vermeer, I think at one point it looked like it was almost probable for him to get that position, but now just going to have to see if he can come up with a prayer here on the last lap and a half.
He may not be there in that second spot because it looks like Pavan's got a little bit more speed he's found. A little quicker in a couple of areas around the track as well. But I actually see that the second pace driver's a little bit quicker coming through this particular area as he comes down, picking up the white flag. Last lap for Alex Dalban out in front. Christian Vermeer right there behind him in the Techno Kart.
I almost think with the way this layout works out, it's better to be in second in terms of the draft. And also, one really underrated aspect of all this is you can judge the turn end for those hairpins based off of what the guy in front of you does. And so I'm almost wondering if what Vermeer's doing that's giving him that little bit of extra speed through the hairpin is he's taking in another 1 or 2 kart lengths up forward, so maybe 10, 20 feet, and then turning in. And you combine that with a little bit of an earlier braking approach, a little bit more trailing, and it makes it happen. And now we're going to see the last lap is on here. Vermeer almost goes up to make a lunge. I don't think he is. He's going to slide the go-kart into the corner, get a good exit. Dalban goes defensive. Is it going to meet up? I think it is. Alex Dalban going to hang on against Christian Vermeer to win in VLR Master Heat number 1. Mark Pavon ends up in 3rd. A good race for him, just not quite close enough to get up there on the last lap. So Dalban over Vermeer, over Pavon. Luis Quinones in 4th position. Kim Carpelletti in 5th. Those are your top 5. And Galo Barros rounds out your field of guys that ran. Ryan Molina was out there but did not complete a lap, and Martin Allen has not been running all weekend, so we'll see what happens for him. But again, Alex Dalban managed the race at the front, maybe not quite as fast as Vermeer, got the job done at the end.
Right, and I know Christian was really digging hard there, trying to make up that little bit of room to try to battle for that lead. Not quite there, so Alex Dalban will take the victory. That's heat race number 1 for our VLR Masters. Up next is going to be ROK Shifters. Looks like we're going to send it down to Xander.
Yep, Xander.
Let's go down and see what Xander has to say down there. Is he ready for us? All right, let's go and see what Xander has to say. Go ahead, Xander, we got you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it down here. Let's do a quick grid walk, obviously. Got A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers on the front row. Everybody knows the storyline going in. We talked to Giorgio Carrara right before this one. He said he's got a great view of it. Starts alongside Vincenzo Saraceno. And then only a 10th and a quarter back, Josh Conker, a round 1 winner here, rolls off P5 alongside PSO Karting's Hunter Pickett. You go through the rest of this grid. How about coming back to the States here, Colin Daly in the DRT racing machine. Gianno Torino showed up just yesterday. He's here on the grid as well. And then you go all the way back. Everyone's ready here. All the way to Oscar Panozzo and Baylor Griffin on the final row. Pro shifter debut here for Oscar Panozzo. But, man, you can see we've got them all lined up. And as I always say, it is the coolest thing you can see in karting. A full gearbox standing start. Pro ROK Shifter coming your way.
Thanks, Xander. And obviously getting set for the Pro ROK Shifter, you've got the 2 main protagonists.
Yes.
A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers. The last time we saw them together,
they were together.
Did not end well.
No, not at all.
And they're going to start right next to each other. We've got those 2. You've got the rest of the field. Obviously, Giorgio Carrera, we've talked about how fast he's been all weekend.
Yes.
Only 12 thousandths off of pole position. He starts in 3rd position. Seems very confident about his machine. Outside front row, or outside second row, you've got Vincenzo Saraceno. A little bit under the radar, but really found that pace there in qualifying. Josh Conker, like we mentioned, right at the edge of the top 5. You got a little bit of a gap back to Hunter Pickett in 6th as we see them going out from the grid. There's Pickett, Colin Daly back through the field. We get a look at the stands that will certainly be continuing to get filled over the rest of the next minute or so. Baylor Griffin rounding out your field on board the Orsilon machine. But yeah, this is the first crack at it.
Go.
First time we're seeing these guys race all weekend long. Haven't seen shifters on this track since the whole repaving. It's going to be interesting to watch. I'm going to step out a little bit to get ready
laps.
for some post-race stuff. And I'm going to get it back to the ender, but this is going to be a really exciting one.
I tell you what, that was an exciting little walk down the.
That was cool.
That
was fun.
The grid right there. That really was.
Appreciate Chuck Yoder and the ROK Cup team letting us do that. Here's a look at the man to beat today, A.J. Myers in the number 428 Magic Kart USA factory entry, along with that SRP Engines TMKZ. Then behind him, Marian Kremers. Here's a look at Josh Conker again. We talked about him rolling off fifth. How about Vincenzo Saracino? One of the privateers in the field here.
Yeah.
And how about this guy? Marian Kremers, number 401. Giorgio Carrara even mentioned right before we went to the interview, he said those two, they got a little story going on, is the way he put it in the rough translation to English. So, yeah, everybody knows this is what everybody's come to see. How does the next chapter play out? A.J. Myers gets the pole by 6 thousandths. This guy right there, Giorgio Carrara, in that International Motorsport factory Lenzo kart. Super quick, 12 thousandths off in qualifying. He said, I don't care about fast lap.
Right.
I've got these guys covered because I was so consistent through practice. But again, you're talking about one of the best America shifter drivers that we have, one of the best shifter car drivers America has produced in a long time. A former world champion in PSL karting Beryl Arts, Marian Kremers. Giorgio Carrara, one cool thing about the Lenzo kart factory team, this is a lot of times you see a brand new kart brand or so-called manufacturer kind of leaning on one of the bigger factories in Europe. Parolin produces a lot of go-karts. EKS produces a lot.
Right.
OTK, CRG, Beryl Arts. This is an entirely independent operation. 15 years they've been making go-karts over there. They saw how popular karting had become stateside and how big of an impact it is for their kart brand. They said, we need to get here to the United States, and we need to start showing that this Lenzo kart can get going. They're making specially made American chassis designs that they're going to unveil as the year goes on. And then, of course, to his outside, Saracino, and then Josh Conker. It was 1/10 and 3/4 for the entire top five. Hunter Piquet, the best of the rest here, along with Colin Daly, have some speed to find. But it's what everyone wanted to see. It's the coolest thing you'll ever see in karting. A full Pro Shifter gearbox start. A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers, the front row. We go to the lights for the final time today. We're heat racing, and we're away, and look who gets the jump off the line. Marian Kremers will nose ahead. He gets the whole shot down to turn number one.
Man, what a move on that. Bam!
Huge, huge jump for Marian Kremers with a major run. Hunter Piquet got a great start. Giorgio Carrara, not a good start. The Lenzo kart drivers back in sixth behind Josh Conker. A.J. Myers gets the pole. Marian Kremers gets the whole shot on the clean side of the racetrack that was so important in St. Petersburg. Is it important here? We don't know yet. Look at that, Baylor Griffin from the back of the field making up a few spots as the field cycles through turns 7 and 8. Here they come up the S's for the first time. Lap 1 of 11 here as the field goes on through. And Marian Kremers leads them in what has been probably the busiest day for any pro karter in North America, I think, that anyone's ever known. Working on his own go-kart in Pro Senior and racing in Pro ROK Shifter. So he's a mechanic, and he's a driver ×2, and he's leading the way in the headline division.
Yeah, he's quite a driver.
Oh, but he made a mistake there in turn one. Dropped a wheel wide, and A.J. Myers takes full advantage. He takes over the lead. It might have been someone going wide or just dirt on the tires for Marian Kremers, but we've seen that a lot here. We saw it in Junior ROK. Drivers get in, hit the bumps wrong, and they miss the apex.
It looked like that's exactly what had happened there, too. That just happened right there coming through turn number 6. Somebody bounced up.
Yeah, I mean, just moved a little bit up. So you have to, as they say at Sebring here, no different. And now Loxahatchee, as the tradition begins, respect the bumps. You've got to find a way to get around them. A.J. Myers knows he's just got to low line it here. Look at this. Josh Conker getting the move done on Hunter Piquet there for fourth. Nice move by the Maranello USA driver. Here comes Kremers. He's going to get close to him down to turn 1, half a car length away.
This battle is going to be all the way to the very end, without a doubt. They are trying to, oh man, they are having some fun out there.
They are trying to get close
really
to
are
each
having
other.
some
well,
fun.
These two, I don't know if it's so much fun as they want to beat the other guy. I think Vincenzo Saracino's having a heck of a time. What a run for the VTM Racing Engines Privateer. Look at that dive bomb by Colin Daly. And he'll bring Carrara and Gianno Torino. Torino started deep in this grid. He gets by as well. But up front here, 3-driver break. A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers. And how about that for Vincenzo Saracino on that TB kart? He's right there in third as they come out of turn 13 and head for 14.
Kremers got a good exit there, and Carrara got together in the midfield. So more fighting further back as it spreads out up front. Myers, Kremers, Saraceno, then Josh Conker, who's escaped the mid-pack fray. But they are having a dogfight back there for 4th and 5th. We'll take a look back and find them. Here comes Conker. Then 5th is Daly. 6th is Hunter Piquet. Carrara has now gotten all the way back, what looks to be behind Ricardo Escoto Lechuga. So Ricardo Escoto getting up into the top 8 or so. And Giorgio Carrara now, can he get that Lenzo kart back moving forward as Josh Conker is starting to move? How about the Maranello kart driver making some hay? He's trying to close up here to Saraceno. The round 1 winner getting through. There is Daly. Here's this 4-car pack. Hunter Piquet along with Escoto and then Giorgio Carrara. Does Carrara send it? Here he goes. Looking, trying. He gets by the Orsolone driver, and there goes his teammate as well, Baylor Griffin.
Baylor's been having a good run.
Oh, that was teammates getting together in turn 15. Griffin coming together with Escoto Lechuga.
No harm, no foul, huh?
Yeah, they stay together here for now. Marian Kremers that time by looked a little better in the opening sector here. This is kind of a replay of St. Pete where the two drivers on two completely different chassis manufacturers, two different engine builders, of course, two different driving styles. We're seeing them kind of rubber band throughout the racetrack, as I like to call it. Kremers gains in some places, loses to Myers in others. He lost a lot of ground there through that PK teardrop, but then gained a lot in the opening sector of the racetrack. Conker through, Daly through, the rest of the pack, and we're at sunset hour here in beautiful Loxahatchee, Florida. Been a hot one.
Yes, it has.
Finally cooled off a little bit.
Thank
but the
goodness.
racing's going on. Look at the bottom of the screen there. Carrara going by Hunter Piquet, and I think Piquet was letting him go. So Carrara throwing a head up saying, thank you very much for that one. Appreciate you letting me by.
Yeah, Hunter just hasn't found any speed lately.
Either that or Piquet was the one that got together
Right,
with them,
right.
and that was more of a, hey, man, I didn't appreciate that, and I'm still fast enough to pass you again.
Right.
So one of the two for Giorgio Carrera, but again, your leaders here, Myers and Kremers. Third is Saraceno fading a little further back. Josh Conker trying to hunt him down. Colin Daly in fifth, and how about the kid in sixth? Giano Torino.
How about Giano?
I don't think he's done hardly any testing here over the last little bit. The all blacked out Magic Kart. Again, I saw him when we were getting some of our camera guys checked in here yesterday. He was just showing up to the racetrack. So Giano Torino in that blacked out Magic Kart. Of course, his big story last year was getting into that brawl with Davide Greco in St. Petersburg, but here at round two, a little different story for him. He's having a heck of a run. Picks up 4 spots so far. He's got Giorgio Carrara closing in on him, but I think Giano Torino is on a solid little run here as Giorgio Carrara will close the gap. He's going to have pressure coming. Carrara, again, the factory driver, the professional karting driver for the Lenzo Kart brand, closing in. This is for 6th. We'll see if Carrara can do some more damage control. Again, Giorgio Carrara lined up in 3rd. We got problems further back. Ricardo Escoto in the 477.
Yeah, he's not able to get it back under power.
Yeah, so issues for him, but here's that battle. Carrara got around him. So Giorgio Carrara gets around Giano Torino for 6 over in that PK teardrop. Look at how he was able to quickly tap his helmet and then go back to shifting. Crazy. But how about it here for AJ Myers, folks? Got the pole, lost the whole shot, gets around Marian Kremers when he makes a mistake in turn number 1, and you got to think about it, right? You get mentally fatigued before the physical fatigue sets in. It's a hot day here in Florida. He's running 2 classes on what has been told by many as the most physical racetrack we have ever gone to.
I was wondering about that.
And working on his own
about
go-kart. Yeah, I mean, this place, the bumps are so physical. You're always on it. The little bit of time you have to breathe, you go into one of the fastest corners. They're pulling 3 Gs, right? 3 Gs almost feels like a catchphrase for karting because we say that the karts can pull 3 Gs, only equal to that of F1 cars, even more sometimes than what Indy cars can pull on their road courses. But here, it literally does, when you look on the data, when you come over to turn number 2 and 3, that it will pull 3 Gs into that turn 3 section. So for Marian Kremers here, as he heads on the back sector, this section right here, they're bumpy. It's a long, increasing radius corner, so it tightens as it goes, and all that load is just shifted onto the left side. In Pro ROK Sr, we saw with Louis Westover, he's had to kind of have a few sessions off because he's nursing some injured ribs from a curb impact back at Homestead. And 3 laps to go in that main event, he hurt himself. So let's keep watching the leaders, but let's also go back. We were just starting to catch a little bit at the end of the frame This fight for third, Vincenzo Saraceno got up to the top 2 in the early half, and now he's got round 1 winner Josh Conker bearing down. Oh no! Vincenzo Saraceno, a broken left rear bumper bolt.
Oh no.
Oh, Saraceno's going to get that meatball flag soon enough. There it is. And we were just getting ready to watch this fight for third, and Vincenzo, with his best session so far of the season, is going to have to let Josh Conker by and come to the scale line.
Yeah, what a
Oh,
shame.
man.
What a shame. Such a great run.
Yeah, hate to see it for Vincenzo Saraceno, the privateer TB Kart driver. Broken rear bumper. Here's a look back in the battle for 5th. It'll be the battle for 4th now.
Right.
Colin Daly versus Giorgio Carrara. Carrara's comeback drive through the field has been fun to watch. The Lenzo Kart driver closing in. So Giorgio Carrara versus DRT's Colin Daly. You can see how much he rolled in through 6 and 7 there, Ron John.
He sure did. He looked like Colin just slid quite a bit up going into that particular turn. He seems to be a lot faster coming through this part.
Yeah, Daly hears him for sure here. We've got the white flag out now, 1 lap to go. There's Conker coming by. Here comes the fight for 4th to the line as Josh Conker goes through turn number 1. It'll be Colin Daly trying to hang on over Giorgio Carrara into turns 2 and 3. This time, no change there. So Colin Daly trying to get by on trying to get by and hang on for a 4th place result. This will be a nice improvement for the DR North America pilot as AJ Myers continues to pull away here on this final lap. The Magic Kart USA driver's driven flawlessly. Again, did not get the whole shot, has been perfect ever since. He'll head into the final few hairpins for the final time today. AJ Myers,
there he is,
the captain of the Magic Kart crew, heads to turn 14 and out of it. And he will win the Battle 1 and Battle number 2. Here is Heat 1, goes the way of the 428. Marin Kremer's second. Here comes Josh Conker in third. And that battle for 4th we are watching, it will go the way of Colin Daly. He hangs on over Giorgio Carrara. Gianno Torino finishes in 6th across
Good
the
run for
line.
Gianno.
Great run there for him. There's
Absolutely.
the 426 machine coming by just ahead of Baylor Griffin. That 426. Lucio Massini in the Powerhouse Racing Ralph Schumacher kart goes 7th, 2 spots gained. Baylor Griffin from dead last on the grid, 8 spots gained with the Orsolid Racing VLR to 8th.
Good run for Baylor.
Dominic Legrand 9th, Ethan Boer in 10th, but how about that one there? Another chapter written. It wasn't a runaway. AJ Myers had to work for it, but he did get a bit of a gift there with, of course, Marin Kremers having that problem early on with that bobble in lap 2, turn 1. He's going to be kicking himself after that one here, and I'm sure he might be, I don't want to put words in my mouth, but I mean, he's asking a lot. It's fine to kind of do whatever you want to do, be what you want to be, race a lot. And, you know, if you want to party, you want to take it serious, whatever you do, if you're winning, that's fine. If you're not winning, then the questions start coming. Is it because you're running both? Is it because of the heat? Is it because of anything? Martin Kremers, he's done double duty before, but it's a busy, busy day for him, as he mentioned, and you know, he needs every inch to go up against AJ Myers.
And for today, you got a pretty nice day. Right?
Yeah.
If tomorrow it's nothing but sun.
Yeah. Or imagine if it rains off and on, right? Having to switch back and forth to rain setups, they may have to park it. But Martin Kremers, I mean, still an impressive day as a whole.
Yes.
Keeps all the wheels on it, stays out of trouble, makes up spots where he can, and ROK Sr. just comes up a little bit shy in Pro ROK Shifter's opening heat race. We'll talk to them all. AJ Myers, Marin Kremers, and everyone else here as they head through post-race scaling and post-race tech inspection. So we'll give them a few moments to clear on out and give one more word to our partners before we close off today's broadcast. But thanks for tuning in. Of course, if you don't want to stay around for post-race interviews, we're live first thing tomorrow, 9 a.m., kicking it off with the second round of heat races in VLR Jr. But our Pro ROK Shifter top 3, we'll talk to him here if we can. Again, what a run for Josh Conker to get going through the field, and what a run for AJ Myers to win the next battle here, the next chapter between himself and Marin Kremers, as they're already through scales, so we'll pull them here in just a moment. Stick with us here live on Kart Chaser. Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. We're live from Loxahatchee, Florida, and we've got through the line here post-race tech inspection wrapped up, and so we'll bring a handful of our drivers out of that one that finished inside the top three. Heck of a day for AJ Myers, pole award in qualifying, and the heat race win here. Had to fight for it, though, did not get the whole shot off the line, and then takes advantage of Marian Kremer's one mistake. And that's all he would give him, and sometimes it's all you can take from him. He took it, took the lead, never looked back. He's down with Emery.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with AJ Myers. AJ, at first it looked a little bit sketchy. You lost the lead at the start. Mari made a mistake. You got it back. Just walk me through that race.
Yeah, I was debating before the race whether I want to start inside or outside. You know how it goes. But, yeah, I had more wheel spin. He had a good start, and I think it's going to get better as the weekend goes on. But after that, he kind of got me the first lap at kart length. I couldn't really do much. He just went into turn one and just went in a little too deep. He lost it. He really had to check up to avoid going off, and it just gave me the opportunity. After that, he seemed like he was on me. I was pushing, and then either he backed off and saved himself, whatever it was, but we're going to go back at it tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about this track as a whole, obviously really physical, really demanding. You look through this weekend, you've had a lot of pace throughout. What sort of lessons have you learned since you came here?
I got to keep my cool. I got to listen to Andrew more. He's been getting on me. Sorry, Andrew. We're still best buddies. But no, we're good. We're winning as a team. We're trying as a team, and I like where we're going.
All right, well, AJ Myers started out the weekend as good as you can. One pole, one heat number one. We'll see what he can do tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Again, AJ Myers, like he said, you know, it sounded like they're talking with Andrew Bajoso. They've been pushing each other, right? That happens all the time when you've got top-level talent under a tent that wants to win so bad that it's just everyone kind of pushing each other to become better, to get to a race-winning pace. How about a race-winning start? Marian Kremers got the whole shot there, phenomenal jump, and then just a little bobble, and then after that kind of rode in second to the end. Here he's down with Emery.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Marian Kremers. Marian, we just talked to AJ. Kind of the inverse for you. You got it the whole shot. Got a really good lap number one. Lap two fell apart. Talk to me.
Yeah, I didn't do any practice starts, so I was very surprised with that start that I got. And then I tried to put my head down and just go do some fast laps, especially in the beginning. But then going into turn one, I hit the brakes in a normal point, started turning, and the go-kart just wouldn't turn at all. Which is something we've been struggling with this week, especially with these tires. If you have a good set of tires, you turn too much maybe. If you have a bad set of tires, you have the completely opposite and you're driving pretty much like you're in the rain. So yeah, I don't know if you guys could see it on the stream, but I was leaning, trying to get some rotation in the go-kart, but it just wouldn't turn, which isn't anything bad about the go-kart, I don't think. I mean, we were fast on the other set of tires, but then we put these race tires on, and I just couldn't get it into the corners anymore. So something to work on for tomorrow and for the rest of the weekend for sure, but it's going to be a little bit of a lottery, I think, for the final because we've got a new set of tires again. So yeah, maybe just go back to standard for the final and pray for some good luck.
Yeah, well, the tire variance is one thing, and obviously there's only so much you can control with that. But talking about the rest of the race, AJ mentioned that he thought you might have backed off to preserve the tires, the body. Obviously, the really physical track can be quite demanding. So were you letting off there, or were you giving it max push throughout?
I was giving a push to stay with AJ and maybe force him into a mistake, but once I saw he wasn't really making any mistakes, I knew I really couldn't get around him anywhere easily, so I just backed off a little bit, mainly to save myself, I think, because running two classes around this place is very tough, especially with these bumps we've got going on. with the tire issues that I'm having. So yeah, just backed off a little bit, hoping to give a fight to him again tomorrow.
Yeah, Marian Kremers got off to a good start, had to settle for second in this one. We'll see what he can do tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery, there. And then, you know, again, to hear from Marian say that not only was it backing off to kind of just save the stuff, but save himself a little bit. It's, I think we're seeing probably, again, one of the most physical circuits we'll see all year long in the North American Tour.
It's very interesting. I didn't realize that it was so physical, but the more I've listened throughout the day, that word just keeps popping up. This place is really, really tough physically on them. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, you add humidity 70% and highs of 80-plus degrees here.
Right.
It's going to test everybody's fitness. How about a guy who stays only pretty well in shape? Colin Daly, we're so stoked to have him back here in the States. He's down trackside here with Emery after a solid heat race here for his first race back. Emery?
Yeah, Colin Daly, a solid fourth-place result in the heat race. Really had a lot of pace throughout. I got to ask you first, how do you feel being back in the U.S. racing karts again?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, being back in a shifter kart, you know, there's no other feeling. You know, the speed going down the straight and the intensity of everything is just amazing. And it's been, you know, almost a year since the last race was Orlando last year. I haven't been in a shifter kart since, so it's good to be back.
Yeah, and let's get into this race as a whole. So you actually had a little bit of a rough qualifying, started a little bit on the back foot. Throughout the race, so you worked your way up through the field, ended up in fourth position, had a good fight with Carrera there at the end to take that place. Talk to me how you improved your pace and what you expect going into tomorrow.
We definitely have more pace. We have some changes to make. You know, as you said, as Kramer said, with the tire situation, we have to change a little bit the setup. So it's good that we are able to notify what's wrong, and we're working on it for tomorrow.
All right, well, Colin Daly already got a solid start to this weekend, finishing in the top 5 in heat number 1. We'll see what he can do tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery here. Colin Daly with the DR North America Group. Like you hear from him, so cool to hear from him say how much he enjoys being back in a shifter kart. Nothing
That's
like
so
it, Ron
cool.
John.
No doubt about it. It's great to see Colin back out running with us again. Always a fine young man, and great to have him out here with us.
Well, another fine young man who is.
We got another one?
Yeah, he's
got a bunch of them out here.
We got a view here to talk to after that one. So many storylines to unpack here. Fine young man and father-son duo getting after it for Vincenzo Saraceno. But unfortunately, after getting all the way up to third and running with the likes of A.J. Myers and Marian Kremers, a broken bumper bolt ended his day. He's down with Emery.
Vincenzo, unfortunate start to your racing so far this weekend. You started in fourth, got up to third, had a lot of raw pace, and then the bumper bolt broke. Talk to me when you realized that happened and just about your race as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, my whole shot was good. I got Georgie off the start, jumped to third right away, and I was with AJ and Kremers for the first maybe 5 or 6 laps, and then I made one mistake myself, like lap 6 or 7, and I lost maybe like 3 or 4 car lengths, and then I kind of started to feel the back end get a little loose as the race went on, but I thought that was me just overheating the tires, overworking them, trying to stay with them rather. But then I really felt it get real loose in one of the hairpins, and I knew something was wrong, and then sure enough, 2 corners later, they gave me the meatball flag, and that was it.
Yeah, so obviously you still get to start fourth for the other 2 heats tomorrow, but not getting to put in that third place result has to sting. But as you look forward to tomorrow, obviously the car has a lot of pace. What's your mindset in terms of trying to maximize the weekends?
Well, I always say any crappy day at the racetrack is better than a good day anywhere else, so I mean, it's look forward to tomorrow and head up.
Gotcha. Vincenzo Saraceno, the heat race looked really promising. He'll have to do some work to offset the bumper bolt braking, but we'll see what he can do. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery, there again. Vincenzo Saraceno, you know, really, really cool to hear his mindset after that one and where his head's at, obviously, to say, you know what, a bad day here is still better than anywhere else. And, you know, that's a good positive. A lot of other guys, I think, would be a lot more down. But that's a sign of the greats, of the best drivers, that they're able to compartmentalize the good, the bad, stay neutral, and be ready to get after it again for more. And he knows it's a long weekend. It's a marathon. 2 more heats, of course, and pre-finals, and then main events on Sunday for all KC Premium members, but it's still free for all day Saturday to watch the racing here. A beautiful sunset in Loxahatchee, Florida for the ROK Cup USA team, for everyone here at Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex, and for myself, Xander Clements, alongside me in the booth, Ron John Ebersole. Great day of racing, Ron John.
Awesome.
Can't say anything more, and we can't wait for more here first thing tomorrow. Stick with us tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., 6 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then.